It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right.
We call this
We
proof.
know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find truth.
True.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. Free for all Friday. You guys pick the topics. Come on in. Look at that from on the way. Road trip. Welcome everybody. It's my gaming night. So if anybody wants to have a conversation about anything, you guys pick the topics. Yes, Eric. Eric says, are east and west opposite directions of the same straight line? I'd say yes. In my understanding, east, west, north and south are perpendicular, which makes them straight lines, not circles. Because it's impossible to have perpendicular as a circle. Well, I don't suppose you can. I suppose you can have perpendicular circles. I don't know many people that do explain east and west as a circle, though. Doesn't sound like a natural thing for me to be thinking about. So, anybody wants to come and join, you can either click the button to come into Discord, or put a topic in either the Discord chat or in the YouTube. I've titled this one The Question Argument because last night we went over some fucking ridiculous shit with a guy that's claimed to be a logician, which I don't think he's a logician. I think he might have studied a couple of philosophers, perhaps. But we'll be getting into that sort of stuff. Welcome, Flat Rocky, from Canada. Anyone else? Anybody in here got anything? Any topics? Used to be a big night Friday. Why does everyone go quiet? Nobody wants to say anything.
Seems the logic is too much for them to handle.
Well, we had Brad, the science guy, come in earlier. We didn't have to talk much logic when he came in.
Well, we had a good convo, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, gardening.
Shout out gardening. Shout out Bloods, the master gardener.
Oh, Gizmo's game day. That's a big game. Good luck. I don't suppose you need luck. What's up?
Don't forget, Nico said he might pop round.
Oh, yes, Nico might come round. I don't know what that'll be about. That'll probably be about... I don't know. I've not got a clue. I wonder if he's ever heard of the question argument. There's many forms of argument. You may have heard of modus tollens and modus ponens. Well, add a new one to the thing. The question argument.
Oh, you mean the P plus P plus P plus P equals Y?
If P and if Q and if R, then why do you have a problem?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And I'd suggest
that's
that you
just
have a big problem because you don't really understand the logical argument. And I say a logical argument because there are arguments where people just shout at each other. This new modern usage of the terms and the words that we have got used to. There's an arena of people who have actually flipped the meaning of debate, and along with it, they've flipped the meaning of argument. Logic as well. That's another one. By your logic, it means nothing. It's all about communication, and I think that's where we've lost the We've lost the art of communication in a serious way.
Well, this was 3 assumptions and then a question at the end.
Yeah.
That's quite fancy argument there.
It's backwards, isn't it? Can you remember when we said that? Like everything that this other particular group of people do, talking about the blue marble scientists, they're it's backwards. Like even their
Yeah, they start off with the premise. Yeah.
well, no, they end up with the question, but that's normally what you start off with.
Well, yeah, I got this wrong. That's right. This is a new type. I forgot. This is the
question
the
argument that
plus.
ends with the question.
Yeah. This is the new one. It's not his globe.
Yeah, within let's say within science, because we have to relate this to reality. There's no point if it doesn't get related to reality. So if you're relating this to reality, then you would make an observation or you'd see something and think, wow, that's a bit strange. Perhaps I should look into that. So you would ask yourself a question about it. Then you'd formulate some sort of a method to help you derive an answer about whatever it is that you're dealing with. It's the practical usage of it. But these guys are starting off with the if this and if this and if this. And then there's a question, but the questions are that difficult that they have a problem with the question.
Yeah, but this is a new one because before what you said was correct, the way you explained it. But then the previous form of argument was his globe, and then the argument, right? They would state the conclusion before, but now this is new. This is asking questions. No, this is saying if, making if statements, and then at the end, asking a question. It's quite amazing.
Well, it is a new form of I don't know what's going on.
Because remember, they start off with his globe, right? And then formulate the argument. Now, this is like a crafty new form. This is this Ebby's dude's new thing. So make 3 ifs, if this, and if that, and then ask you why. Like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, it's like you're handing off the argument to somebody else, right? Instead of you dealing with the question to formulate an argument, it's sort of a very sophisticated way of handing it off, the entire argument, to somebody else to do.
Yeah.
Obviously, they
Your
struggle
opponent.
with how to do it themselves.
Yeah, it's this yesterday. That was like something. Whoever missed that one, I highly recommend that one.
Well, I've got to cut that video.
Yeah.
I will be doing that, but I don't think I'll be doing it this weekend.
So the Earth is Earth. That was number 2, right?
If
What is that? Number 2, the Earth is Earth.
yeah, if the Earth it was if the Earth is Earth.
If the Earth is Earth, right.
Oh wait a minute, Rob H in the chat's got. Anyone got any comments on Dell's latest videos on motions in freefall beyond the imaginary curve? Well, Yeah, I have been looking at that, and I don't. I call that a nut sacking with gravity. I just have it as vertical. We keep it simple, so I don't get involved with that particular thing. But Rob, if you let them know, that's what Beddy's argument is. It's he's having this question argument that comes from Aristotle. He thinks he's bringing it from Thomas Aquinas, and now it's going further back. Oh, so is that caps lock? Have you got caps lock on, mate, or are you just shouty? I would say caps lock. He says, yeah, the Earth is not stationary. I don't know why. Why is it just blanket statement? And Dell is correct. And the demonstrations do not lie. Have a word with Betty.
What demonstration?
Hang on a minute. Like this
Shouty.
guy, he his YouTube actual name is Level Earth Reality.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting.
Who,
He goes,
TNT?
yes.
Well, Level Earth Reality, and it's not stationary.
Mm-hmm. And he's obviously a big Dell fan.
Yeah.
That's quite obvious. Drinking the Dubé Kool-Aid. To be honest, I never watched any of Dubé stuff. I've heard clips and things. I know his voice. I know all about Eric Dubé, and I'm not interested. Let me call in. Wow, that's very rude. You can join the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
If someone can post it, you can join the link. You can come in the Discord and let us know what your issue is.
Yes, open to all.
I don't seem to remember who said that it was stationary. Why is he going on about
SE?
stationary?
There is SE's in it, isn't he?
Oh, okay. So he's got upset that one person has said something that he doesn't agree with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let him come in. He can have a chat with me.
Yeah.
Tell me how he thinks it's moving.
Do we have the beginning of a new? Do we have the beginnings of a new Shadow Giant coming up?
Possibly.
I think like I say, I think Betty should have a word with Dell. I think that would be ideal. That's the sort of conversation you should be talking about. Getting involved with Betty and well, he's going to be doing it, presenting it over there at Blue Marble Science. So get ready for Blue Marble Science and the Blue Marble scientific community to get involved in this very thing. I'm not, like I say, I'm not really interested into it. He has to pay money to have a discussion. Not here, you don't, mate, no. Nobody has to, you don't have to give us any money.
There's a link there on the Level Discord server. Click the link to join on the Level Discord server. It's above where you started moaning about paying for it, and it's also below. With Dell, oh, yes. People have tried to talk to Dell.
Yeah.
We've tried to talk to Dell. I know Dell. not personally, but yeah, we're not unfamiliar with Dell.
It's one of the conversations that I haven't put out, because some conversations just don't need to be put out because it doesn't show people in a favourable light.
No, and if you have a temper like Dell does, then I can understand why you would worship him. Come on in anyway. We're waiting. Let's see.
I bet we know him anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. But no, nobody's joined the server, so must just be all talk. So feel free to moderate.
So confident in their assertions that they won't join the Discord. I like it.
Mm. Yeah, he thinks he has to pay to join Discord. Free. Entirely free.
Come in, defend your model.
Oh,
Free of
here
charge.
we go. Here we go. A wild TNT appeared.
Uh-huh.
All right. Finally.
Just have to wait for him to work out how to get into BC. It should be an interesting conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's funny he mentioned Eric Debate, because you guys were having a discussion. I'm sat in the background thinking, I want to ask if everyone out there has heard that Eric Debate is back.
In America. Coming to America.
Like he's doing this whole, hey guys, I'm an activist. Give me money.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the best.
That's paper, not TNT.
Yes, I am not that explosive as TNT. Good evening.
Yeah,
good evening. Well, he's in the server. What do? Just you click the rules and then that's it. You just join the VC. Yeah. There is nothing more to it.
Come and say hello. State your case.
Click Agents of the Logos. That's what you want to find in Discord. Agents of the Logos.
Mm-hmm. See a room full of loads of people. Just click on it and it will bring you in. You've got all the correct roles. Wow, someone's very hostile.
Yeah. Click on the voice channel, the VC, where everybody is. The bit right above all of the names. Above asking it'll be.
Did he call us numpties, but you can't work out how to get in here?
Yeah.
Numpties, that's a familiar word.
We've caught a fishy. Now, is this going to be a big fishy or a little fishy?
Oh, there he is. He's in. Hello.
Oh, well done.
If you're on a phone, you have a thing called push to talk, if you're not familiar.
Yeah, it might be a little bit tricky, mightn't it?
Or just change it to voice activity.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, guys?
Welcome.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Did you have a problem with us or something?
Oh no, I just get slightly triggered when people make the definite assertion that the Earth is stationary and is not in any sort of motion.
Did
I find that
anybody do that?
Yeah, that would be me. Yep. You look here I am.
You guys brought it up.
What?
Okay.
No, Betty was saying about Aristotle's argument.
Well,
Have you heard it? You know how far it goes back, this idea?
I've that when I joined in. I don't know. I've never been on your guys' stream before or anything. It just was recommended, so I kind of just joined in. But I swear I saw someone asking about the topic Dell's been discussing about the Earth being in motion. I know a lot of people are vehemently opposed to that idea because, well, I don't really know why. But if you guys can explain to me how the Earth can be stationary, I'd love to hear it.
SE, do you want to take this one?
Or you could explain how it can be in motion.
Okay. Sure, I can do that.
You're slightly breaking, I think.
So you look up in the sky, right? You see stuff move, correct? When you look up in the sky, you look at the sun, what do you see?
I think he's having connection
Am I coming
issues.
through?
Yeah, you are.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
he's having connection issues.
Discord problems, probably.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now
Yes.
we can.
Now we
Yep.
can.
Where did it cut off at?
A while ago.
Oh.
You said you could tell us and then you cut off.
So my question is in the stationary Earth model, what is the force that is causing objects to fall? Because in practical reality, the density layers are caused by motion. So density and buoyancy don't just decide for themselves. What is the magical force to fall down? And if you want to go back to what Dell was saying, his little demonstration where there is no density and buoyancy in free fall kind of shows that claim to be true, if you understand what I'm saying.
You're onto a couple of things here now. You went from motion to gravity to buoyancy.
Okay. Well, what I'm explaining is what we can utilize in the real world, physical world. Okay. Something has to push upon something to cause it to move. Okay. So my question is in a stationary Earth model, what is causing motion?
Okay, what makes you think that you're moving? What makes you think? Let's start there. What makes you think that you're moving? Step one.
What makes me think that I'm moving?
Correct.
Okay. How could you know if you were? Is my question. What makes you think that I'm moving?
That's not you're asking me a question back. I asked you, what makes you think? Because when I'm sitting here in my chair right now, right? I'm in my living room, right?
Well, I have a question. Do you
I
feel
ain't moving. I don't feel like I'm moving. I ain't moving. So what makes you think like the default position is that you're moving? Because that to me is illogical.
Do you feel weight? When you walk around, do you feel your own weight of you being, touching the ground? Do you feel that?
You're changing the story again. You're going to wait.
I just asked you.
You are.
You asked me how I could tell I'm in motion, and I'm telling you, if you're in uniform, constant motion, say on a plane or vehicle, you're not necessarily feeling that motion. But imagine if you invert it, okay, and you're constantly moving, you're gonna feel that force as weight. Okay, what? I don't know how. It's really.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. You're giving me all kinds of examples, but I'm asking you simply, what makes you think that you're moving?
Because
Don't tell me you're telling me about motions, about constant motions, that you won't be able to feel them.
conclusion that we're in motion. Was that what you're asking?
Sorry? No, I'm asking you what makes you think that the default position here where we're at is that we're moving?
Because that's what the demonstrations show. If you
What demonstrations is that?
have you seen? Okay, have you seen? I'm sure you've seen the waves in the community of Dell's demonstration and other, not just Dell, but he's the one that really is kind of been talking about it. Is if you take a liquid bottle with water, okay, and you have, say, an object that sinks or an object that floats, okay, you put those objects in, they start sinking, and one starts rising, and you let it go. The second you let it go, density and buoyancy do not exist anymore, and those objects freeze. Okay? There's only two possibilities that could be causing that. Do you understand what I'm saying? How I'm drawing the conclusion that something must be moving?
Okay, and what are those two possibilities that you're describing?
So, literally, if you're not familiar with the demonstration, you need to go try it for yourself or look it up. Either there is some sort of magical force that instantly freezes the sinking object and the floating object in the bottle of water as you let it go. Either something is magically kind of like a globe Earth, it's just freezing it as one solid mass, and now there's no displacement at all, and density and buoyancy don't exist, and then it just has a force acted upon it, but yet nothing inside of that medium moves as a force is acted upon it and causes it to fall, which is nonsense. That can't be just demonstrated anywhere in the practical world ever. Okay, it's the exact opposite in any demonstration. If you try to move a gas in a liquid, or a less buoyant or a dense object and a least dense object, and you apply force, it's gonna move. Okay, there's gonna be displacement. But when you let it go and it's in free fall, you guys are claiming, okay, you're claiming when you let something go that it is accelerating towards the earth.
I don't think anybody's claimed anything.
Who's claiming that? No one's claiming that.
You're missing where I'm coming from, though. Okay.
Well, you just claimed that we were claiming something, but I don't think we were actually claiming anything.
Let's finish. The second option has to be the object that you just let go.
Wow, I find this guy incredibly rude and very unaware of himself.
Yes.
Yeah, calm down, buddy. You don't have to be excited. We can have a calm conversation. Calm down.
And I think that he is changing distance between his mouth and microphone. So I have problems with understanding what he's saying, because sometimes he's closer, sometimes he's farther, and I'm not quite catching what he's saying. Not all, at least.
Has he left?
No, he's here.
No, you still there, TNT?
Yeah, I cut off again. I don't know why, but
Are you walking around by any chance?
I'm standing in my kitchen.
Okay, because when we change locations, it might happen. Look, just calm down, buddy. We don't have to be confrontational, right?
Oh, I'm not
We can have a
confrontational. It's just it's just frustrating when people can't see this and want to say, "Oh, the Earth is just stationary," and it hurts the truth of trying to spread to people, and it does need to be discussed. But the main reason I get upset is people want to say it's one or the other. At the end of the day, we don't really know. We know it's not a ball. That's utter nonsense. I think we can all agree on that. But
you can't stop people from sharing information, and you can't be the arbiters of truth. By the way,
we don't know the outer workings of the realm we're in. We have no way to ascertain God's design or anything like that. It's above our comprehension.
Yeah, but there are certain things that you can know for yourself in reality.
To blatantly assert the Earth is stationary, you cannot prove that. It's Einstein's equivalency principle. Okay, you can't prove that, but we know it's not a ball. Okay, that can be proven. But
Oh, so you can prove one thing, but you can't. You have seen proof for that one thing, but not for the other.
What thing?
Well, it's like he's using a not. So you can say, you're saying you can say it's not a ball, but you're not allowed to say it's not moving. Right?
No, you can say that. I'm just saying that the practical demonstrations we have in hand show us otherwise, that there must be some sort of motion, whether it's linear, straight line. I think we.
Well, can I give you an example, right? Have you heard of a plumb bob tool that we use?
His signal's so bad, he's cut out again.
It's still here. Wait till he comes back.
Possible.
Has he got spot on's mic?
I don't know why it keeps cutting off. I don't know if it's my phone or what.
Yeah.
Discord uses a lot. Yeah, Discord uses a lot of everything.
Yeah, I don't know. It keeps cutting out in the middle of my train of thought here.
Have you ever heard of a plumb bob, the tool?
Yes, I have.
Right. Well, that is a tool that only works when it is static. Right. So it only provides a vertical when there is no motion.
Okay, but yes.
So therefore, you could make an argument that a plumb bob is a tool that only provides a vertical when stationary.
Yeah, of course. But if everything's uniformly from our reference point, okay, if the plumb bob, the building, everything, whatever you are hanging and fixing the plumb bob from, if this whole realm is in a uniform, perfect motion in one direction, and that you're hanging a plumb bob from a vertical, that's going to have no effect on the plumbness of the plumb bob. Now, say if you're on a globe Earth spinning in 4 different directions at ludicrous speeds, well, then of course that's not going to work because you have a left axis or a horizontal axis, vertical axis, diagonal axis that the Earth is moving on. Yeah, it's not going to stay perfectly true and plumb in that model. But if your whole reference frame is in a perfect uniform motion, that would have no bearing on whether or not that plumb bob would stay straight up and down. If our reference frame was gyrating left to right or spinning in circles, yeah, of course it's not going to stay plumb. But I don't really see your argument there.
Well, the argument is that there can be no motion. Otherwise, it does not provide a vertical.
This motion isn't some sort of, this would be a perfect uniform motion. Okay. So if everything is in uniform, so if I'm in a perfectly smooth elevator on magnetic rails, okay,
that is
perfectly accelerated. Listen, here's a thought experiment for you. If I'm in an elevator and it's on not a pulley, but say magnetic, it perfectly accelerates in motion.
You broke down.
There's so you're on the elevator.
We could stick to reality.
I am sticking to reality.
You could elevator. An imaginary elevator.
That's why, like, what can you prove to yourself? Like, when I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but like, when do you feel motion?
Okay, you guys are missing the point. The motion would be a perfect uniform motion and a static speed. Of course, the only way you're going to feel it is your weight, your directionality that you experience every day, because everything is in a motion giving you directionality. Yes, I know that if you take a plumb bob in an airplane, okay, and you hang it from the ceiling and you're flying, even though you're not really feeling any motion, there is still tiny bits of motion occurring in that airplane that are going to allow that plumb bob to deviate from the plumb because it's still floating across air. The engines are running. There's, all kinds of different little variables that'll cause that plane to slightly deviate. Okay. But if our reference frame is intelligently designed, okay, and a perfect creation, okay, then you could have a perfect, straight, uniform motion, and that would not affect a plumb bob. That's a fact. Okay.
No, I'm sorry,
Yes,
TNT.
it is.
This okay,
Yes.
okay. This is assertion. This is not a fact because you are talking about a closed frame of reference, and you cannot go outside of this frame of reference. So you cannot check. You cannot check
Exactly.
if this whole universe or whatever
No.
you think it is moving or not. So
Yes, and we can't check from outside the reference frame, but we can use our tools at disposals within the reference frame, try to figure out what is possibly going on, not outside, but what within our reference frame.
But and we are, as you said, if we are moving uniformly, so not accelerating, we wouldn't feel any motion. So any device wouldn't detect any motion either. So it is impossible in that frame of reference.
I know, but we can deal with what's inside of our reference frame. The demonstration I'm talking about with density and buoyancy ceasing to be in free fall. That demonstration, even though we can't go outside the reference frame, we can draw conclusions as to what is going on in and outside the reference frame versus just asserting it's stationary. Okay, well, what's going on outside of the stationary? You don't know. But yet I can still postulate what causes things to go down. That being in motion, there's a force at play. But what gets me wound up is when people just say the Earth is stationary and fixed, it's not moving, but density and buoyancy cause things to fall. That is nonsense because you can literally demonstrate in a car or whatever, the density and buoyancy are caused by motion. So
did anyone in here claim that though? Or are you just talking in general?
What do you mean?
That's annoying.
The general stationary Earther claim is the Earth is stationary and density and buoyancy are the cause of things falling. Or electrostatics, which again is nonsense because electrostatics doesn't know to cause density and buoyancy to cease to be the instant you let an object go. And it begins.
So what label do you go by then?
I just question everything, and I just get irritated when people want. I'm open to any interpretation or any discussion, but I would say I'm a practical realist.
With lots of hypotheticals.
Demonstrations. And I certainly don't follow anyone and just believe what they say. Oh yeah, I want to see for myself.
What demonstrations have you done for yourself? What have you gone out there and done?
I just told you, go get a water bottle with a pebble or a ping pong ball, something that's dense or something that's buoyant. Okay?
That's it. That's all you've done.
Yes, that is all you. What can you do?
Have you watched Dell do it? Or have you actually done it for yourself?
See, now you guys are just trying to start shit. Oh, you watched Dell do it again. No, I saw that from Dell.
He asked you a question.
Then if you know what you do, go take a water bottle, poke holes in it, let the water start running out the bottom. The second you let it go, the water will instantly freeze and it won't run out the hole. What causes that? I want to hear a half-brain explanation from you guys. Aside from I gave you my explanation of what causes it. I'd like you guys to explain it. What causes that? If it's just density and buoyancy, what is causing that to happen?
So you think it's the Earth accelerating upwards is what you're telling us that causes that?
It's either that or you guys are invoking, just like globe earthers, there's some magical, mystical force that freezes all of those objects the second you let it go from your grip. The second it's detached from the reference frame, you're asserting.
Why have we descended into like shape of the Earth arguments?
Oh my God, you guys are, Jesus Christ! No, this is why I don't participate in these freaking stupid things.
Well, because you don't like it when someone says, "Dude, I don't care about your whatever you think about the shape of the Earth." That's fine.
It's a question.
It's fine.
Explain it, and you have yet to explain it. You deflect and say, Why are we discussing shape of the earth when I literally asked you to explain my demonstration that I just told you? Give me one explanation to what
You
could be
started
called.
talking about globers, and you were
I
putting words in people's mouth and stereotyping and
How
labeling
about an
people.
explanation? How about an explanation? Stereotypes your crime. Explanation.
How
Why
about
not?
you
I'm
shut
giving
up?
you my explanation, lady.
Wow.
Where is yours? Where is your explanation? Do you have one? No, you don't have fuck all.
Why do you
He's talking
care?
about. What's he going on about?
What have I got to prove to you? What do I have to prove to you? And why do I have to prove anything to you about anything?
The base claim is how you
I haven't claimed anything, dude. You've come into a room of people who haven't claimed anything. You've got upset about one little thing you've heard, and you've gone on this tirade of labels, globers, shape of the earth, doing this, talking over people, telling everybody they're wrong. It's ridiculous.
You have responded with nothing but whining. I have literally told you my position, how I arrived at that position, provided you with a practical demonstration, and then asked you to explain it and tell me how I'm wrong. And all you can do is sit here and say, you're being mean, you're yelling, why are you talking about the shape of the earth? I'm trying to explain it to you. And then you wonder why I get mad, because you guys sound like a bunch of crybabies.
So you just did it again. You just did your shit again. How unaware are you of your actions right now? Is this how you conduct yourself in day-to-day life with people?
No.
Who ask you questions and disagree, or agree? Do you go into a pub somewhere and just start shouting your opinions at people and telling them they're wrong?
I don't. I'm trying to have a discussion.
Why do you feel that's acceptable to do now?
Do you hear me? Are you listening? Can I talk?
Well, it sounds like you don't hear me. So
no, because all I hear from you is a bunch of waffling. You're appealing to emotion. Is this how you conduct yourself? I'm discussing with you, and clearly I'm irritated because I've asked
one here, dude.
I've asked you a question, and it's like talking to a wall. Explain to me why I am wrong. Explain to me why my claims about the practical demonstration are wrong. I would love to hear.
Nobody has said you're wrong. Where did you get that from? You've got an opinion on something.
You all asked me why I think the earth has to be in some sort of motion. And I'm not the best at explaining things, but I'm pretty sure between what I've said to you, and if you really want to find out about it,
your demonstration was a ping pong ball in a bottle of water to show Earth's motion.
You guys are missing the bigger picture here. That is so simple, yet explains so much. Yet you guys are missing the whole point of what I'm trying to point out to you, and it's quite frustrating. And to be honest,
why don't you point it out specifically?
What do you mean? Specifically, what would you like me to point out?
Your point.
My point is, do you not listen? I just explained why either two things have to be true. Either there's a magical force that enacts on all objects and causes liquid and gas to freeze the instant you let them go, not attached to the reference frame, or when you let it go, it begins to decelerate because everything in the reference frame is in uniform motion. Now, I am open to a third postulation and explanation as to why we witness that phenomena in the practical world. But yet, when I bring it up, you got...
Okay, well, can I just point out again that I'd say I did point out about the plumb bob, right? And now you do have the plumb bob. You do understand that in reality, that is a tool that is used. And you say that, yet there is motion. Well, there can be only motion in one direction. One vector. That's the only motion you could possibly have. Would you agree on that?
Oh, sorry, guys. I had a call and it cut out. What were you saying about one motion, one vector?
I mentioned about the plumb bob. And the plumb bob is a tool that doesn't work if there is any motion. So, in reality, a plumb bob has to be stationary. Yet, you say there is still a possibility of motion.
Yes.
Right. Now, that would dictate motion in one direction and one direction only.
Yes, in one direction. But we can't, in our reality, we cannot create an environment where there's a perfect uniform motion without any disruption. Therefore, we'll never have a plumb bob in motion that can stay perfectly plumb, because it's always not going to be a perfect uniform constant motion. So you're not going to see, you're comparing.
Can we measure this motion? Can we measure this motion of yours?
Yeah, of course.
We measure.
It's called your weight. Duh.
Sorry?
It's called your weight. That's the measurement. It's the more mass you have, the harder it's pressing up, the harder it is to lift yourself away from the reference frame that's constantly pressing against you. Again, you guys are getting off topic and still deflecting from what I've said. If you're asserting the Earth is stationary, not moving, what is causing things to fall down? I would love to know, because I used to be the
you dropping them.
You drop.
You're saying these crazy things, bro.
So we're going with option one. It's magic. Wow.
No, it's not magic.
Okay,
it's
look,
like
I'm
if something's on the floor, right? If something's on the floor, it's not dropping.
By me looking at it, it just falls.
Hello? Hello?
I'm listening.
If something's on the floor, it's not dropping.
If something's on the floor, it's not dropping.
I can't really.
What does that even mean? If something's on the floor, it's not dropping. It's at rest. Yeah.
Okay.
What is your point?
It's not falling.
So when I pick an object up, then okay. What if I give it a magical property that's allowed?
Can't hear what you're saying.
If I pick an object up, by me picking it up, that because I messed with it, then that's what causes it to fall.
If you drop it, yeah.
Whether you let go of it, yeah.
Okay, but you guys, it's like I let go of it, but what? In order for there to be motion, there has to be a force. That's a physical, scientific fact. When I let go of it, what force is acting upon the object to cause it to go down? Simple shit.
You dropped it.
Simple. If you didn't pick it up, what would happen to the rock? Buddy, take a breath. If you didn't pick up the rock, what would happen to the rock?
If I didn't pick up the rock, what would happen to it? The rock would stay there unless it was on a plane or if it rolled down a hill or whatever. But again, how can you sit here and say by picking something up, that now allows it to move when I let go of it? What force, when I let go of that object, there has to be a force to cause the motion, not, oh, you just picked it up. And now it just decides, oh, well, I'm going to go down when he lets go of me instead of left or right or what. I mean, what the fuck? Ridiculous.
Why would you expect it to go left or right if you didn't throw it in that direction? I mean, you're saying crazy things, bro. Are you feeling okay?
I'm talking about letting it go. You're claiming density and buoyancy are causing things to move. There has to be a motion to cause a density.
I don't think
You
anybody
said that.
I think you just said that.
That's a lie.
Then again, back to my initial statement. You gaslighters. What the fuck is causing shit to fall? Not you fucked with it. That is not a force.
You know everyone can hear you, right? And everything you're saying and the way you're behaving.
Do you think I give a fuck what a bunch of bell-in flat earthers think about what the fuck I'm saying? No.
Nobody in here is a flat earther. That's where you're ridiculous.
Bunch of station things fall because you fucked with it. I mean, this is retarded, y'all.
You heard one person say one thing, and you came in here and labeled a whole group of people. What an absolute bigot! You're a bigot. If that's what you do, then you're a bigot. And
I've ever heard in my life, things fall because you fuck with them and pick them up.
If you drop them, then they will fall, won't they?
Yeah, I didn't say that for everything. But if you pick something up and you drop something, yeah, you picked it up and dropped it.
No wonder people laugh at flat earthers. It's because of dense.
There's no flat earthers here. Unless you're a flat earther, dude, then we can laugh at you, I suppose.
Asserting that things fall on their own volition with no force acting upon them. Dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
No, we're saying if you drop things, then they will fall. You're saying, what makes things fall? Somebody muted him.
I have, yeah, I have, because it's just descending into, I mean, it's almost like they think they can come in and troll and nobody's going to notice what they're doing. It was very obvious from the start, TNT. There is nobody in here that claims the earth is flat, okay? Not one. And that makes you an absolute liar. And you've stereotyped a whole group of people on one little sentence you heard. That, I mean, is that normal behavior? No, it's not. Does anyone have anything more to say to him or need to hear from him?
He's got a weird argument. I don't know what it is, but I'm intrigued where he comes from. Like,
yeah, me too.
I know he's got Earth moving, right? And he's not a flat earther. He's well, I don't know, upward Earth motion. Didn't he say
I'm curious.
level Earth reality or something like that?
Level Earth reality, yes. I wonder where everybody suddenly got all that from. Anyway, did you want me to unmute him?
Yeah. Let's. If you could try and not be as angry, though. I mean, it's getting a little bit weird.
Yeah, back and forth, bro. I'm curious. Do you think there's rotation? Or just one motion? I'm just curious of that. Just stay calm, bro. We can have a good convo. Do you think there's rotation?
He left.
Oh, of course he did.
Interesting. He got a little bit angry there. I don't like it when people get angry like that.
There might be road noise because I'm in the car, but did I gather that we're all flat earthers now because we don't agree or might not agree that the earth is moving upward? Did I get that right?
I think because he said, why do things fall? And we said, because you drop them.
And that makes us flat earthers.
It made him angry. So
well,
I don't know.
Certainly. But I'm wondering what made what made the moniker flat earther come out. Why? Because we've heard from certain people that level being horizontal means that we're flat earthers.
Yeah.
But this is a new one. I'm interested in how this equates to flat earthers, because there might even be more flat earthers than we thought were previously around in the kind of normal reality world. Yeah. Of course, we claim we're not, but everybody else seems to claim we are for several different reasons. It's fascinating.
Well, he was initially upset because somebody said, or he thought somebody said, that the earth is stationary. That was his initial beef. And the only one that says that here is me. So.
Well, no, I could, like I say, we can make arguments, like it did for the plumb bob. And now.
Oh yeah, I've made that one.
That's just.
Remember, I had a meme on that one,
isn't it? Like, I don't know why anybody should get upset about it. Somebody making an argument, but I mean, I think it still stands. It's never been rebutted yet.
No chance.
And I would say that there were a couple claims that he made, like you can't feel it when you're on a plane or in a car. I'm in a car. I can tell you, I can feel emotion. I've also felt it many times on planes. I've been on planes hundreds of times. So I don't know what he was getting at with that. It seemed very weird.
Yeah, I think when he heard the word rotation, he knew where that was heading and he hightailed it. Because that ain't constant motion, sunshine. You felt that one coming, huh? Yeah.
Well, like I say,
we're talking.
You should get Betty involved in on it. I'm like, the argument that I would make would be plumb bobs and levels need it to be stationary, otherwise they don't work.
Yep.
Betty's the one that wants to be making these arguments, not us. So I don't know.
My argument against is this motion is that if we are in some frame, sealed, let's say, frame of reference, so if we are moving in motion but not acceleration in some direction, of course we wouldn't feel that, but we couldn't also check if we are moving. So if we cannot check that we are moving, so this assertion is baseless. It is unfalsifiable statement. So it's just assumption without any backup, I would say. You cannot prove it, you cannot disprove it, so this is just worthless.
Sure, you can prove it. What do you mean you can't prove it?
No,
How
I'm
does
saying...
a plumb bob work?
Yeah,
How
he's
does a plumb
saying
bob
for
work?
them, for
Paper?
those people, right? If
Yes.
we say you can't
Oh,
tell
yeah.
if, like if a plumb bob has to be stationary, and then they say, well, it doesn't prove it's stationary. It could still be moving. I mean, it can't be falling, can it? It must be going upwards. But
Yeah,
but then
yes.
aren't you struggling if the helium balloon?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
So-
and
Yeah.
I was going
There's
to
so
ask him
many applications here. Yeah.
about. I was going to ask him about plumb bob,
It's
not
a
plumb bob,
plastic,
but
yes,
helium balloon.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can prove it one way, if it proves stationary, and then there's motion either way, positive, negative pressure, right? There is a zero, and it works as above, so below. Then how can you have motion with the as above, so below? Like I say, I don't understand what the argument is, and even when Spot On showed us that thing with Dell when he was doing it, and then there was a flatsoid thing, I had to watch it 3 or 4 times, and I still didn't understand what the problem is. Like, I don't understand what the argument is. I don't understand where they're coming from. I don't get it. So I'm keeping out of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bev. It's eerily similar to the conversations we have about level being horizontal, and the fact that, you know, certain people say that they diverge, but you can't see it, right? You can't see it. Well, what about 10 feet away from this point? I just created a horizontal and a plumb. Well, you can't measure it. It's there, but you can't measure it. This sounds like the same thing. We're in constant motion, but you can't feel it. How is that different? Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
No,
That conversation didn't even start. He knew where it was heading. That's just one motion he's talking about. In their fantasy model, there's many more and crazy, ludicrous speeds that they believe in. So, yeah, I think he got wind of that.
No, I think you are assuming the model of that guy, whereas I think this is a new breed. I really do. I was hoping that we might be able to get to have the conversation. But this guy obviously isn't a flat earther, but he's not a globe earther either.
You think there's a new breed? Wow, interesting.
Well, like I say, I've been there all along, but I don't understand the hostility and the inability to communicate.
Can I
That's standard
ask,
equipment. Yeah.
what was the problem with his argument?
He
He
didn't
had
have
no-
an argument.
He had
He kind
assertion.
of did, in my opinion, when he was stated, when you release that bottle of water with something in it or with holes in it, it ceases to move.
He claims buoyancy doesn't
demonstratable and
work.
repeatable that anyone can do this. I mean, I'm not making any claims here, but I think there's legitimacy behind that argument. It seems to me, unless someone else can explain why that happens, I can't think of anything else.
It does move, though, doesn't it? It moves with the ball.
But when it's touching the reference frame, whatever weighted in the water will stay at the bottom. When you raise it up and let it go, it'll reach a neutral point. Like you said, you poke holes in the bottom of that bottle of water, you release it, it'll stop flowing. Now, I'm not making any claims. I don't understand what the hell is happening here, but something is obviously taking place.
It's the head of pressure of the water, but the water needs to be static. It's hydrostatics.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Hydrostatics.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if it's not static, then it doesn't apply, does it?
I'm trying to grasp, I'm trying to figure out how that applies. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird, but like I wrote in the comments, I skydived. And when you leave the plane, you experience no sensation of falling, none, until the chute opens. Then you start to feel it. I can't explain that either. That was one of the weirdest things I ever experienced.
But that's where we would say epohe, right? That's like, you said it well. Like, I don't know what that is, but okay. So you can say that even show that happens in reality, but to claim then that the Earth is in constant motion upwards is like a bridge too far for me. It's like,
I get that, but it is one of the possibilities that could cause that effect. Do you not agree?
Maybe there's a million possibilities. Who the hell knows?
I'm not saying there isn't. I'm not, this is God's creation, and I'm not going to mess with God. I'm just saying it is one of the possibilities. And
I'm trying to see why, though. Can you explain to me why you think that? Because if something is falling, right, and something is going upwards, why would that change? I'm trying to understand that. It's still falling, right? So why would something going up towards it change that effect?
I'm not sure I follow the question, SC. Something's falling. What do you mean by something going up?
Okay, you say that when we drop the water, right? There's holes in it. Yeah. It stops pouring, right? I've seen that. We've all seen that, right?
Right.
Okay. So now, if we were to accelerate the room underneath, right? Yeah. Do you think that would change that effect?
Not while it's in free fall. If you're holding it, it will.
As a matter of fact, thank you. I've been thinking of this for so long, and you just made it click for me. Nothing will change, right?
You're right.
Yeah, thank you, bro. You did it. You just did it. Think about it. If we drop the bottle of water, right, with holes in it. I mean, let's say we have a bottle of water holding in my hand. There's holes in it. The water's pouring, right?
Right.
Now I drop it. That's what you're saying, and the water ceases to pour, right?
I'm not saying that's what happens.
Okay, right. I agree. Yeah, but follow with me now.
I am.
We know that that's happening, right? Now, if we were in a platform and we caused the floor to rise, would that change anything in that effect that we just witnessed?
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. You say you had a table that you could push a button and it'll shoot towards the ceiling underneath that bottle. Now, if you press that button and that table shot towards that bottle while it was falling, it would have no effect whatsoever. I agree.
Exactly. That's what I think.
Right.
Using logic now. We just something just clicked in my head. Yeah.
Why you guys are against this? It's a flat Earth society thing, but where's the best place to hide a lie? Seriously, between two truths. I'm not saying.
No, I'm with you, bro. I'm not doubting you, and I love this conversation. But answer my question. If in fact what Dell says is true, right? That would change something, right? We would be able to test this, put it in a platform, lift it, and somehow it would change something, right? Or no?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I'm not sure, SC. I'm not sure if I'm familiar enough with it to answer that question.
So thank you for this, because that just clicked. I've been thinking about this for a while, right? I don't think anything would change. I think it's the act of falling just the act of falling itself that causes that. It's like when you press the gas in a car, you move backwards, right? Pressure. So the act of falling is causing some sort of pressure, pushing the water back, not allowing it to fall.
Right, and it always takes
Well,
some kind of
kinetics.
pressure.
I don't know, man. I mean,
you need pressure to have movement, right? You need some type of pressure to have movement, right?
I would say so. Yeah, you got to push something for it to move. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So think about it. As it's falling, isn't it pushing back on the water? Can you think of it like that?
I'm trying to get inside the water here and experience that. I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, man, as it's falling.
Because to me, it doesn't make a difference if the platform is moving up. It doesn't matter. That phenomena is happening, regardless of what it is, right? I don't think by the Earth moving up would change that. I mean, that's just me, and
Okay,
that just came to my head. I'm just thinking out loud.
Let's consider the platform, and we put a jug of water on top of the platform. It's stationary right now, not moving, and there's whatever in it, eggs or whatever. Okay, now you hit the button, and that platform shoots to the ceiling. Anything inside that bucket is going to be forced down. Don't you agree?
Not if it's not touching.
Well, I'm saying anything
Is
with
the bucket
the
touching?
density, heavy enough to cause it to fall. I mean, a ping pong ball, I don't think would go to the bottom, although it might if the force of that movement is enough. But then if you release it to the table the other way, everything's going to stop being stuck to the bottom. It's going to start to float back towards the top. See, I don't know.
In this, what you're thinking, bro, is it touching the table? Because
yes,
the bucket, the water,
is
not touching the ground.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
I hear you, buddy. I hear you.
The magic is happening in the air. Whatever's happening, it's happening in the air. The ground has nothing to do with it.
It happens.
I think I just saw the light.
I think it happens when you release yourself from the reference frame, right? Which would be in the air. You're no longer attached to the reference frame. I don't know. I don't know. It's curious to think about.
Would you agree it's the falling that's causing this?
Pardon me?
The cause of this, whatever this is, would you say that it's the falling? Like if this wasn't falling, it wouldn't happen, right?
That's a good question, Esty. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, look, what are you doing here exactly? You're poking a hole in a bottle, you're holding it, right?
Right.
And it's pouring, right? Now, when this action that happens occurs is the moment you let go of the bottle, right?
Correct.
So we have two things, kinetic motion and falling.
But what
does the ground have to do with that?
I don't know. If it's moving upward at a constant rate, all those effects would happen too. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that is happening. I'm just saying it would have caused those effects.
Right, but my thing is if you accelerate, if you make a test doing that, moving a platform upwards, in your mind, should that affect the thing? Should it cause it more or less? I don't know.
Well, I think if you're increasing the rate, yeah, it should cause more, I would think. I don't know. I'd have to do the experiments. I've never done them. Interesting, though. I mean, it's completely interesting. I don't have an answer, but I'm not, taking it off the shelf as a possibility. I don't see how I can.
Would the as above, so below still apply if there was motion in either direction?
If it's all one piece and attached, yeah. If it's separated, no. If it's two different reference frames, no. But if it's all one, yeah.
I'm talking about as above, so below from the zero pressure. As is known.
What do you mean by zero pressure, Bev?
The water level is zero.
Okay.
And then you've got up and down, both vertical.
Right.
The same above as below. Positive pressure downwards, negative pressure upwards.
Right.
Would that still apply if you had an upward motion? Because I'd say not. I'd say the equilibrium would not be equal if there was motion.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't consider that. It's something definitely to consider.
I just thought of something else. Sorry, finish off.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
If you were to put those holes on the bottom of the bottle, hold on. Am I thinking this properly? I need some more refining on this one. Pass it by. I'm thinking out loud. I shouldn't be doing that.
Are you saying if you put holes at the top and the bottom of the bottle, would you have the same effect? Is that what you're thinking?
I was trying to think of a spinning motion to demonstrate this, but I think I came up short.
Okay. No, I find it interesting, and I can't, debunk it. I don't see how I could. Being within the reference frame, like Paper was saying earlier, you can't really test it other than, releasing the object and letting it fall, seeing the effect it has. But what causes it? Hey.
No, I can't agree with that because, look, you're talking about tremendous speeds here now, right? But do you know what speed the claim is that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, 9.8 meters per second, right?
Do you know what that is?
Wait. I was talking about constant speed.
Right.
I was not talking about acceleration. Because in case of acceleration, the case is over because we can feel acceleration, even small accelerations. So when SE is talking about rotating, this is also if angular speed is constant, it means that outer rim, it is called outer rim velocity. So it is acceleration, in fact. So
that's correct.
Any speed in rotation, you feel as acceleration. So it doesn't apply. But in linear motion, it may happen that you will not feel constant speed. And
I disagree with that as well. Yeah.
You could probably
I disagree with that as well because I challenge anybody, build a structure that you cannot feel motion in. It doesn't exist. So there's that too. But I get what you're saying, their constant motion story, but even that
shed down
can
at the
be
bottom end of the garden.
Yeah.
No motion down there.
That's correct.
We're not going to know why we're here. It's just constant questions.
Apart from the train.
Yes, the Globers bring a train, this sealed train, that you are in the train, and you, if you are going with constant speed, but this is linear speed, of course, you will not feel that you are moving. Yes, maybe yes, but you cannot check it. So if you are in sealed
you can't look out
frame
the
of reference,
of the train.
Yes, you of course, if you have window, so you can see that you are in motion. But without windows, it may happen that you will not feel anything, so you will would have impression that you are not moving. But
isn't there a difference walking?
I don't believe that.
Isn't there a difference walking forward on the train and backward on the train according to its motion? Can't you experience it then? Isn't it difficult walking against the forward motion in a train? I've only ridden on a train once, a long, long time ago, so I can't remember. But I thought I did experience that it was more difficult walking against the motion of the train than it was with it.
Yeah, and
I don't,
this
don't
notion
think
of
so.
reference frame, this notion of a reference frame, that's magic relativity bull. I claim there is no structure that can be built that I can be put in blindfolded, and you can move at tremendous speeds and I won't be able to detect it. I claim that's humanly impossible.
I would agree because
Yeah, not if it starts stationary for sure. You'll feel the acceleration, no matter what you're in, for sure.
No, but even if it's moving at a constant motion, I think that I almost know for sure I'll be able to detect the difference.
In a
There'll
linear
be something.
motion,
There'll be a vibration. There'll be a noise. There'll be something. There's no way.
yes, yes, I agree. So you cannot separate yourself so perfectly that you will not feel, hear, or see anything. That's practical problem. I would say that this is practically impossible, but in theory, that would work. But we are not living in theory.
Exactly. Yep. So if you're troubled by somebody saying that we're stationary, well, that's a you problem, buddy. In reality, the to-go position, the default position is I'm stationary. I'm not moving until somebody shows me different.
sure feels that way.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
called hydrostatics.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what static
I think people
means.
I think people have felt volcanoes before and earthquakes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, your senses will pick it up immediately, in my opinion. There couldn't be a change or a motion under your feet, and you would not notice it. No way. I don't believe
No
that.
chance.
No chance.
Yes, but change is acceleration. So from no motion to motion, this is acceleration. So
Correct.
you obviously can feel that. But the burden of proof that we are moving is on that person who is claiming that we are moving. And as I said, his claim is unfalsifiable. You cannot falsify it
Correct.
or prove. So this is just empty statement.
It kind
It's a
of
baseless claim, is what it is.
Yeah.
And it kind of confirms that we must be contained, don't you think? Because if we were in motion and we were outside of the reference frame, we'd probably feel it or notice it, right? So, and if we're contained, we wouldn't. These are just things I'm throwing out there, guys. I'm not making any claims.
The plumb bob.
Yeah.
The plumb bob is the proof.
Yep.
Look, there. I feel bad saying it here, especially, but it has to be said, right? Their claim is, in their fantasy, that they're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. This is what they believe. They're not just in motion. They're in mental, ludicrous, how does the movie say, ludicrous speed motion. Yeah, it's insanity.
It is. If you believe that, you're definitely.
Some people are upside down as well. Whilst
Like the
doing that.
quickest I've flown was, what, 550 in a plane? I think that was the fastest I've ever been. How about you guys?
I don't know. Whatever the speed was when I was in the plane, don't remember. It's been a while since I've flown.
Is there a
fun.
way of measuring the speed of a plane? I don't think there is.
You mean individually?
Oh, they say there is. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got speed on the ground speed, but
Correct.
I don't think there's any other way of knowing.
Yeah, how do you measure it against air? That's a good point, but
You got point A and point B, and you time the distance.
that's all you can do, correct?
Yeah.
Straight line.
And that would give you an average, right? So how's everyone been?
The usual.
Hey, just so you know, in the live chat on YouTube, John's take is me. I don't have access to my original channel anymore. I have no idea what happened, but I can't even use it. It's still there, but I can't use it. I had to start a new channel.
Been locked out.
I think it might have been when I was clearing all my cookies and history and stuff. It might have been cleared the password for that account or something. I'm not sure. But I had to start this channel.
Well, welcome back.
A lot of things have changed in my life, guys. Oh my God. I don't want to say it live, though.
Pretty sure a lot of things have changed for just about everyone over the last whatever. Things are changing fast, rapid.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys pretty regularly, so. Except when Kevin comes on, I shut it off. Just kidding.
I'm glad you haven't lost your sense of humor, brother.
No, it's still there.
I wished I'd have known you were hanging around because we've been in Rochester for the last 4 days.
I was wondering if you were here for the holidays because I didn't see you on the show. So I said, I wonder if he's up here for the holidays visiting his parents.
Yep. We're headed back.
It was my birthday on the 5th, too, dude.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
I'd have hooked you up, man.
I consider, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
It's mine tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, happy birthday.
Hang on a minute, you kept that one quiet.
What do you mean? I told everybody else earlier today.
Oh.
He said, shh, don't tell Emma.
I was going to say, I didn't realise.
We partying all tomorrow. Right, Bev?
Doesn't want to date himself with the ladies, huh?
Oh, I don't even know how old I am.
I think I know how old you are.
That's caring.
Yeah. Just another Gregorian year. Another year wiser.
So, see, like I keep saying with this guy, he's Beddy's bringing this argument from Aristotle, or he imagines that it's an argument from Aristotle.
It is not.
Well, it's this. It sounds to me like they want to get involved in this upward momentum sort of thing. I can't see any other reason for them doing it. You know, like why else would Beddy be wanting to bring this in?
This argument about Earth in motion, allegedly, is not brought by Bebby, is not from Aristotle.
I know.
I can assure you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty obvious, but it's the fact that he's wanting to enter this conversation. Like me personally, I don't even think it's an argument worth bringing, because it's as ridiculous as Beddy and his, you know, his non-argument.
It is self-contradictory, so we can just hand wave it, because shape doesn't matter in motion, so it's just, for me, this is nonsense. And by the way, he said, as he said that he's logician sort of, and when he was asked, about if it is Aristotle's argument, or he said it by himself, he said that it is from Aristotle or from previous natural philosophers. So he is not, he didn't say explicitly that it is from Aristotle's, but he said that or Aristotle's or someone else previously, so former natural philosophers. So I did some research on that, on this ancient natural philosopher, pre-Socratean, previously than Socrates, and I didn't find anything on that. This motion, this earth falling down, cannot find anywhere so far. But it is not from Aristotle for sure.
Oh. Well, it does seem like he wants to take it to Blue Marble Science HQ and let the Blue Marble scientists have a go at it.
Okay, but still, that would be complete misrepresentation of Aristotle.
Yeah. Yeah, but isn't that what they want to do?
Yeah, as usual.
If they can get Aristotle involved with the I don't know what you call it. I don't even know what Dell calls it. You know, the idea of the is it an upward motion? Although
it's constant, by the way.
Yeah, they don't seem to want to. I mean, they don't seem to want to say it, do they?
I spoke to Brian. I haven't spoke to Dell about this, but I spoke to Brian, and he says it's a constant upward motion, no acceleration.
If no acceleration, so it is unfalsifiable. So for me, this is just nonsense. But I am not aware. Dell, who is Dell, and what he said, because I am not aware. I've heard that argument that this is flat Earth society, an original flat Earth society argument that gravity is this upward motion of whole, let's say, universe.
Haven't I heard Brian Cox saying that as well? I think I can remember the one where he's in the vacuum chamber. I'm pretty sure he says an upward motion, or I've heard that somewhere. Pretty sure it was Brian Cox. I've heard
he probably, but Hassan Pfeffer, what's her name? I always mispronounce her name. I apologize. The German one says that, quotes Einstein. Yeah, that's the claim. That's the model.
It was the claim also of Einstein that in his relativity, that this is not stone falling down to Earth, but you can say that Earth is going up to the stone, which is nonsense, of course, but still. This is what he said.
Here, there she is. I just posted a picture of her. One of the top leading scientists of the day. With a demonstration. There's your boxes. There's your reference frame nonsense.
Hey, Paper, I put a video of Dell's in the live chat there if you want to check it out. His channel's Beyond the Imaginary Curve. I think you should just listen to his argument. That's all I ask.
I've tried to listen to it, and I'm not so sure that there is an argument.
Is it long?
This one I think is 3 or 4 minutes. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I will switch to I will mute you, and I will go with that.
If I understand it correctly, they're saying buoyancy ceases, or there's another force. Is that correct, John? Is that the argument?
Buoyancy ceases. Is that the right way to put it?
Or buoyancy stops, and why? Is that something like that? Because, oh no,
Well,
hold on. Something about decelerating. When it's falling, it's decelerating. That's another thing I heard them say.
right.
I mean, it's a whole hodgepodge of
Right.
things.
It is. I mean, and it's new to me, and I'm still trying to, grasp what he's saying. But I can't deny the legitimacy of his experiments. I mean, I don't know how to explain them. His experiments work.
What experiments? He drops something, and the
Right.
water stops. That's been done since time immemorial.
Yeah, but there's got
I
to be
mean-
a reason for it. And his premise is nothing moves without pressure. You can't move even in left or right. You can't move in either of those directions with something pushing at you. And if you're pushing something backwards, whatever I'm thinking in my head, you're not seeing what I'm seeing, but say you're on a road and you're in reverse going backwards, your body and everything in the car wants to move forward. Now, when you accelerate forward, your body wants to move backward, except for anything with a lighter buoyancy, which like helium would move forward. And none of this effect happens without motion. That's all he's saying, and I'm trying to grasp it.
Hold that thought, bro. Hold that thought. So when you drop the water
Right.
in one direction, isn't the water going in the other direction? By that logic?
Well, it's decelerating. Yeah. Don't confuse me, SC.
No, I'm just thinking out loud, bro. I'm
No,
not
I hear you.
making any. What
Good,
Kevin
great
said
point.
is the smartest thing, right? When you find something like this, you go into epoche, right?
Yeah.
You reserve judgment until you
Yeah.
acquire more information, I guess.
Well, good to at least talk about it. I'm not saying you have to take it on as a truth, but it's weird.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
really
mind.
weird. Definitely weird because it's definitely there and it exists, but we can't claim a cause.
Yeah, but to get triggered like that guy did, I mean, that's the thing that we were getting a little confused by. Like Kev said, right? The hostility was just weird.
Well, probably because he doesn't know you guys well enough. Maybe I don't know. But
Yeah,
it's not the right way to go about.
I mean,
Yeah.
How is that sort of a rebuttal to anything?
That's just him losing his shit. Yeah, you can have, a conversation without going that direction, for sure.
I've noticed that a lot. They're mad. They're angry. They're very angry.
Yeah, there's no need.
It's like what? Yeah. Did your favorite team lose or something? I mean, did you lose? I mean, what are you fighting for? I don't get it. If you're seeking truth, right, you shouldn't get angry of whatever you find. Why are you getting angry for?
No reason to get angry. Nobody here got belligerent with him, so there's no reason for him to get angry.
It could have been a coincidence, but he left as soon as I brought up spin.
Yeah, I know.
He was having a pretty bad connection. Like I couldn't hear.
That too. Maybe he just dropped. Yeah. Well, if you're out there, you're welcome to come back, bro.
Yeah, anybody's welcome to come in. Free for all Friday. I think it's an interesting conversation, but I mean, I think it's been around for a while, this conversation, hasn't it?
This is 2016,
Yeah.
This thing. Definitely.
The buoyancy density thing?
Yeah, it's a physics
Yeah.
thing. Poking holes in a bottle and dropping it. It's been done at these I don't know, what do they call them? The thingy lectures. Where they go and do them, and they normally do them at Christmas. Where they show these professors, physicians doing lectures in big halls to children. This is one of the demonstrations that's been going on for ages. Poking holes in a bottle
That
and
guy
then dropping
Green?
it.
Yeah, YouTube Green, that guy Brian Green does that. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, look at the demonstration they used to illustrate Einstein's version of space time. They take that flexible sheet of whatever and then they put weights on it and everything rolls to the middle. Now, how can anybody accept that? That's not a legitimate experiment or anything, or a demonstration. That's stupid. At least, with Dell's experiment, he's using everything naturally, except for the plastic bottle, I guess.
I have no idea what he was going to prove. That way.
Yeah, you really, I get you, Paper. I get you. Definitely showing an effect, though. But we can't prove it.
Here you go. Found the video.
Yeah.
7 years ago, he did this.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I
You
see
think
it.
the timing is like? You think the timing? Pretty amazing timing there. That's 7 years ago.
He's using that to explain how the universe works.
Well, he explains the dropping bottle that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, demonstrates it.
And what does he say is the reason behind it? You remember?
What does he say the reason is? Is it? I'm not sure, actually. I forget, to be honest with you.
Is this long, Essie?
I think this is a shorter version.
Check it out.
And these are all baseless claims. These are all theoretical,
For me, this film you posted, SE. I don't either. I don't know what it has to prove, because if you are just dropping this bottle with these holes, so in free fall, it is obvious that this water should stop to drop, because the bottle is going in the same speed as this water would drop, or even faster. So the water doesn't stop to drop. It is dropping in the same rate as the whole bottle. So that's why, because if bottle is going down and water would go down from bottle, it means that water should travel faster than the bottle in free fall.
Yeah,
which is
or
impossible.
any object within the water, which is what Dell's doing.
Yeah.
Like, I can't see why it would, because the moment it stopped, then there would be a massive difference, and you would have some sort of a, I don't know, you'd have a weapon.
Look, everything is falling.
Natural.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. And why is everything falling? Because you lifted it up and you dropped it. That's it.
Well, nothing's really ever falling, Essie.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
And the nonsense of why it fell down, it's because you didn't push it that, you didn't throw it that way. Just let it go.
yeah,
Had
but
you put
get
some
Dell's-
force into it, it would have went that way and then fallen.
But you get Dell's point. How do you just infuse some type of energy into something that causes it to move by lifting it? Like he says, what's it doing? Is it taking something from my body and putting it in this rock that's going to cause it to move? I mean,
No, your body, your muscles
Yeah.
caused the bottle to lift and then you dropped it. I mean, I don't get what's the confusion.
But
Yeah.
his point is always you need that pressure to cause something to move.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
need
caused it to
force.
move.
You need force.
You didn't push it down, you just let it go.
Or you're saying what caused it to go down?
Yeah. Well,
For me,
God.
this is obvious that relationship between densities, because objects are seeking equilibrium, and the question is why it is going down and not up, and why helium balloon is going up instead of down. But this is philosophical question. But they object which are heavy, they are going down, and heavy means that they have greater density than the medium they are in. So, and we can see, for example, motion up and down with water. Sun is warming water, water is vaporizing, vapor is going up. Then we have clouds, which is the process of freezing this little vapor, and it is by warming again. It is going down because it creates droplets, and droplets are going down. So the same water, being in different state of density, is going once up, and the second time is going down. The same water. So for me, density explanation is very simple.
Sure, it definitely works. I'll just bring up another Dell point paper. Are you sitting right now?
I am.
So do you feel the pressure on your ass?
Yes.
What causes that?
My weight.
And your weight is caused by what? An upward motion?
No.
No, that's where the nonsense comes in.
I
No.
know. I'm just bringing it out there, guys.
Weight is just difference between densities. I am denser than the air. If I was sitting in with my chair and in the pool, swimming pool, my ass will not suffer. At least not so much, very little, because I would be lighter. You can check it.
I'm not arguing with your paper. I agree.
Yeah,
If you
this
are
is a
sit-
non-argument, I think.
Yes, you can check. For example, if you are sitting in the bath full of water, so you are lighter. So you can feel that you are much lighter, and
You're in a different medium, right? Yeah.
yeah, you are in denser medium, Therefore, difference between your density, your body's density, and the water is smaller than your density and air. The difference is huge between air and your body's density, and between water and your density is close to 1-to-1. That's why we don't sink immediately, because our density, average density of our body is close to water. And if you empty your lung, even in bath, you will go down.
I was just going to ask you that. Is it because of the air in our lungs? Yeah.
Yes, and it creates difference in average density of an object. So if you have lungs full of air, you are floating on the surface. But if you empty your lung, you will go down. So it means that
Didn't an ancient guy? Oh, sorry, Paper. I thought
Archimedes. You are talking about Archimedes.
Yeah, didn't an ancient guy figure that out and he shouted "Eureka" after he found it?
Yes.
Supposedly
Yes,
he ran through the town butt naked. That's surprised he was.
Yep. No togas or anything. Yep. Yeah, this argument is like, I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I go, they can't be saying that. Please tell me they're not saying that. And yeah, they're saying that. The earth is moving upwards.
Is it illogical?
A relativity argument, flat earth argument, flat earth society argument.
Is the argument illogical, SE?
Yes, it is illogical.
How?
Yes.
Why? Why? I'm not saying it is, but logically it works.
No.
I'll tell you why. Because the logical position, the default position is I'm not moving now.
I hear you.
That's logical.
I hear you. I agree totally. I experience no movement.
So how is it how is it logical though? How do you imagine it's logical?
Because of the experiments, and they do work. And is there another logic behind the experiment? I mean, the density buoyancy
thing. What's the logic behind the experiment?
That when you leave the reference frame, things change.
Which reference frame is it leaving?
The one we're standing on.
Yes, but you cannot. The problem is that in order to check if you are moving or not, you have to leave your reference frame.
I agree.
And they say you cannot do that because we cannot leave a universe we are living in.
I agree.
So that's why it is unfalsifiable. This is the point where it is illogical, because you cannot do anything with that.
Yeah, I hear you, Paper.
I think wouldn't you say that the reference is Euclidean?
How do you mean, Bev?
Well, what is it that you're referencing? You say when you want to leave the reference frame. Well, where is the reference frame?
This space.
Euclidean.
Where you are.
Euclidean three space, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And this frame has to be free from external influences. So it has to be perfectly sealed.
So you have to leave the Euclidean reference frame that you're in. And where would you go to leave the Euclidean reference frame?
This reference frame would be our universe. So that's.
I wouldn't even say universe. I'd just say it's that Euclidean. I mean.
Yes, Yes, yes. So you will have to leave this reference frame to go outside of universe to check if this universe is moving. This is just insane. But
well, there are some people that say that you can literally just go to the surface of a ball to leave the Euclidean reference frame. So they can do it, right? Those are the people that are able to do it, according to them, right? It just
okay. So if they are talking about this rotation, yes, this is argument of rotation of
no, just
spinning ball.
rotation. No. We state that reality is Euclidean. Some people state that non-Euclidean exists on the surface of a ball. Euclidean ball.
Nonsense.
I mean, we say that's ridiculous, but that's their claim, right? They have to go to that claim to have it be like this. So if you leave the reference frame, is that what Dell's claiming? That there is a removal of the reference frame by dropping something?
No, I would say no.
I don't know.
I don't know, Bill.
Never been in the argument, right? Because it doesn't sound like a valid argument to me at all. Doesn't sound like an argument.
It does to me, Bev. And I'm not going against you because I don't know, but I mean I see some validity in the argument.
Go on. Well, what's the argument then?
When you remove yourself from pressure, things change.
Well, but are you removing yourself from pressure?
Oh, I have no idea.
That's a very damning statement you just said there, buddy. Think about it.
Let's start.
Are you removing yourself? Yeah.
What is pressure? If you say that it's a valid argument for you removing yourself from it, then what is pressure?
Push.
I was taught in school back in the day that there is potential energy, which would be weight, and kinetic energy,
right,
which would be movement. So you are in that case, in that frame of thinking, you are just changing one type of energy into another.
Potential energy would be like winding a rubber band and not letting it go, right? Kinetic energy would be letting it go, correct?
Yes, you are creating obstacle, for example, for the stone or bottle with water to go down, because you are creating obstacle, and you are doing that with coercion or force. And this is potential. So this bottle has potential energy to fall, and this with speed. So
where did that potential energy come from in the bottle, Paper?
That would be from difference with density, but still it is not moving, but it has weight in the air. If you keep in hand this bottle, you can feel the weight of this bottle. So it has weight. It's not pressing, but it has weight. But if you drop it, it will go down, and then you can say that it has no weight, because this weight is exchanged into changed into kinetic energy, so it is moving. So I can't explain that in that way, but for me this is the cause that something has weight or is moving down. So these two types of energy is caused by a relation between density, and this difference in densities causes things to move because they seek equilibrium. This is natural, to seek equalization or equilibrium, dynamic or static. Static would be entropy, and dynamic would be equilibrium. So that's all.
Everything wants to be in the least energetic form. Think of it like that, right?
Yes, something like
When
that.
are you most comfortable? When you're running or when you're sitting? It's not rocket science.
Well, for somebody that runs all the time, they might be more comfortable running. I don't know.
Well, maybe comfortable is not the right term, but yeah.
I
Have him
understand
run
your
for
point.
3 hours and ask him, would you rather be sitting or running right now?
Absolutely, I agree. Your point.
Look, the energy, if you want to think of it, is when you grab the bottle and you lift it up in the air, right?
Yeah,
That's you doing it.
no argument.
So without you doing that, there's no potential energy, there's no stored energy, there's no kinetic energy. The object is in equilibrium at rest, where it's comfortable, not dispensing any quote unquote energy. And it ain't gonna do nothing until you or something goes along and moves it.
But do those density layers not disappear in free fall?
Why? Density is
Density layers.
of the medium. This is density of medium. So if we are talking about air, of course, there are differences between air and air, because if air is hot, it is less dense. And if air is cold, it is more dense. And the same with humidity within air. So there are differences, but there are small differences. But if we take air as a uniform medium with one density, given density, so it is still a difference between object and this density of the air. So this object is still in medium. So it doesn't matter if this bottle is in your hand and you can feel this, let's say 1 kilogram of weight, or you put this bottle on weight and you can measure that this is 1 kilogram still. It doesn't matter if it is in your hand or it is on the ground or on weight. It has weight still because it
but
is
if you
in
put
medium.
something on a scale and weigh it and then drop it, it has no weight anymore.
In motion,
even
yes.
if it's attached to the scale, it will have no weight.
I would
In
say
free fall.
that because yes, but this free fall is just changing this potential energy, which is weight, into motion, which is kinetic energy. And by the way, even Newton said that you can measure force only by creating an obstacle. So if the bottle is falling down, you cannot measure weight because you have to create obstacle. And you, when bottle is going to down to ground or to our weight, the weight is obstacle. It will hit weight and will stop there, and will show 1 kilogram. Of course, not immediately. It will show more because acceleration would cause this impact force would be greater. But after some time, it would show 1 kilogram. So that's it. For me, this is very simple. I have no problem with density and kinetic and potential energy.
Just imagine what this conversation is going to be like when we get to the other side and we understand things, paper.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe we're talking about that. This is how it works. If we ever do.
Do you think if
this is why for me
constant upward? Go on, bro.
Oh, sorry, Essie. I was just going to say that's why for me the when we came across the ideas of epohé and ataraxia is so important, because a lot of what we've spoken about here tonight, you really cannot predicate upon because you cannot know.
Yeah.
Right? If you're thinking about if you say the sentence while you're standing perfectly still, if you say, I am moving, right? You are predicating upon something that the true and false statement is observably false. When you're standing perfectly still and making the claim, I am moving, that's a false statement. Unless you are assuming something which you cannot know, right? You cannot know if you're trying to say that that's a true statement by standing perfectly still. But if you are standing perfectly still and you say, I am not moving, that's observably true. Therefore, you can predicate upon it. That's why, for me, it's epohe and ataraxia. But see, Bacon took that all away. The powers of observation are gone. You disregard your senses to say, if I'm standing perfectly still, I am not moving. You throw that away and say, yeah, your observations say you're not moving, but yeah, you're really moving. To me, that I can't go with that. Just can't.
That's a perfectly
so I claim
logical
epohe.
position. That's a good position,
right? I claim atarax of peace about it because I can't know.
But I can know that this assumption that I am moving while I am not moving is begging the question. So doing assumption as begging the question is logical fallacy. So I can avoid that.
Yeah, that's why I said before, the default position is you're not moving. That's the logical position. To me, anything other than that position is simply illogical.
Yeah, this is
and it's the burden of the other person who's saying it to come up with any proof, evidence, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, and until he didn't bring this evidence or proof, this is begging the question. This is classical begging the question.
Yeah, they played a magic trick on them, convincing them that you see an object in the sky called the sun moving, but you're moving, not it. That is complete illogic. Broken logic is what I call it.
Look how many people they've convinced it to be true.
Yep. And the one guy that came in to defend it got all kinds of angry, and I talk to a lot of guys like that, and they all have one thing in common. Once you bring them to a certain point, logic breaks down and they get angry. They get angry because they have to defend a fantasy that somebody's clearly challenging them, that there's like they have no way out except like sheer anger and insults.
I don't get it. I don't get the getting annoyed. Unless, well, I can understand it if it's coming from a point where you imagine you have an argument, and then the moment you find your rhetoric can't express that argument, then it's more frustration, I think.
Yeah, I think it's when they realize, the only way I can say it is the cog-dis event horizon. When the model conflicts with reality, a point where they have to like bend a straight line, make a hump that's not there, make a drop that's not, assume motion when there is none. I think that's when they start to lose it. Because they know, they see, like they peer into the the nonsense, but they can't. They have to they have to back the model or their thoughts or whatever. So I think that's the point where they lose it. And you can almost predict that point when it's going to occur.
Well, I don't know. Like, it's the argument, isn't it? I'm still unsure as to what like I can see the sufficient cause, right, for them wanting to bring some sort of an argument about how this works. I don't know, into I don't know, what would you say? The idea of bringing this it's a gravity question, right?
Sort of, yeah.
This one, yeah, it's definitely
there's
a
no way
gravity
of getting
question.
out of the gravity thing, the idea, whereas it's just vertical. The moment you put a number to vertical is where you have to say up or down, right? Which way does it favor one or the other?
Yep. It's very perplexing.
For me, this is very simple. Something that is less dense than air is going up, and something that is more dense than air is going down. And it is provable by experiment. You can check it for your own. You can, for example, have normal balloon, not with helium, but normal balloon with air. You can put this balloon slightly pumped only into, for example, into the bath with warm or very warm water. You can see that this balloon will expand because this air would be rare in the balloon, and it will go up because in your bathroom the air would be colder, so more dense, and then this balloon will sit on your ceiling until it will cool down, and it will go down again. So this is very simple experiment you can do at home.
If only we had a math teacher around to ask him his take on this.
Womp. How you doing, guys?
Hey, Charles.
Hello.
Hey, Charles.
You're not a maths teacher, are you?
I pretend. I play one on TV.
Yeah.
So I got a couple statements. Although this is not my forte, this is not my area of debate. But the idea that you have to lift something up to give it potential energy. The thing that was going through my mind was rock slides. So I did a YouTube search on rock slides, and there's some pretty amazing. Yeah, my hair looks fabulous. There's some pretty amazing footage of rocks, falling down a mountain, and it's like, all right, so there wasn't any person that lifted them up, but clearly.
What's the difference, Charles? It's like knocking a rock out of my hand, or some movement of the earth causing the rock to fall out of its position on the mountain.
Yeah, well, the idea is the idea that I kept hearing from folks, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. It was that if it's something is at rest, I would say a rock sitting on the top of a mountain is at rest, but then something happens, whether the ice had frozen and made some cracks or something, and then it just gave way. And I would argue that those things definitely have potential energy, because potential energy is measured from distance from the center of the earth.
And I say that Charles, I said that this potential energy is weight.
No, potential energy is a form of energy. Weight is not a form of energy. Potential energy is proportional to weight, sure, but it is not weight.
Okay.
Like one of the things is a pendulum. I did a pretty deep dive on pendulums when I was doing my Foucault pendulum stuff.
That's a plumb bob in motion, right?
Yeah, but yes, but we don't call it a plumb bob because it is in motion. Yes, you are exactly right, Bev. But the neat thing about a pendulum is when you pull the pendulum back, then right before you let it go, you have now increased the potential energy of the weight, the bob. And then when you let it go and it swings, that, a couple inches or whatever of potential energy is now converted to kinetic energy. So the pendulum moves fastest at the bottom of the swing, and then it, swings back up to the other side, converting the kinetic energy back into potential energy, and then it comes to a stop, then eventually reverses. And roller coasters work the same way. I'm a big fan of roller coasters. You're constantly changing energy between potential and kinetic with pendulums and with roller coasters. But, it's not the same as weight.
For me, it is the same, and you said that is proportional. So it is in the same proportion. So for
it's
me,
proportional to weight.
Yeah. Yes. So it is. Yes. So if you are changing potential energy, you are changing weight at the same rate because it is proportional.
No, you can change potential energy by simply raising or lowering it, not changing the weight. Potential energy is also proportional to height. I hope that makes sense. But potential energy is a function of weight and height, and then weight is actually uses gravity in there.
Vertical height.
We call it gravitational potential energy.
Yeah, it's vertical, though, right?
Changing the distance from the center of the Earth, where vertical is aligned with plumb.
Yeah, that's what vertical is.
Oh, but there are other forms of potential energy because you could store energy in a spring, you could store energy in a battery, you could store energy in like a chemical reaction. Like I'm also a fireworks guy, so fireworks have tremendous chemical potential energy. But gravitational potential energy, which is the kind that most people think of when they say potential energy.
Man creating that potential energy. How does a rock sitting on a hill have potential energy?
Because it has the potential to fall. It's a great question. John?
Yeah.
Okay, John. No, that's a great question. It has the potential to fall.
Yes, so it means it has weight. That's my answer is because it has still weight. And why
it has weight and it also has height. It has both weight and height.
No, wait a second. It has weight. Why? Why it has weight? My question for you.
Yeah, and again, it's not my area of forte, and a lot of people are going to be.
My answer is simple because this proportion between densities. That's weight.
Yeah, but density is
do you agree with that?
The function of mass per unit volume. So that's now.
This is you are creating equation. I am talking about proportion between densities, and we can check that works.
Well, it actually doesn't, because you can have two items with the same density and different weights. You can have two items with different weights in the same density. So you can.
But you have to change volume in that case. But I am talking about, for example, let's say a metal ball. You are dropping metal ball in the air, and it has weight, or on the weight. You have metal ball on the weight, and it is 1 kilogram. And then you put a metal ball into the water, where you have weight also at 0, and you can measure that the same ball in water is lighter.
Yes, because of the buoyant force. Yes.
No buoyant force. It is because density of water is much larger than density of air. So you are changing proportion between water and the ball. It is smaller proportion, and between air and ball is much greater, like 1,000 times.
Right, and if you put it in a vacuum, you would find it weighs even more.
Oh yes, but you cannot do that, of course.
You could put a scale in a vacuum. They do that. They saw this really great video of it's like a scale.
Newtonian?
Yeah, you could call it Newtonian. I mean, that's just a framework of how you understand it, but that's fine. It works.
This is
It's
not
fine, Newtonian.
Newtonian, absolutely, because Newton describes gravity as mass attracting mass, not density relationship.
Yeah, well, I mean, mass attracting mass, sure, but we're in a fluid environment, and the environment that we're in right now is air, but air is a fluid. It's like you could put something in water, which is another fluid, liquid. But the point I was trying to make was that there was this really neat video on this scale that can measure something in the millions of pounds, and they've got these huge steel plates that they put in this scale. They literally have to take account for the buoyancy that each of these metal plates has in air. So like when they're doing their reading, they actually have to take into account the barometric air pressure of the room, because they have to factor out the buoyancy of these big, huge steel plates because they are buoyant in air. They're not a lot buoyant, but that would mess up the reading because these scales are supposed to be extremely precise. But it's just a fascinating topic.
Newtonian physics, mechanics.
Sure. The thing about Newtonian versus Einsteinian is that if you start getting
geometry,
is that if you start getting into
relativistic geometry,
relativistic,
is the difference between the two.
no, it is not.
Of course it is. Newton
the
used
difference-
Euclidean geometry. That's the
Everybody
framework
can
that
use
Newton used.
Everybody can use Euclidean
That's not
geometry.
what Einstein used, is it?
Oh my goodness.
That's the difference,
Einstein had
though,
no
right?
problem. No, it is not the difference. You just asked, and I just answered, and now I'm answering again. No, it is not the difference. I was trying to explain the difference, but you cut me off.
Well,
Can I tell you?
Newton used Euclidean.
Einstein used Euclidean as well.
Oh, really?
Einstein can explain everything with three-dimensional XYZ, what do they call it? Three space. It's Euclidean geometry is just a way of referring to the directions of things, the areas of things, and there's all sorts of stuff in Einsteinian that uses vectors and three-dimensional space, and that's not a problem.
Not a problem for. It was a problem for Betty the other day.
No, I think you're putting words in his mouth. But anyway, it's fun. It's fun to talk about. Is that Martin? Askin just posed. Martin Lawrence, man, he was so funny. But he did not treat his coworkers very well. What was his coworker? Tisha Campbell. He did not treat her very well.
So you're with the upward acceleration crowd?
No, that is a misunderstanding of a relativistic argument. And there's a lot of misunderstandings in this arena. So, and then when the thing is,
you disagree with Dell? You disagree with the Dell argument, the new one there?
I'm not really sure what Dell argues because, he's a flat earther and I disagree with just about everything he says. But, I enjoy seeing people go out in the field and make practical demonstrations. I think that's fantastic. So I'm a big fan of that stuff he's doing. But
you claim the same thing, Matt. You claim
no, I am not
the Earth is
claiming
moving
the same
upwards.
thing. I literally
You
just
don't?
said that this upward acceleration thing is a misunderstanding of relativistic physics.
So Einstein was wrong.
No, Einstein was correct. So
the Earth does move up.
no, it does not.
Okay, correct. Okay, can you please explain then?
Yes.
If
So
Einstein was correct and he says that the Earth moves up, and you're saying no, so what's the middle ground?
the middle ground is it's a misunderstanding of what Einstein was saying. So the key is reference frames. So if you take a camera, like let's say a GoPro camera, and you wrap it in padding, and you point it towards the ground, and you press record, and you drop the camera, what's going to happen when you play back this footage? Again, the camera was facing towards the ground. It was padded, so you're not going to break anything. Press record, you drop the camera falls to the ground and lands, lens first. Hopefully you padded it, right? What's going to happen when you play back this footage? You are going to see the Earth accelerating towards the camera. Now, we understand The Earth was not accelerating towards the camera. It was only from the camera's perspective. In other words, it was relativistic. From the camera's perspective, the Earth was accelerating towards it. But the Earth was not accelerating towards it. We all know that. Einstein knew that. Okay? But if you want to talk about reference frames, that's the misunderstanding. He was talking about reference frames.
Just a quick point here. I was watching a movie the other day, Sin City. It's an animated movie. It's an old one. And the guy was driving in a car. He gets thrown from the car. He's in the air. And as he's in the air, he says, "I'm in the air, and the ground is rushing up to my face."
Yes.
I found that really interesting.
Yeah. It's a great movie.
You saw it? Okay.
Yeah.
It's dialetheism is what it is. Plain and simple dualism, dialetheism. They have two opposing thoughts, and it works fine for them.
How do you explain that, SE?
Well, in your camera thing, right? Everybody that has that, well, I don't want to get insulting. Everybody that's logical knows that when you drop the camera, it's the camera that actually dropped. No matter how you say it when you play back the tape or whatever, it doesn't change that fact.
Yes. But what do you see on the image? What do you see on the screen? You see what appears to be, keyword appears to be, the ground moving towards the camera. We know the ground wasn't moving towards the camera, right? We know the camera was falling. If you just go by the reference frame of the camera, what is the camera experiencing? The camera is experiencing the Earth rushing towards it, even though we all know what happened.
Not.
Okay?
No, it's not. You're wrong. You're wrong, sir. The camera is not experiencing the Earth. Yeah, but Einstein is a fool in my eye if he says that. And anybody who says that. Because, Charles, you know, and you have said it before, that the camera is falling regardless of what it looks like in any reference frame. The actual movement of that camera. Emma, you're cracking me up. The actual movement of that camera is still going down.
Yes, of course. Of course, but the question is, what is happening from the camera's frame of reference? Like if you made the origin,
camera is in motion.
I'm just trying to explain what is meant by, when people say, "Oh, the Earth is accelerating upwards," and that is simply a misunderstanding. I'm just trying to explain where the misunderstanding is coming from.
No. SE said everybody understands what's happening with the camera, right? Yes. There's no need for you to explain the camera's point of view. We all understand that. But that's where we're simple.
No, that's where the misunderstanding comes from.
What misunderstanding?
Because people are quoting Einstein as saying that the Earth is accelerating upwards. And he never said any such thing.
Charles, I can dismiss in other way your argument. Did you see this short clip with camera on Bedford Canal when a camera is zooming to show other bridge?
Yeah, and I think that was
okay. It's so.
Was it Bev or somebody?
So the other end is coming closer and closer to the camera, but we know
no, it's not.
Neither camera is moving or this bridge.
Yeah,
they are stationary, and it appears that this bridge is coming to the camera.
Okay.
So
okay.
It does not
like a crash. Yeah.
It does not prove anything.
Okay. Well, right. If we were to take a camera with a fixed focal length lens, that's what we're talking about, and the camera is physically moving towards the ground. From the camera's perspective, the ground is physically moving towards the camera. Okay, the ground isn't moving towards the camera; it is appearing to from the camera's perspective. Okay, but that's a good point that you make with a zoom, and that gets into something where it's called a crash zoom in Hollywood, where you actually change the location of the camera so that when you zoom in, the person in the foreground stays the same size. They did this in Jaws to great effect. I think directors have used it to great effect. It's called a crash zoom, if you can Google that. But I get what you're saying. But I think most people who see the footage of that Bedford Canal with the camera zooming into the far bridge understand that the person is actually just zooming in with their lens. The bridge isn't actually, getting closer.
And we all understand that. That's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Right, so nobody's got a problem with the reference frames or anything.
Well, the only thing I was trying to clarify was the idea that Einstein was wrong. And I'm just trying to say that Einstein was misunderstood. Somebody took that to mean the Earth was accelerating upwards. I think that was one of Essie's original question for me. Was about the Earth accelerating upwards. And no, the Earth is not accelerating upwards. Okay, it's a misunderstanding of what Einstein did say.
What Betty's going to do, right?
That's all over my head. I am not a logic. I have zero training in logic other than, like one day in high school geometry where we go over, what is it? Statements and what do you call those things? Converses and things like that, where it's just the very basics, the beginning of geometric proof. We go over just really the very, very basics, and that's not even logic. That's just setting up
the law of identity.
Yeah, the law
of non-contradiction.
That's one of the theorems you can use when you talk about say two congruent triangles and they share a side.
I'm just saying basic logic. Basic logic is the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction. Law of the
I don't know anything
about
that.
Basic as you get.
Yeah, the thing is, any field of study has its own language, and I don't have any knowledge. I don't have any background knowledge in that. So
Logic is the language of geometry. The entirety of geometry is built upon logic. In fact, the entirety of mathematics is built upon logic. And you say
start
you've
at first
got
principles.
No experience in it. That's strange.
So can I say again what I just said? Because I don't think you were listening to me. Logic is a field study, and it has very specialized vocabulary, and I have not studied logic formally at all. Now, I have done a whole lot of geometry, and I've done a whole lot of mathematics, and yes, geometry and mathematics are both based on first principles. You derive things from earlier premises. You can derive all sorts of formulas from first principles, okay? But the actual study of logic, I do not have any grounding in. So please don't misrepresent what I said about that.
I'm saying whatever you think formal is, I don't have any understanding of study of logic, but I do know that the entirety of geometry is based upon logic.
Well, it's based upon a logical series of steps that are derived from first principles. But the actual subject area of logic that has its own I don't know, premises or structures or vocabulary.
I would say geometry. Like, now they can go into formal logic beyond that, but the basic understanding of logic comes through geometry, and that's about as basic as you can get.
Yeah, I think you have that backwards.
What do you mean?
Meaning that logic comes first and geometry can come second. And then the idea of geometry, the whole thing about deriving all these theorems, like the Euclid, it all comes from first principles. So you can use a logical series of steps to derive more and more complex arguments in geometry.
Yeah.
But you're doing it in a logical step, a sequence of steps. You're not,
exactly.
You're not taking flights of fancy.
From the law of identity at the beginning, entirely the entirety of geometry is entirely logic, based from the law of identity, the definitions at the first stage, and then building upon the axioms the statements. If A equals B and B equals, right? See, that's the if equals are equal, right? All of that sort of stuff. That's all logic, first principles.
Right, right. But I hope you get what I'm saying is that you cannot say that all of logic is based on geometry. I think all of geometry is based upon.
So the entirety of geometry is based upon logic.
Yes. Okay.
Right,
then maybe I
misheard you.
You
had no logic training.
Other than day one of when you're starting geometric proofs, you learn about what a hypothesis is, and then you can have things like converse, statements, and then here's the converse of those statements, and then
so the entirety of mathematics is also based upon logic too.
Again, logically proceeding through a series of steps.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but you
that's
said
not
that
to say that logic
any...
ends there.
That's all I was noting.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that our formal logical training is exactly the same, i.e., 0.
No, that would be a huge misunderstanding.
Well,
like it would be kind of like
you that said that, right? And I'm saying
no, it was not.
I don't have an understanding like you do, that you don't know anything about logic or whatever it was.
I don't have any training in logic.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've just said. I don't have any training in logic either, but I do understand that the entirety of geometry is based upon logic, and therefore I know the logic that goes to derive the geometry.
I think that's a broad generalization, and I think there's a danger trying to go up against somebody who is a subject matter expert in their
going up
area.
Against anyone?
Well,
are you a subject matter expert?
In high school geometry, sure. In high school math, sure.
Okay.
Because I've been teaching it.
Are you
for
imagining
28
that
years,
we're going up against each other in that, or we were just making statements about logic?
Well, I'm just saying that frequently in this arena, people, they have a notion of something, and maybe it's based on a misunderstanding or something. I'm willing to give people an out. But then they go up against somebody, like, for example, going up against an engineer with principles of engineering. And it's like, wait a minute, the guy's like, decades in the field, and then you're going to tell him that he's wrong because you have a misunderstanding.
Who?
So my understanding...
Give us an example, please.
Yeah, well, I don't want to put words in Betty's mouth, but my understanding is that Betty actually has taught logic.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know on what school level. My understanding is that he's actually taught it as a course.
Right.
Okay?
Did he tell you that?
I mean, I think it came up in conversation. I think he said that,
so
publicly.
Betty's made a claim to you that he's taught logic.
This is my understanding.
Is that the same as like you teach when you have somebody to come round and,
So all I'm saying is that I have no formal logical training.
No, but don't say all that you are saying, because you have just said that your understanding is that Betty is a teacher of logic.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Right, so that's
it's
not
be wrong.
All that you're saying is this next thing, because you've said something else as well.
Right. The something else is that I'm not going to go up against Betty and tell him that he's wrong if he's explaining some logical structure like modus tollens or modus ponens or there's a whole bunch of vocabulary that goes right over my head. I mean, I know a little bit about a little bit, right? I'm not going to go up against Betty and tell him that he's wrong in logic.
Why would you? Because
that's not an area of expertise.
Why would you?
I don't have expertise in logic. Sorry?
Why would you need to tell him he's wrong?
It would be very foolish of me to tell him he's wrong in logic.
Okay.
Right?
Have you ever heard
of
a question argument?
And again, I think you guys are misunderstanding what he's saying. It'll be very interesting to say.
He called it a question argument.
I don't think that's the formal name for it, but again, it could be. I don't know. I don't have the training.
Now, would you go up against him or would you not go up against him when he says something?
Well,
because he said...
Who's got the area of expertise?
The
maybe there
question
is something
argument.
called a question argument.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know.
again,
I
there
don't
you
have
go.
the training in logic.
No.
I can't just say I'm going to use my common sense and just to say that there's no such thing as a question argument. I don't know. I have no training in logic. Okay.
Okay,
so I'm not going to
because
go up
Betty's
against. I'm
told
not going
you
to. I'm
that
not
he
going to
is a
contradict
teacher of
him.
logic, that
in-
you
in
can't
his
go up against
expertise.
something that he
Well,
said. So
I'm
you
just
can't
saying.
even question him on it. Question argument.
I've been in this
Can you
arena
not make
for
a question argument to question his question argument?
I don't have enough knowledge to question his question. That's the whole thing of Dunning-Kruger. Somebody learns a little bit about a subject, and then all of a sudden they consider themselves to be an expert. That's what Dunning-Kruger was all about. Actually, that's the common misstatement of
No,
Dunning-Kruger.
because somebody has told you that they're a logic teacher. So I could like say I've taught the missus a bit of logic, so therefore I'm a logic teacher, right? And you've
Well,
just
that's kind
you've
of a
just
foolish
heard
thing
it.
to say.
Well, I mean, Betty's told you that he's a logic teacher, right?
I mean, a formal meaning as a profession, meaning he's paid by a school to be a professor in front of a group of
Wow,
students.
okay, that's
Okay?
even better then. So Betty has
Not-
claimed to
as-
you that
as
he
opposed
is a
to pillow talk.
professor of
I did.
logic.
I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm just saying this
That's
is
what
my
you just said.
understanding.
No, you
that
just
he-
said that.
No,
Or
what
did
you
you
were
not? No,
talking
you
about
didn't say that.
saying you were saying, "Yeah, I was telling the missus a little bit about logic." That's not what we call being a logic teacher. Like,
Okay, right. So
you know,
you're saying
I had a
then Betty has
conversation with
said
my
to
wife
you-
about math,
I-
right?
Yeah. Okay.
Go
Well,
ahead.
you've been.
So let's leave our spouses out of it.
Okay, right. So you're saying that Betty has told you that he is an actual professor of logic. He has taught logic.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
I don't want to go any further than saying that's my understanding. Hold
Okay,
on a second.
no.
My son's right here. I got to go on mute for a second.
Okay. Well, I'll let me talk to everybody else. So Betty has stated that there is such a thing as a question argument, but our friend here, Flat Earth Mathematics, has said that he won't question the question argument of Betty, who is a claimed professor of logic, just because he's an authority. He's told Flat Earth Mathematics he's an authority. Now, Flat Earth Mathematics won't question a question argument that Betty stated he's a teacher for this particular brand of logic. Now, that doesn't sound logical to me. Doesn't at all.
Because it isn't.
Yeah. You should be able to question anybody on anything that they claim, and especially when it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, number one, just because, like, if you don't understand what X person is saying, obviously you should be able to question them so they can elaborate or clarify to help you understand. That's number one. But then I would also say that, like, day one of learning about logical argument, you learn obviously that an argument ends in a conclusion. That's the whole point of a logical argument. So yeah, the fact that he says you can't even question it is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, Mike's put here, he's put, if P and if Q and if R, then you have a problem. That's from a
I'm back.
claimed logic professor. What do you think about that?
To
I think the
respond to-
problem there is that it's not an argument. The problem is that you formulated something ridiculous.
But he's told our Flat Earth Mathematics teacher here that he's a professor of logic. So the Flat Earth Mathematics teacher daren't question the logical professor, even when he says some stupid shit. Well, I mean, it just seems like stupid shit, but like Flat Earth Mathematics says here, he doesn't know. It could be. There could be such a thing as a logic argument that goes, if P and if Q and if R, then you have a problem.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that since I have zero formal logical training, my understanding is that Betty does. For me to contradict him on logic would be very foolish on my part. because I might know, I might know 1% of logic. But my 1% is not enough knowledge to tell Betty that he's wrong. So
no. When you question somebody about something, you're not telling them they are wrong.
Okay.
You are simply questioning them on the statements that they make.
Okay. Well, let's clarify this. Question could be in the form of, I don't understand. What do you mean by that? Question mark, right? What do you mean by that? Question mark. That's a question. But oftentimes in this arena, questioning somebody is kind of like you're going against them almost in an accusatory sense. That's really what I get the sense here, that and then Saragaki just got the tail end of what Saragaki said. He's like, something, and that's ridiculous. Well, I don't know that that's ridiculous.
We do.
I don't have enough knowledge to say that that's ridiculous.
Are you saying that we don't because you don't? That means that we don't have enough knowledge to know that it's ridiculous.
Maybe I misheard you, Bev, but my understanding is that you, Bev, just said that you don't have formal logical training either.
Yeah, but maybe we do know that there's no such thing as a question argument, right?
How would you know that?
Because that's not an argument that ends in a question. That's just a question.
How would you know that?
How would I know that? Because it's not a fucking argument.
Argument is ending with conclusion, not question.
So,
Saragaki just told you.
Absolutely.
This is not,
Charlie?
and I apologize. I missed like 2 minutes of conversation because I had to answer the door. So it's just, I just see that time and time again. Like, people try to school me on high school mathematics, and it's like, sorry, but you're wrong. People try to school Jesse on geodetic surveying. Sorry, but you're wrong.
Jesse's not here. Nobody tries to school Jesse on anything because Jesse's fucked off. Jesse isn't available for anybody to ask questions. I've only asked him one question, right? And you've heard that
like 5
one
times.
question.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you brought Jesse up.
Yes. No, but what I'm trying to say is that there are subject matter experts, and it is folly to go, to go against them in an accusatory manner. I mean, sure, go ask questions. Say, I don't understand. What do you mean? That's a great question. Now, as a teacher, I love that question. I don't understand. What do you mean? Or how does that make sense? Or can you tell me the steps? How did you get there? Those are questions that say, I want to learn. But other things like, that's some stupid blank, or that doesn't effing make any sense. Like, those aren't really questions that are seeking answers. Those are questions.
I've got loads of questions like that for Jesse Kozlowski, right? But he's not here, and there is no other experts. Right? Jesse Kozlowski isn't even an expert.
That's what you say. That's accusatory.
Can I ask you a question, Charles?
How can you be an expert if you're not here to be an expert?
So the fact that he's not here makes him not an expert. All right, Saragaki, you got a question?
How do I formulate this properly? An argument ends in a conclusion. It's very, very basic when it comes to the topic of logic. And the 3 principles of logic that I just posted earlier in the chat are very easy to understand. You do not actually need some authority figure to teach you the meaning of this. It's very simple stuff, this. So if you go and look into what an argument is, you'll realize very quickly that it ends in a conclusion. So based on that fact, can we just agree that calling something a question argument is, number one, an oxymoron, because it doesn't exist within logic as an argument, because it's not an argument, it doesn't end in a conclusion, and that somebody pointing that out is quite fine. Saying it's ridiculous to claim that an argument can end in a question, that's quite fine to do, because it is ridiculous. An argument ends in a conclusion.
So is it possible that people who are not experts in logic are misunderstanding the person who is? Is that possible?
Can we address the question I asked? When somebody says something is an argument, when it's just 3 statements and then follow up by a question, that is not actually an argument. So calling that an argument and even naming it a question argument is an oxymoron. So it is actually quite okay to call that out when it happens. Is it not, Charles?
It is a mistake to call that out, especially if the person who you're calling out is an expert in a field that you're not an expert in. I think what is needed right then is, I don't understand what you mean by question argument. Can you please explain?
No, he laid it out. In this case, he actually laid out his so-called question argument. 3 statements. If this, if that, and if the other thing, then you have a problem. There's a question. And that's not an argument.
So
it's not
is it possible?
a problem to point that out. That must be allowed to do, because it's not actually an argument, a logical argument. That's my point.
So you just said logical argument. Is it possible for somebody to use the word argument and not mean a formal logical argument?
I mean, people can violate the law of identity left and right all they want. Yes, that is possible to do.
Right. So you use violation of law of identity, but the thing is, dictionaries show multiple definitions for words. And if you looked up argument in the dictionary, I'm sure they would have numerous entries. And it's not a violation of the law of identity.
Logic, though, Charles,
right?
Is it not?
Right. But what I'm saying is, when you have 2 human beings who are talking to each other, one of those human beings says the word argument, is it possible?
In context of logic.
Is it possible? Is it possible that that person is using a definition of argument other than the formal logical definition of argument? That's all I'm saying.
No.
And he's talking about Aristotle. No, Charles.
No, exactly. Because the context is
Thomas
important,
Aquinas
Charles.
And
I get that the context is important, sure. The word argument, people could say, 2 people are disagreeing with each other and they're having an argument. I get that. Or people could informally talk about a logical argument, that it being a formal logical argument. That's all I'm saying. Really what I'm really trying to say is that the question should be, Betty, what did you mean by the question argument? Because I don't understand that. Like, that would be a great question, okay? As opposed to saying, Betty is saying something that doesn't make any sense.
What we actually said was, and quite a few of us agreed, that there is no way that Betty has ever taught logic. That's how far out the question
that sounds like an
argument
accusation.
is.
People say that about me all the time. People have even said in this Discord that I'm not a teacher.
Yeah, because you don't seem like a teacher. You seem like you've gone against the fundamentals of teaching. But nobody actually knows, because the only experience we have of teachers so far is you, Matthew Learns, and your idea of Betty as a teacher. So we've got 3 teachers who do not seem to employ any logical sense.
Would you mind clarifying what Edby meant by the question argument? Is this an argument with questions and no conclusions? Is that what you mean?
All I'm saying is that it is possible that he is being misunderstood. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that you can ask a question. You could say, Betty, what did you mean by that? When you say question argument, that doesn't make sense, because an argument has to end in a statement, just as Saragaki was saying, right? Those are great questions. Those are clarifying questions. Can you tell me more about what you mean, Betty? Right? But he's not here, and all I'm just saying is it's possible that he's being misunderstood. That was my whole point. Okay.
I will
Betty. I don't know logic.
With you that it is possible to have misunderstandings. Nobody's claiming otherwise.
Okay.
But when you do have an understanding that a logical argument ends in a conclusion, and Bebby is trying to formulate a logical argument and ends up with 3 statements and then a question at the end, that is not a logical argument. So you are also allowed to actually understand that what he is saying is completely ridiculous. That's also allowed, Charles.
Okay. So again, and I get the impression, Saragaki, that you do have formal logical training. Is that true?
What do you mean by the word formal now?
Well, meaning like, have you at least taken a class in logic?
I have studied logic, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. So
have I gone to a teacher who has been acting as an authority to try and instill specific ideas about it to me? No, I have not, but I have studied logic.
Okay. No, fair enough. Fair enough. But what I'm trying to say is you used the phrase logical argument multiple times when referring to Betty. And it's like, that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. What if he was not trying to say a question argument is a formal logical argument? It's more like a scenario. It's a scenario. No, I'm not. He's not here. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. I'm just saying it is folly.
You're trying to give
it is
him an
folly.
excuse.
It is folly to say, take somebody who is a subject matter expert and say what you're saying is completely ridiculous when it is possible, which is more likely, that me personally am misunderstanding what the expert is saying.
Sorry, Charles, but now you are appealing to authority that we shouldn't be so rigid with authorities. I would say that anyone who is saying nonsensical thing should be called out. Call it out.
But if it isn't it nonsensical because of a lack of information?
As Mike Jones has said, you've said that it's foolish to question authority.
No, I never, ever said that.
Okay.
Ever. The fact that the opposite question, meaning ask questions. What did you mean by that, Mr. Expert? Right? That's a great question, as opposed to what you're saying is ridiculous, which is the accusatory version of questioning.
Well, like a question
It's a question that doesn't have a question mark at the end.
Okay,
it's more of an accusation.
Could you formulate a question argument to question the question argument? Would that be okay?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's great. I mean, I hope you get my point.
You've got no
because
point.
Yes,
the reason why Dunning-Kruger is invoked so often.
We've got your point and we disagree. At least I disagree.
The reason why Dunning-Kruger is invoked so often in this arena is because you have people
in which arena
who don't know. We'll just call
Charles,
it this.
you are misunderstanding what's going on in the conversation.
Your Dunning-Kruger. Please state it. The exact case that you are talking about.
I can't think of an example off the top of my head.
So you're just doing a random thing about something for no apparent
for example,
reason.
People who say I don't know anything about geometry. All right, even though I've taught it as a profession in previous semesters.
Well, within this, you would say that's you within logic, right?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that if there is somebody who, maybe the last exposure they had to geometry was when they were in high school.
But we're talking about logic and a question argument from Betty.
Right.
So don't turn it to geometry because we're talking about a question argument within logic.
So my understanding.
And you were the one that said that you have no formal understanding of logic.
Right. No training. I haven't taken it as a study.
Right. That was
what I'm
you then, right?
My understanding.
That was your claim.
Is that Betty has had training and actually has been a teacher.
Okay, right. Now, what about everybody else in this room, right? You've made a claim about you. You have also made a claim about Betty. Right? Now, that's your understanding that you're willing to bend the knee to anything that Betty is going to say about logic because you've placed him as the authority.
Never said that.
Well, okay.
In fact, you did, but Charles,
Betty
there is
says
a problem.
That doesn't make sense to me. But
Charles,
I have two choices. I could say that's effing ridiculous, right? And Betty clearly is out of his gourd. That's one option. Or I could say, Betty, I don't understand what you just said. Can you explain it a different way? Right? Those are my two choices. I can accuse him of being ridiculous, or I can ask a clarifying question.
Charles,
what happens in this arena is the first rather than the second.
Charles, you are explaining your position. We are
I
not
hope that
in
position
your
makes sense.
But you are sorry, but you are proving from ignorance, and because you said that you have no training in formal logic, so even you cannot even say that we are wrong by doing something with baby, because you cannot judge if our objection was correct or incorrect, because in order to do that you would have to have some training in formal logic. So you cannot judge us that we did something wrong with baby.
Well, okay. What you guys have done wrong is accuse him of saying something that is ridiculous.
Yeah,
either
Which it is.
absurd or whatever.
He said it.
Well, and all I'm saying is that it's possible you guys have misunderstood. I mean,
Let me
he
explain it
understood.
to you then,
He
Charles.
He's going to
definitely
come
said
out.
it. He definitely
he's-
said it.
Right, of course, you could quote him word for word. It's on tape, absolutely. Okay.
So he
But
was
is it
trying to
possible
formulate a logical
that he-
argument, Charles.
But he never said logical argument. Okay?
Yes, he did. He was talking about Aristotle. He was
Okay.
very specifically
was
trying
talking
to
about
formulate
Aristotle,
a
okay?
logical argument, Charles.
Charles,
You're-
and he
you're
he
putting
had
the word
presentation
logical
on blue.
in front of the word argument. And all I'm saying is he said that's a question argument. I
So if-
suspect that the word argument in that sentence, formulating a question argument, I suspect the word argument is an informal use of the word.
So
as
not an
opposed to a
actual
formal
logical argument,
logical
just
argument.
whiff-waff from Bebby.
Not riffraff.
From
I'm
Aristotle.
just
He was
saying.
repeating it from Aristotle. It was whiff-baff from Aristotle that Beddy was found. in a
According
book
to Bebby,
somewhere,
yeah.
All I'm saying is it
He
is
is
very
the
possible
professor, right?
that you are
That's
misunderstanding.
what he's told you.
Okay.
No, there is, Charles, there is no misunderstanding. He, on blue channel, he was explaining like for half an hour what logic is and what argument is. And he said that it has to be only two premises and conclusion. So you have 3 sentences, no less, no more. And he was talking about this different issues also on a Blue Marble Science channel. So he was explaining logic. And now he is creating argument, quote unquote argument, that had 3 sentences and question instead of conclusion. So he was violating what he already explained to Blue Marble Science in Blue Marble Science channel. So he was contradicting himself.
And you don't think there's a possibility you're misunderstanding that? Like
No,
you're literally
it is
hearing
possibility.
somebody.
I would say I am pretty sure, I have moral certitude that at least he messed it up. Everything.
Okay.
At the very best, he did a really poor job and messed it up to the point where it's not actually an argument at all. I could agree with that paper. That Bebby completely messed up at best.
Yeah, I've said it a bunch of times, but it just strikes me when people disagree with somebody. Like, for example, some people disagree with me, therefore I'm not a math teacher. They disagree with me, therefore I must be lying. And that just happens over and over again. As opposed to somebody disagrees with me and they could say, "Yes, I am a math teacher."
Okay, but we are not saying that.
Computers,
Charles,
have you changed now?
What?
Weren't you doing computer?
I taught one class in computer science this past year.
Mhm.
It's actually the first time I've taught computer science in about 20 years.
So
But,
you are a maths teacher then? Because last
I am a
time you
maths
said you
teacher.
weren't actually a maths teacher.
When did I say that?
When I asked you. When
Then you must have
are flat
understood
earth maths.
my answer.
So you're not, and you said you weren't a maths teacher. You said you were doing.
So I'm not a
computer
flat earth
studies.
math teacher. I'm not a flat earth math teacher. I'm a math teacher.
Okay.
And
So
there is no
flat
such
earth
thing as
math.
flat earth mathematics.
by
Well,
the
there
way,
is. It's your name in it.
Okay. my
Charles, we are not-
YouTube channel has the description. My channel is dedicated to the math and science of the flat earth debate, or words to that effect. I've not changed the description of my channel since I formed it. I don't know, what is it, 8 years ago. So my name is Flat Earth Math. I'm going to go on the record and say that, yes, the name is a bit of a, what do you call it, a clickbait, because I wanted to have people who thought the earth was flat to be able to come to my channel and feel comfortable, and then maybe take a look at some of the experiments that I proposed, or the explorations as I call them now, and go outside and make some careful measurements. That was why I named it Flat Earth Math, because
Completely
flat
misleading
earthers
then.
tend not to listen to a single word that Globers say.
You were
one of
attempting
their-
to draw in flat earthers.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's why I named my channel the way I did. Right. And
Like
I
a
have
honey
had
trap.
I have had a couple converts. A couple people have said that my material helped them see the light, and that that they now realize, the truth of the shape of the world.
How could your material do it? Wouldn't they have to experience it?
Yeah, my material is telling people to go outside and make careful measurements. So what they did is they went outside and they made careful measurements, and that's what did it for them.
Careful measurement.
Of water bending?
Oh, my explorations have nothing to do with water bending.
Okay.
But yeah,
Or
but you can see
tilting
water
ve-
bending all the time. Drops of water,
Or
high tide,
tilting
low tide.
verticals. How about tilting verticals? You said that this is practically impossible. So
Well, what I'm saying is it's practically impossible to measure two verticals that are
Yes,
tilting away
yes,
from each other.
yes.
So careful measurements can't
It's
be
much
done.
more practical to do something like reciprocal zenith angles, which measure the same thing, but just not with plumb bobs.
But it's impossible to measure, you said.
Practically impossible to measure. Meaning,
So-
if you hung a plumb bob and then you went 69 miles away and hung a second plumb bob, there is no earthly way that I can think of that you would be able to make a measurement from those two plumb bobs to determine that they were 1 degree
Okay.
diverging from each other.
But,
Okay.
but
There's
by-
lots of other
Log-
ways
logic
of
would tell you they're parallel.
But Charles, measurement is physical thing. So by definition, it is practical. So if you said that this is practically impossible, so you are saying, as I understand, that this is impossible to measure.
No, that's not what I said.
No.
I think you're misunderstanding when I say practical. Practical for me means,
Okay. So
possible to do with reasonable tools. Like, you don't have a budget of
Okay.
$1 billion.
Okay.
Right?
So
If you had a
so-
budget of $1 billion, you might be able to measure diverging plumb lines at 69 miles.
Okay,
So that
so-
is not practical. Who has $1 billion to build the apparatus needed to do that?
Monetary comes
So
into
Elon Musk-
practicality now.
So it's very, so when I am using the word practical, like when
You're
I say
using
something is
different words for
practically,
different reasons.
Okay,
when I-
Charles.
that's the
so-
way
so
most
I-
people use words. But when
so-
I say
so-
practically impossible to measure, here's what I meant. Extremely
Okay, so-
difficult with reasonable means. Okay.
So how can you? So careful measurement would be unpractical. And can you describe this unpractical, very very expensive measurements that you would provide if you had that amount
Yeah,
of
so
money?
you would take, the world's most powerful laser, and you'd have a pair of them, and then you would count wavelengths of the time it took the beam to go from the top of one plumb bob to the top of the other plumb bob and return. You'd have a mirror there, and then you'd have the second world's most powerful laser at the bottom of the plumb bob, reflecting off the other bottom of the plumb bob, and you would count wavelengths. I mean, that's how you could do range finding, is you could count wavelengths, and it's extremely expensive to do that.
At
You could
best,
use
that just gives you an estimate,
you could
correct?
do laser range finding with extremely powerful lasers at 69 miles, but it's extremely difficult.
But at best, it's just an estimate, is it not?
No, you'd get very precise measurement if you're counting
I don't
wavelengths.
see how you can be precise that way.
Counting wavelengths, the wavelength of light is a very, very short, a
Yeah.
very short distance. So
So nothing interferes with those wavelengths from there to back.
the light would get interfered with, but the wavelengths would not. Right? I mean, like the light might get bent by refraction, absolutely, but the wavelengths are not going to change. Kind of like saying, can you turn on the radio and can you listen to the radio even though there's a thunderstorm out? It's like you can listen to the radio, maybe you might hear some static, but you would still hear the music. Right? The wavelengths haven't changed, even though you've got some thunderclouds interfering a little bit. Anyway, the point paper that I was trying to make is that there are impractical ways of trying to measure Earth curvature, and then there are very practical ways. And what I try to dedicate my channel to is the three key things that will tell us, the shape of the Earth, and that is, are the heavenly objects near, local, or distant? Right? Is there axial rotation with associate? Well, I'll get to that. But let me get to the three things.
What I was gonna
Is there
ask
axial? Is there axial rotation associated with heavenly objects? And are we standing on a tilted surface with respect to the axial rotation? Those three things are anyone could do in their own backyard. Multiple ways.
Okay,
to get to your question, Bev, you said, how can you determine if things are near or far?
No. How do you know?
How do I know what?
Whether they're near or far.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could determine this. And
measure.
The first assumption is that perspective is an actual phenomenon that does exist. Right? So if you understand
Not
perspective,
a measurement, though, is it?
You can measure angles. Right? That's part of perspective.
Yeah, and you can do
right?
fuck all
so
with
you
an
can
angle. Like, that's part of logic.
Well, no, I don't know that. I know that that's like what you like to say. I disagree with you.
You don't know it.
Every sailor disagrees with you. Carries a sextant. A sextant could do exactly one thing: measure an angle.
Yep.
and apparently, you could
do
F all with
a
an
lot
angle.
of people that aren't here, Charles. Why do you do that?
What?
Just, if you have an argument and you have a certain amount of knowledge that you want to provide on a certain, but don't interject with every sailor knows this. You're making claims for other people who aren't here to defend that claim. I wish you wouldn't do that. I mean, I respect what you're saying, but please.
No, wait a minute. He's a mathematician that thinks you can do something with. You're a teacher then. You're a teacher of mathematics, a self-proclaimed teacher of mathematics that claims you can do something with an angle.
Yes,
I just want to state that I was a sailor and I knew nothing about celestial navigation. So absolutely nothing.
What do you do with an angle then, Charles?
So if you were sailing and it was in the middle of the day, there was no moon out. So you had no stars and you had no moon. Only thing you had was the sun.
Is an angle.
So you could pull out your sextant and you can measure the angle of elevation of the sun above the horizontal. Okay? That's one angle. Now, knowing approximately where
Charles,
you were,
Charles,
there's something called a running fix.
How do you get a horizontal? Because you've just got an angle.
You would use let's make it even easier. You're using a bubble sextant. It's got a horizontal built in.
Okay, right. So
now, let's say you can't even see the
now,
horizon.
Charles, now you have a horizontal and an angle. So you have something more than just an angle. Right? Okay, you've got a vertical angle.
And maybe I'm misusing the phrase. You have an angle of the angle of elevation of the sun above the horizontal. That's what I'm saying. One angle. Okay? Now, if you're a sailor, you don't just drop a sailor in the middle of the ocean without knowing anything. Chances are the sailor has a port of call. They're going someplace. They have an approximate knowledge of where they are. There's a thing called a running fix that you can do. And again, I'm not a sailor, but I've watched a lot of sailor, sextant, celestial navigation videos, and I get, the gist of it. But basically, you can measure a single angle, Bev, with your sextant. It's daytime.
So you've still got an angle,
you can't measure
right?
anything else.
Okay.
So it's one angle, and then you can...
Charles, you've got an angle. What are you going to do with it? As a mathematician, tell me what you do with the angle. As a mathematician.
You apply a sight reduction, and that will give you an approximate location on your chart. If you don't understand sight reduction, it's an hour-long conversation, but it uses spherical trigonometry.
Okay, so now you've got an angle, a chart, a sextant, and spherical trigonometry as well. So you've not just got an angle, have you? So let's start this again, Charles. Remember your claim that you doubted that you can do fuck all with an angle. Now, you've just got an angle. What are you going to do with it? Let's try it again.
All right. So if you were in a rubber room and somebody handed you a 30-degree angle, you would not be able to do very much with a 30-degree angle while sitting in a rubber room. Okay. But in the real world where we live, there are other things going on. But with a single angular measurement on a sailboat in the middle of the ocean, you can get a whole lot of information. Now, you'll need your nautical almanac. You'll need your site reduction
Okay,
tables.
yes. So not an
Okay.
angle only.
So more things than
but
just
that's-
an angle.
No, but those things are called techniques and resources.
Yeah, the
It all
claim
starts
is
with an
that
angle.
you can do
It all starts with an angle.
all with an angle.
Oh my goodness.
Not you can do loads of things with an angle and loads of other things as well. Right? That's a claim that you can make. You could make that in rebuttal, right? To the claim you can do fuck all with an angle. Because if you've just got an angle, what can you do with it?
So if you were stuck in a rubber room and all you had was a 30-degree angle, yes, you would not be able to eat it. You would not be able to make money with it. You would not be able to do much with a 30-degree angle in a rubber room.
Okay, now,
Okay,
so
but
let's
that's not the
state
way
again,
the world works.
Charles, let's
okay?
state again. You doubted that statement just before. So, do you still doubt it now?
It just sounds so absolute, right? And thing
Well,
is,
it
can you
There's
name a
There's an
scenario?
axiom within Euclid.
Absolute
that
and
states-
profound, I would say.
Yeah, there's an axiom within Euclid that states two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
Sure, in Euclidean geometry, absolutely.
And in order for you to do anything, you need a triangle to be able to predict things within mathematics.
No, you don't necessarily need a triangle to predict things.
Just got an angle then, yeah?
Well, cross two lines and just name one of the angles. You could say, I know the other three angles. Right?
No, you have to have length of the side, for example. You need to have something else. With only an angle, you cannot say anything.
So I'm going to say it again. Cross two lines and find out one of the angles. Right? You'll be able to name the other three angles.
Yeah, you've
That's what I
got
just
four angles there then, haven't you?
What I'm saying is you can measure one of them. Right? And so you could say you could do F all with an angle. Well, you can only measure one of the angles and you can then determine the other three.
So you have four, not one.
Yeah, you could extend
You only
one
have
of the
the measurement of
lines,
one.
or you could extend
Right.
both of the lines to make four angles. But that
No, I'm
wouldn't
just
be
saying
you
cross.
doing something with an angle. That would be you doing
I'm
something
using-
with the straight lines that made the angle in the first place.
I'm using Euclid's language.
Yeah, but
cross
the
two
point
lines.
is, you now have more than just an angle, Charles.
So you have
Listen
the
to the
measurement
words,
of one
Charles.
angle.
It's you can do fuck all with an angle. That means an angle, only one angle.
Okay,
Not
so
four,
let's
not a
turn this-
triangle, not a square,
let's turn this
not
around.
nothing. Only one angle. That's all you got. You can do fuck all with it.
Okay. So let's turn this around. Bev, can you tell me exactly what you mean without repeating it by you can do not very much with an angle? What's a scenario that you can imagine where all you have is an angle and you have nothing else?
If you just have an angle, then there is nothing that you can do mathematically with that just an angle.
Can you name a scenario where you would just have an angle and nothing
So-
else?
Just got an
so-
angle, Charles.
So,
Ju-
for
in real
example,
life. We
you
live in
are
real
you
life.
are
What-
in the
name a
middle of
scenario.
nowhere, at the sea, with the sextant only, nothing else.
Right. Okay. So you don't have any. In fact, your
Nothing
knowledge
else.
is empty.
Only-
Right? You don't
yes,
even have any
both-
knowledge. You
both-
just have a sextant.
Boat on the sea and sextant, nothing more.
Yes. Then you measure this angle. Now you have to empty your head of everything you know about celestial navigation as well.
No,
No,
so
you
no
can-
almanac.
You can have yourself, right, and the sextant, and the knowledge that you've measured an angle. Right? Now you are
So-
in possession of an angle. Pick an
Okay.
angle, Charles.
89 degrees.
Okay, what are you going to do with it?
I'm going to determine that I am within 1 degree of the tropics. There, I just drew a conclusion with one angle, and I had no nautical almanac, no site reduction tables, no spherical trigonometry. I just drew a conclusion. It's not a very hopeful conclusion, but I can tell you that I'm not in Philly, not in London, not in South Africa. I'm within 1 degree of the tropics. Just that one angle.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
I mean, what's that? You asked me to, if there's any information I can glean from this one angle, that's the information I can glean.
And that is
Conclusion?
89 degrees.
Right. If I took my sextant out, I measured the angle of elevation of the sun to be 89 degrees. I now know that I'm within 1 degree of the tropics, or, obviously in the tropics. Well, I said within 1 degree. Right. But I mean, that's
Do you
about
have
as
a
restrictive
clock?
as
Do
I
you
can
know
get.
what time of day you're measuring this angle since you're using the
Nope.
sun?
Nope. I don't know the time of day. I don't know anything. Okay. Now I could also say if the angle was 89 degrees, okay, that's a good question, Saragaki. Upon second consideration, I would
Thank you.
probably also be able to conclude it was within, within an hour of noon, or I could say it's within minutes of solar noon. Right?
So you're going to be
Would
able
be a
to
conclusion I
conclude
could
that
draw.
that's going to eventually go to 90 degrees?
No, I could not conclude it was eventually going to go to 90.
Fine. Yeah. Could it be at solar noon?
It could be at solar noon, and the angle could be 89 degrees at solar noon. Absolutely. Now, Saragaki, is it possible that it's going to go to 90? Yes, that is also possible. I can't conclude that.
Thank you.
But again, Bev, my point was, can you think of a scenario where all you have is an angle, right? And then like you just gave me, okay, so you're in the middle of the ocean, sextant, and you said pick an angle. I picked 89 degrees, and it's like there's a couple things that we could conclude. I mean, we can't, I can't say exactly where we are in the ocean. I can't say exactly what time, but I can say maybe approximately. You're closer to noon than you are to midnight.
You said you
There's
were
other
1
things
degree.
you can
So
do.
You can assume you were 1 degree from the tropics. Wouldn't you need a flat baseline to determine that 89 degrees? Or how would you
You don't need a
calculate the
flat.
curvature over that distance to determine 89 degrees? That's what I don't get.
You don't need a flat baseline to measure an angle. That's a lie that's been
You
propagated
just need
a
a
million times.
sextant or an angle measuring tool, don't you?
So, yeah, well, the thing that I pointed out is that let's say you can't even see the horizon, but you have a bubble sextant. Bubble sextant
You've got an
establishes
angle
a
measuring
horizontal.
device.
Yes, but an angle measuring device from horizontal would be a bubble sextant.
So then you got more than an angle just right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm measuring the angle from horizontal. I'm
You've got
measuring
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
one
there,
angle.
haven't you?
The orientation, horizontal, you
Oh my
got that
goodness
as well.
gracious.
So you got more than an angle.
So then it gets me back to my question about when you use the phrase "you can do not very much with an angle." What scenario are you positioning? It's like I said, it's ridiculous to be having somebody in a rubber room and you hand them a 30-degree angle and you're like, okay, you can eat this for nourishment. And it's like, no, you can't do anything with a 30-degree angle in a rubber room.
Okay,
But
well,
that's not real world. In the real world, we measure things.
The reason I said that originally, and I know Nathan Oakley went mental about it, but it was because Ruhith was measuring angles to work out the length of the opposite side.
Okay, but yeah, you do need other information to figure out length of opposite side
I know.
with an angle.
I know.
Yes, you do need other information.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, not just an angle.
So the angle,
like for example,
the angle is no good on its own.
Yeah, but it's
so
an
with
absurd
just
statement.
an angle, you can actually do fuck all.
Basically, what you're saying, Charles, is only people that are well versed in something like celestial navigation can do something with an angle. So 99.9% of the population could do fuck all with an angle.
No, no,
but
no,
that
no,
wasn't the
no. That's
statement.
not the
Was-
case.
No,
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 no, no. You're wrong. You've
Was the
misunderstood
statement.
there. John, you misunderstood. It's not about being able to add on all these other things and then being able to derive something from this measurement that you've done. That's not what we're talking about. The statement is only about the single angle, and that's all you've got. You've got nothing else but the angle.
Gotcha.
It just seems absurd because in the real world, people measure things, but they measure things in context. They don't just say, I was walking down the street and I encountered a 30-degree angle. Okay, so that's not useful information. Completely useless information.
Yes,
In the
thank
real
you. That's
world-
the entire point, Charles.
No,
when you
but-
add on extra information, then you have more than an angle, and so the statement doesn't apply then, because that's not the situation that's being outlined in the statement.
But the statement then is patently ridiculous.
No, because if you actually
because
have
you
only
always are
an
gonna have
angle, you can do
context.
fuck all with it. It's a true statement, Charles.
It doesn't make any sense to even say that statement because every angle that you are going to measure in the real world is going to have context associated with it. Right? So, for example, I said, take your sextant on your boat and you measure the sun to be 89 degrees
Yeah, I get
above
it. You have
horizontal.
other
That's
information in
context.
the real world. That's
That's
true.
context.
Yes, you have other information in the real
So
world.
it's
Yes,
not-
context.
Not,
But
notice
the
you're trying to talk
statement
right
isn't
over top of
talking
me.
about that.
So we're not taking an 89-degree angle and just handing it to somebody and saying, do something with this 89-degree angle. Okay? But that's absurd. That does not describe reality.
Well, let's say you're on top of a mountain, like Ruhif was, and he's measuring an angle. Like, say, a mountain. Right? He's getting his
measuring?
horizontal and he's measuring an angle down
Okay?
to the horizon, let's say.
Right, so the mountain is above the horizon?
Well,
Is it a mountain that's
let's
on-
get rid of the mountain. You're on a mountain, right?
Yes.
Now, you're measuring an angle.
Okay.
Now, that angle is a vertical angle, right?
Oh, an angle
To
measured in the
the
vertical
horizon.
plane? Sure. Okay. To the horizon. So you're looking down at the horizon from your mountain peak. You're measuring that angle. The angle is 1.7 degrees, whatever.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
your
yeah.
angle. What are you going to do with it?
Well, if you didn't have any knowledge of the Earth, you would not be able to do very much with that angle.
Right. Well, add some knowledge of the Earth in. What are you going to do with the angle?
So if you knew the size of the Earth, you'd be able to tell how tall of a mountain you're standing on. If you knew how tall of a mountain you're standing
the
on,
mountain is.
I'm saying that's something you could figure out. If you knew the size of the Earth, you'd be able to figure out the height of your mountain.
By
If
measuring
you didn't know
an
the
angle.
size of the Earth, yes.
So when I say you can do fuck all with an angle, you're saying, well, if you know stuff about Earth, then you can stand on a mountain, measure an angle, and tell how tall the mountain is.
Yeah.
That's a claim being made by you that you can actually measure
you
the
just
height
use
of the mountain.
There's heavy mathematics involved, but it's already been done for me, so I'm just going to use a dip angle table, and then you could see height of eye compared to the dip of the horizon.
That's why I said it, right? I say you can do fuck all with an angle.
Right, which
and you
means
say
you're not
you
allowed
can
to have
measure the
any
height
dip
of
angle.
the mountain. So you
Right, but
you are
it's-
making the
but it's
claim
with
that
context.
you can do something with it.
Yes, but I would need either the mathematical formulas or the dip angle tables, which the math has already been done for me.
You said that was just knowledge of the Earth.
Yes, knowledge of the Earth. Right, the Earth has been measured. We know its size. We know what the degree of refraction is on a standard day.
And that alters just by the angle.
No. I'm saying that's all knowledge that comes before.
Yes, but with just at the top of a mountain measuring an angle.
Yeah, but the thing is,
1.7 degrees, I think you came up
right.
with.
Yes,
Okay.
but the
So
thing is, do
what
I empty
are we
my
doing?
head? Do I empty my head of all my knowledge and I just say 1.7
No,
degrees? Well,
no,
then
no.
I would not be able to do much
Okay,
with that
right.
angle.
So what is the knowledge that you can bring to this angle measurement that can help you derive the height of the mountain?
Well, as I said before, there's math that talks about the dip angle to the horizon. There's also a little bit of refraction. 7.6R is a standard estimate for atmospheric refraction. And that math has already been done in the form of tables. So I could just use my dip correction tables and I could just look up 1.7 degrees and it would tell me my height of eye. Okay. But again, I'm using other resources, which, it all depends on what you mean by you can do not very much with an angle. But it all depends on context. I mean, the thing is, Bev, you frequently, I hear you say that you live in reality.
Is that what you're looking
right?
for? H equals R bracket 1 minus cos A, close brackets. Cos A being the angle that you're talking about.
Well, that doesn't
and
include,
R
that would
being
be
a something, giving you the
radius
H.
of the Earth. Right? That would probably be the radius of the Earth.
Okay, so there's your angle.
Yeah, but that
and
doesn't
the radius,
include refraction.
and that's what you're talking about. The H, that's the height of the mountain where you are, right?
Yes.
Right.
But
So this is exactly why I said you can do fuck all with an angle.
Okay, I would not use that formula. That formula would probably give me a geometric.
Perfect maths.
For the geometric height,
somebody.
right? But that's a screenshot, right? That's clearly a screenshot, and there's probably more context to that, which is missing.
Perfect
no
maths,
refraction
yeah.
in that formula.
You
Okay?
can
There's no
derive
refraction.
the height of where you are by measuring an angle and using this formula, according to both you and this guy.
Well, I said geometric horizon, which you can't see. It's always refracted. Right? So there's context that's missing. This is clearly a screenshot from, is that Fight the Flat Earth?
Yep.
Who that is? So clearly that's a screenshot from his video. So I would have to, watch the video. But that formula by itself.
You're a math teacher, right?
Yes, but
making
that
the same
formula-
claim that you are. One angle, the one that cos A is the angle that fits in there.
He looks so angry there. Maths, arg. But anyway, the point I was trying to make, Bev, is that you always have context. So it's like you can do not very much with an angle. Well, it's like, okay, but you got context, So getting back to my original statement about figuring out the shape of the Earth using not three techniques, but there are three things. Are the heavens local or distant? Is there axial rotation associated with the heavens? And are we standing on a sloping surface
Height
with respect
is
to this
observer
axis?
height.
So, yeah.
So
I mean,
it's
but
fantastic,
that's,
right? You can measure an angle and work out your height.
Yes.
I bet a lot of people aren't aware of this.
Knowledgeable people are.
Are they?
Sure. I wouldn't use that exact formula because there's no refraction in that formula. But, you could
So
use a
you'd
formula
add
similar to it.
refraction in to work out how high you are.
Because reality has
Pretty
refraction,
fucking
right?
high, I'd
And
say.
But, and I forget who would ask the question. Maybe it was you, or maybe it was somebody else about, what do I do on my channel? Like, I guess was it John? John was asking me about
Have you
how
done
somebody got
this?
converted.
Have you ever done this? Worked out the height by measuring an angle? Careful.
No,
Careful
no,
angle
personally,
measurements.
I have not.
Because you did say it was,
Possible.
I still say, you could do fuck all with an angle. But as
no
you can
context.
see, Ruhif, Fight the Flat Earth, and you, and Nathan Oakley have all claimed that there is something you can do with an angle.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say. If you have an angle and no context, then you're probably correct. But in reality, you will never have an angle and no
What
context.
about if you've got an angle in this formula? Can you
No, but the
derive your
context
height?
context is you're standing at an elevated position looking at the horizon, and that's the angle of depression of the horizon from the horizontal. That's the context. Knowing that, I'm claiming that you can get to the approximate height. I mean, it depends on atmospheric conditions. You know, if there's some crazy refraction stuff going on in that distance, and that your horizon is severely refracted versus normally refracted, it's going to mess up your reading. But
may I ask you a question? For Charles, can I ask?
Sure.
The statement is that you can do fuck all with an angle, and you're agreeing with that as a statement in isolation. But going to sit here and like make up some sort of an argument around that you can do something with an angle and some other information going on for I don't know how long about that now, when that's actually not even related to the original statement, because you're no longer having just an angle in isolation. Why are you going so far out of your way to argue when you've already agreed with the original statement? I'm just curious why you do that.
Because that statement was given in response to me just starting to talk about how you can determine if the heavens are near or far based on the laws of perspective. So I was just starting my explanation for how I can determine whether the heavens are near or far using perspective. Then somebody, it might have been Bev, said, "Oh, you mean measure an angle?" And then the statement came, "Well, you could do not very much with an angle."
Well, you can't
so
measure
that's
a
why.
distance, can you?
Well, you can. Okay, if you don't have any other measurement, like for example, if you're talking about a triangle and you know the angle to the far side of the triangle,
you can't measure a distance to the light in the sky, can you?
You can measure a change in distance or a lack of change in distance. That you can do. Measuring an angle over time.
Measuring an angle, exactly.
Over
That's
time.
where we're
Not
at.
one
Measuring
angle.
an angle. Not measuring a distance. Measuring an angle.
No, not one angle. Important, not one angle. Measure the angle over time. And then you can determine there was no change in distance. Assuming the laws of perspective are correct.
Time angle.
And I think that's a safe assumption. Sorry, what did you say?
A time angle.
So, measure an angle at, for example, you could the moon was just full a couple days ago. Measure the angular size of the moon at moonrise. Wait 6 hours. Measure the angular size of the moon when it's highest in the sky, and you can even repeat it at moonset. Okay, you can actually do it every hour on the hour.
The size of the angle of the moon.
The angular size of the moon. Yes, the angular. And again, doesn't tell you the distance to the moon. But if the laws of perspective
when you say
apply,
angular size, do you mean just the size of the angle?
Well, meaning the diameter. You measure from one edge of the moon to the other edge of the moon. The diameter, and then what's that angle? And that angle, it'll be approximately 1/2 degree, but you want to do it precisely, right? And you could do that with a decent zoom camera. You could do that. I don't know. One of these
zoom
forums.
camera doesn't measure angles.
A calibrated zoom camera will.
Wait, could I ask, since this is interesting, you mentioned diameter. Do you know how to actually draw in the diameter of a circle if you are given a circle? As in, you're a math teacher, this is simple for you. You can just go over it.
It is very simple. Yes. Want me to tell you?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Can you lay it out for everyone?
So draw 3 points anywhere on the circumference, and then construct perpendicular bisectors between any 2 pairs of points. You do that twice. The lines crossed will be the center of the circle.
No, I'm asking just about the diameter, but it's just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right. No, once you construct, you construct perpendicular bisectors, and any one of those perpendicular bisectors will be will be a diameter. I mean, if you stop at the circumference. Yes, any one of the perpendicular bisectors.
So
actually,
basically,
you just need 2 points.
Yeah, you need a chord, and then you bisect it.
You don't even need
perpendicular bisector to the chord will be the diameter.
Right,
yeah.
Right. And the chord could be any size chord.
Yeah, can we agree that you cannot do that with the moon?
No one's trying to do that with the moon.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So what we can do with the moon with a digital camera is what you want to first do is calibrate your camera. So cameras, their lenses, they all have a field of view, and if you don't know the angular field of view of your camera, you can calibrate it. And I describe this on multiple videos on my channel. And the thing I describe is take a sheet of office paper. I think in Great Britain, don't you say it's A4, I think? In the US, we call it letter size, or 8.5 by 11. Anyway, you take a sheet of paper that's of exact known size, and you take it and you put it 100 yards away, 100 meters away. I mean, some exact distance where you know the exact distance. I always tell people, go to a local track, or go to in the Americas, we can go to the football field, which measures 100 yards. So you go an exact distance, and you use a exact size sheet of paper, and then you use your zoom camera and you zoom in. You just take some photos. And that will give you your field of view at any level of zoom. Now, I always tell people zoom all the way in, and then you just count, you can count pixels. You can make
sorry, Charles.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Charles. Are you saying that by zooming, you are changing angular size of an object?
No, not changing the angle, not changing the angular size of the object, you're changing the field of view of your lens. So when I say zoom in, like zoom all the way in and then stop zooming, like leave your camera in and everyone who owns a camera knows how to operate it. So, they know what full zoom
Everyone knows
means.
that they're not angle measuring devices.
But you can make it an angle measuring device if you calibrate it. That's my whole point.
You can't
the calibration.
Cameras to.
You can
angle
calibrate
measuring
the field of
devices.
view. Absolutely, you can. Okay, absolutely. Anybody who knows anything about cameras knows that there's specs given by the company that makes the camera. It'll have a spec for the field of view, but you can actually measure the field of view yourself using a calibration test. And the calibration test does not have to be very complicated. It could be as simple as using a sheet of paper, office paper, at a very exact distance. I'm suggesting 100 yards or 100 meters. Okay, and then you will calibrate your particular camera. You will know exactly the field of view of your particular camera. Then you take that exact camera and then you shoot photos of the moon using the exact same zoom. I always tell people go full zoom, but it depends on your camera, right? So you've calibrated, you know the exact angular size or field of view of your lens.
No,
you take a picture of the view.
Okay, I got you.
And then you can measure the angle of the moon. The angular size of the moon.
Sorry, Charles. You are making mistake. You are confusing field of view with angular size. Sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
using field of view to
and
measure
I
angular size.
suspected that you are, but now when you explained that just now, I am certain that you are confusing field of view with angular size.
I'm not.
Yes, because you
Field of
said
view
that you are comparing field of view with this object on the sheet of paper with the field of view of the moon.
No, field of view is an attribute of your lens, and it is measured. It can be measured in degrees. Right. So field of view is an attribute of a lens. Okay. If you know the field of view of a lens, and I'm saying, full zoom, let's say everyone who owns a camera with a zoom lens knows what full zoom means, right? So when your camera's at full zoom, it will have an angular field of view. That is now an attribute of your lens, okay? What you do with it is up to you. Now, I'm suggesting you take that camera and that you take a picture of the moon with that exact same zoom setting, like, for example, full zoom. And that you would be able to measure the angular size of the moon, knowing the field of view of your lens. That's what I'm saying.
About the same as the sun, right?
Right, with a solar filter, but I'm avoiding all the solar filter issues because people argue back and forth. Oh, why do I need a solar filter? And yeah, so it's like we can avoid the solar filter issues by just photographing a full moon.
But from what you said, you are just still measuring angular size. So
you're measuring the angular size of the moon based on a calibrated camera. Yes.
So
this is something you've recommended then?
I've done it.
Yeah, but you're recommending it, so nobody else has recommended this. No manufacturer of any optical device has recommended doing this.
Well, if you're a manufacturer of an optical device, you've written it in the specs. You will hand it to somebody. Here's the field of view of this camera. It's 2.7 degrees at full zoom or whatever. I just made that up. Okay. There's a million ways of doing it, because basically all I'm talking about is geometry. Right? All I'm talking about is geometry. I'm going to make an apples to apples comparison by calibrating my camera, because in the, like I said, in my videos, I'm telling people to get outside and make these measurements. Well, everybody who's watching my videos has different cameras, and I don't know what all the different brands of cameras are and all the different zoom settings. So I tell people, instead of me, trying to tell people what their cameras are doing, I say, you can calibrate your own gear. For example, you can take your personal camera and take a sheet of office paper and put it 100 yards away, for example. Then you can perform a calibration.
Does that tell you how to calibrate?
Sorry?
How many manufacturers tell you how to calibrate, like you've just said, your gear?
Why would they do that? For what purpose?
Well, you stated that you can calibrate it yourself. So how many manufacturers said that you can calibrate cameras the way that you said you can?
Well, but for what purpose would they do this? They don't just...
No. You stated the purpose which you wanted to do it for, correct?
Yes.
Right. So how many manufacturers actually recommend you do exactly the same method that you've chosen to do?
Well, I'm assuming 0, right?
I don't know.
If
you're
you're
the one that stated it, I didn't.
I'm assuming 0, because... but it sounds like you're kind of, no, what does it sound like? It's like you're making a scale. There's a manufacturer of a scale, and it's describing exactly how you measure a sheep. You're not going to find a single manufacturer of scales that measuring how to weigh a sheep. You could weigh a sheep with a scale, right? It's not going to be in the manual.
You can calibrate your equipment, correct?
Using geometry, using Euclidean geometry, yes.
How many manufacturers said that this is a recommended way of doing this process?
Why would they even do that? I'm saying it's approximately 0. Okay, to answer your question. Now I'm going to ask you. Why are you asking? It sounds like trying to place doubt on the calibration process because it's not mentioned by manufacturers. That's what it sounds like you're doing. Is that what you're doing?
How many questions do you want to ask me at once?
Okay, sorry. Can you tell me your intention by the question?
Because I want to know exactly how many manufacturers recommended this process which you are stating.
I've told you now 3 times. I'll tell you a 4th time. Probably 0. Now, can you answer my question?
Okay, what's your intention?
What is your intention by asking this question?
To get an answer for my question.
I've answered it 4 times. I'll answer it a 5th time. Okay, approximately 0.
We're finished then. Thank you.
Okay. But
can I just point out as well that I think it's Paula, is it? Level Up. States been looking on the field of view, right? And this is what they say, right? Here's the lack of absoluteness of the field of view. Its value varies with the distance between the camera and the subject. That's why the same angle of view, you can fit both the moon and a passenger aeroplane.
Right. They're talking about how the absolute, when they say absoluteness, what they're talking about absolute size. So passenger airplane could be the same length as the diameter of the moon. Absolutely.
Yep.
So that's why we're not talking about measuring the absolute size of the moon.
Okay.
We're only measuring the angular size of the moon.
Okay, well, that would be the same as the sun.
Yeah, and I'm just saying,
so what
you're exactly
are we doing
correct.
with this angle, right? I mean, everyone says you can measure an angle, right? I don't know why you'd want to calibrate a camera, because you can't calibrate a camera to measuring angles, because it's not a device for a camera is not an angle measuring device, and you do not have the ability to calibrate something that isn't an angle measuring device.
You can make it an angle measuring device.
An angle measuring device. It's just not possible.
Okay, so
because there are professional tools that do get calibrated, right? theodolites, auto levels, all of these sort of things, right? And the method you using there isn't a calibration method for either of those tools. So it's a non-specific calibration. I think that's what
it's a very specific calibration.
Zaki was just saying there, was the fact that nobody, you claim yourself, nobody else would ever recommend this. This is just a flat earth mathematics
so
claim.
Find the flaw in the procedure.
Well, you can't calibrate a camera to be an angle measuring device.
Find the flaw. Why can't it? Tell me why it can't. Because it's using Euclidean principles, and it's
not an angle measuring device.
It will do it every time. Here's a question for you, Bev. You can give me an angle. Let me say this. I could take my calibrated camera. And then I could actually tell you the angular measurement of something that I could fit in my zoom lens. You could say you can use a theodolite, you can use an auto level, you could do whatever, you can measure the same angle, and I guarantee you that I will be within 1%.
Right, can't you?
No.
Anyone can imagine that they can measure angles with things that aren't meant for measuring angles, right? But the claim is still, you cannot do anything with that angle once you've imagined that you can measure it with a tool that isn't for measuring angles.
Okay, so I think we're barking up the wrong tree, because you're just saying that my procedure is not valid because whatever reason.
Yeah, it's fucking
but
ridiculous.
I just want to go on record. You have not been able to tell me the flaw in my method, right? Because I'm using rock solid Euclidean principles. You cannot tell me a flaw in my method.
You're using your ability to make a device that isn't an angle measuring device into an angle measuring device, and you're using the term calibrate for what you're doing, which it isn't.
Yeah, no, it is what I'm doing, because if you used an angle measuring device, I would match your angle probably within 1%.
You could calibrate an angle measuring device to make sure it is measuring the correct angles.
You didn't hear what I said.
You can't use something that isn't an angle measuring device to calibrate it for measuring angles. That's ridiculous.
Didn't hear what I said. Let's try this again. So take a theodolite, which can measure extremely accurate angles in the horizontal plane, right? And then let's say there's something that has an angular size that's within like a few degrees. Like, let's say you're looking at a house that's across a pond or something. And so you take your theodolite and you measure the angular size left to right of a house that's across the pond. And let's say it's 1.7 degrees. Okay? You with me so far? So you're using an angle measuring device to measure an angle very precisely. Now, I could stand next to you and I could use my zoom camera, my calibrated zoom camera, and I guarantee you I will get to within 1% of your theodolite measurement.
Right, well, what I could do is I could take the theodolite to a calibration center, and I could say, guys, can you just calibrate this, put a sticker on it, and make sure it's actually doing what it's meant to be doing? Thank you very much.
Yes, they usually come from the factory with that calibration
Nobody would
sticker on
come
them.
to you with a camera to get you to calibrate it for angle measurements.
They could. They could if they wanted to. But again, Bev, you have not pointed out any flaw in my method.
Apart from saying that you're not calibrating a camera
to
measure
you
angles.
can use all you want, but you haven't told me what's the flaw in the method. And I'm telling you, I could stand next to you and you could measure the angle with a theodolite. I could measure it with my calibrated zoom camera, and I'm going to get within 1% of your value. That's a fact. In fact, the next time I see Jesse, I'm going to propose that we do a test. I'm going to have a zoom camera, and he's going to have his theodolite, and we'll do this exact thing. We'll measure some distant thing.
You can imagine you're doing whatever you want with Jesse. We all know
all I'm saying
he's
is
not
that
going to
you're
come back
accusing me,
and validate
you're accusing me of not
anything that
calibrating
you're saying.
something. So why don't we toss out the calibrated zoom camera? Let's toss out the calibrated zoom camera, And let's talk about a basket of peas, right? Peas come in all sizes. The full moon is approximately the size of a pea at an outstretched hand. So why don't you take a look at the full moon as it's rising, and then you select a pea and you hold it in your outstretched hand so that the pea is exactly the same size as the full moon. Can you imagine that? Just going to assume yes.
Can I imagine you standing in the back garden holding a pea?
A very
in between your
specific
fingers?
pea.
Yeah, I think I'll have
Very
a go at doing
specific
that,
pea
yeah.
that matches the size
I
of the
bet
full
you're
moon.
squinting as well, aren't you? But you've got one eye closed.
Well, that would help.
Calibrating your pea.
But the point is that this pea has been selected so that when it's in an outstretched hand, it exactly matches the angular size of the moon. Okay? And you do that at
So,
moonrise.
Could I just interject real quick?
Then
before
you
go
do
on
it
from
when
there?
the moon is highest in the sky. And you hold
Angular
the pea up.
sized peas. Come on.
Yes. Then you determine whether the angular size of the moon has changed compared to the pea. Right? And I argue that the moon will maintain its angular size compared to the
already
pea.
did this.
Of course, you could do it all day. But what does that tell you? If the laws of perspective are correct, that will tell you that the moon has not changed a distance appreciably.
The angular.
Sorry, Sarugaki, you were talking to me?
No, I just wanted to make sure that the point is made that, if you're doing this with the pea, this theoretical, hypothetical weirdness in your backyard with the pea, then it's saying that the quote unquote angular size of the pea and the moon is the same. You've just invalidated your method for finding the distance to the moon. That's
Never
all.
said anything about finding the distance to the moon.
Oh, well, that's where we started. So I'm glad you're conceding that you can't really find the distance to the lights in the sky. That's all.
That's what I started with, was that I am not talking about finding the distance to the moon. Maybe
No,
you
that's
didn't,
good. That
maybe you
would be
didn't hear me.
ridiculous.
Okay?
So it means that your calibrating camera, etc., is just kind of pointless. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
we've
going
already
to
done
bed.
this.
pointless.
We did
Good
the
night.
angular
Good night.
nug size of Blackpool
So-
Tower. Remember that?
So the point.
I am off to bed. Good night.
All right, see you later.
Okay, good night, paper. Point, Saragaki, was not to find the distance to the moon, was to determine whether the distance to the moon changes from moonrise to highest in the sky when it crosses your meridian. Okay, that's the point. If the moon does not change in angular size from moonrise to meridian, you can say, whatever certainty, whatever precision you have at your, angular measurement is, the moon has not appreciably changed distance. Okay? If the moon does not
Angular
appreciably
nug
change
size.
distance. Sorry?
That's just hilarious,
I
Charles.
said we'd
that's all.
already done the angular nug size. Like, we've already done this, Charles. We did this very experiment
No, you
with a chicken nugget and Blackpool Tower.
It's amazing.
We didn't even need any
So,
like
in other words, you
angle
didn't
measurements. We
measure
just
the
sort of-
angular size of the moon.
No, they're both the
that
same
what you're saying?
angular size, aren't they? Quite clearly.
So we're
the
not
chicken
measuring
nugget
the
and
angular size of the
Blackpool
moon.
Tower are quite.
You're saying
I mean,
Blackpool
when,
Tower
when,
is
when
a
I
heavenly
say
body.
angular size, I just mean the size of the angle that would be made. I mean, nobody needs an angle measuring device or to calibrate anything.
So which is the heavenly body, the chicken nugget or Blackpool Tower?
No, Blackpool Tower and the nug. That's the
It's the heavenly body?
Well, you had a P, didn't you? And the moon.
No, but so
and
you're saying the
so
Blackpool
we
Tower
had-
is
we're
the,
just
is the heavenly
comparing-
body?
Yeah, the nug for a
orbiting the
P and Blackpool Tower for the moon. It's just, if we're trying to explain angular sizes, then there you go. It's in a picture already. Boom. That's exactly what you're trying to explain, right?
No.
No?
Yes, no. It's exactly not what I'm trying to explain.
Okay, so we'll explain then. The P. Let's pretend the
Let's
nug
just
is
say
a
angular
P.
size. However you're going to get angular size, right? I'm going to say calibrated zoom camera. You could do it with a P.
Well, yeah, we
You
know
could do it
exactly the
with a
size of the
pinhole
nugget.
camera.
We can measure the
You
nugget.
could do it with a theodolite, right?
Could I
However
get a
you want to measure
clarifier just
angular
real quick?
size.
Just real quick, could I get a clarifier? Are you saying there's something different between saying the size of an angle and angular size? And if so, then what is the difference?
The angular size is how big something appears to be from your observation point. That's a great question, Buster. So the angular size of the moon at moonrise, the angular size of the moon when it's highest in the sky.
So there's no angle involved.
Well, I mean, you could measure the angular size. It's approximately half a degree.
That's the thingy with the
Or you could
nugget
just
and
simply take
Blackpool
2
Tower.
pictures.
Yeah.
You could throw out the angle and just take 2 pictures. Take a picture of the moon.
But why
when
would
it's
you
on the
call
horizon.
something
Take
an
a picture of the
angular
moon when it's
size
highest
when
in
the
the sky.
angles? Why would you call something angular size when it's really like you're saying it's not an angle? You could do an angle, but we're still going to call it angular size.
No, I'm using angular size to refer to literally the size of something measured in degrees. Okay? Not talking absolute size. I don't know how big the moon is in miles.
Right?
Sorry?
The degrees is the measure of an angle. That's how you measure an
angular
angle.
size. Yeah. Yes.
So it's the size of an angle.
But it's not any angle. It's not an angle drawn on a sheet of paper. It's literally the appearance of the moon, the diameter of the moon measured in degrees.
It's an angle.
Okay?
It's an angle.
So you do it twice. You measure it at
Size of the
moonrise.
angle. Come on,
Measure
Charles.
it at moonrise, and then you measure it again at when it crosses your meridian.
So that's
It's
2
highest in the
different
sky.
angles measured at 2 different times.
Yes, and you compare them.
And they're just angles, though, aren't they?
The angular size of the moon, yes.
It's just 2
and
angles.
you compare them. Angular size of the moon, yes.
2
And then you compare
angles.
them. It's like you don't want me to say that they're the angular size of the moon.
But no,
yes.
you are measuring, you're using the moon to measure an angle. Like once you've got
No,
the
I'm using a
angle,
tool.
it's an
Using a tool.
angle, right? The moon doesn't implement itself into the angle, right? It's just an angle.
Angular size of the moon. This is one of the problems, Bev, is sometimes when someone clarifies something and then you try to dumb it down, making it less specific. That's a tick of yours, Bev. Are you aware of that?
It's an angle.
Angular size of the moon. Yes.
The size of the angle once you've measured the moon.
Angular size of the moon. Yes. We're in agreement, right? We're talking about the angular size of the moon at moonrise,
Talking
and then
about
the
the
angular
size of
size
the
of the moon
angle.
at the meridian when it's highest in the sky. You compare them. And if it's the same angle, using the rules of perspective,
Same
which I hope
angular
everybody
size of
agrees
the moon.
with,
Don't forget. Don't just turn it into an angle now. This is a special angle.
compare them, and if the angular size of the moon has not changed from moonrise to
same
meridian, you might conclude that the moon has not changed appreciably in distance.
No, you just
May
say
I
the
ask,
angle's the same.
using the laws of perspective.
No.
You
You
could say the
don't
moon is the
imply
same
distance to
distance
it.
away.
No. No, it's the same angle. That's what you come to the conclusion of.
According to the laws of perspective.
What?
When something moves away from you, it decreases in angular size. When it moves towards you, it increases in angular size. That's one of the very first laws of perspective. So if you agree with the laws of perspective, which reality demonstrates them to be true, then you can conclude that the moon has not changed appreciably in distance from moonrise to meridian.
Why are you so stupid? Why? Like,
why am I stupid? Blame my parents.
I feel you. I feel you so bad.
All right, what was the question? I'm sorry, I cut you off. You were asking me why something.
Do you know that there is like a lower limit case for angle measurements when you're trying to measure angles to lights in the sky? So measuring an angle to moonrise, that would literally be what, 0? Because it's at the
Angular size.
horizontal.
Angular size, not angle of elevation. Measuring the
Okay.
angle of elevation of moonrise. We're angling
You have to
angular
wait
size
until
of
the
the
moon
moon.
has risen.
Yeah, it's sitting on the horizon. You can measure its angular size.
Hmm.
Right?
And well, measure. I'm not sure I would go that far, but
However we want to do it, theodolite, whatever.
So you're earlier when you were on top of the mountain, you were not agreeing with the perfect maths, but now you're excluding all of the stuff that you wanted to include earlier. The very stuff that, makes it a problem to do so-called elevation angles below
Sure.
a certain angle.
Sure. Measure it left
Yeah,
to right.
no. That's all I wanted you to, agree with.
In other
That
words,
you're
you don't want me
actually
to
excluding this
you don't want
stuff
me to
now,
clarify.
but you included it earlier.
You
No,
want
I
a
wanted you to
soundbite.
just concede that yes, you
You
were
just wanna-
including it earlier and excluding it now. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, that's one of your ticks, Saragaki, is you don't
That I
want
want
any
to actually
clarification
stay
of a
on
point
point.
that someone's
Yes,
making.
that's one of my ticks. I really want to stay on point because you have a real tendency to just move past it. And I just
So,
wanted to make it very
Saragaki.
clear that earlier you wanted to include that stuff, but now you don't. That's all.
Saragaki, is it possible to
Charles?
measure the diameter left to right versus top to bottom?
No, we agreed earlier
possible?
that no one is trying to actually find the diameter of the moon.
Can I answer the question?
That was ridiculous. We
Is it
agreed to
possible
that
to
earlier.
measure the angular size of something left to right versus top to bottom? Answer?
No diameter of the moon. We agreed earlier.
So the answer is it is possible to measure the angular size of something left to right versus top to bottom. And if you would like to eliminate refraction as a source of problem, you measure the angular size of the moon left to right. Okay? So therefore, there is no need to worry about atmospheric refraction, which only affects the vertical size of something right on the horizon.
Yeah, included before, not included now. And
because we're
as
measuring
per
left to right,
earlier
not top to
agreement.
bottom.
Yeah, I wasn't done talking, Charles. You have a tendency to get really pissed at this. Okay, so earlier you excluded it. Now you're including it. And before this, we both agreed that, doing a chord of the moon and then a perpendicular bisector to find the diameter is nobody's trying to do that because that's ridiculous. So, I think you and me, this conversation between the two of us is actually over.
Well,
It
you
has
could take
reached
a
its conclusion.
photograph of it. You could take a photograph of it, and you can count how many pixels wide it is.
That's not
using,
geometric,
Photoshop.
Charles.
So,
Not
can't
geometric.
You can't contradict the method of measuring the angular size of the moon with a calibrated camera because there is nothing wrong with my method. But for anybody else who's listening, if you measure the angular size of the moon using whatever method you want, theodolite, calibrated camera, P, whatever, I don't recommend the P, but that was just an example. But using some calibrated method.
Have you got a video of showing how to calibrate cameras?
It's in several of my videos. I haven't recorded a video of me doing the calibration, but I've got the instructions in detail. But if you do this and you determine that the moon does not change, the full moon does not change in angular size from moonrise to meridian, then you might draw the conclusion that the moon has not appreciably gotten closer to or further away from the observer, if the laws of perspective are true. And that's just one of the 20 explorations I have on my channel. But I guess the original question was, have I converted anybody? And yes, several people have told me they've used my methods and they determined the shape of the Earth.
That was the shape of the Earth thing.
Yep.
By looking at the moon told you the shape of the Earth?
Well, no, the moon can conclude by careful observation of the moon in this one time, you can determine that the moon is not local. Right?
Okay, so nothing to do with the Earth then.
It does have something to do with the Earth because
So that's got a shape of
if
the
the
Earth.
moon
You
is
didn't
not
make a
local,
claim that was the shape of the Earth.
If the moon is not local, then that does eliminate certain models for the shape of the Earth.
What do you mean by local?
Meaning that moonrise to meridian, if the moon hasn't changed in size, say 1%, then there's no way that the moon could be less than an Earth diameter away, or even 10 Earth diameters away. It's to be
An
further
Earth
than that.
diameter. How'd you come to that one? How'd you
I'm
find
just
an
using
Earth
it as a
diameter?
unit of measurement. You could say thousands and thousands of miles if you don't like Earth diameter.
Yeah, so not very exact, just, whatever, thousands and thousands.
More than, right? You can
More
determine
More
that
than
it is
thousands
much
and thousands.
more than many Earth diameters away. Okay? That's
And
what I
you're
mean by
using
not
that as
local.
the unit of measure, 1 Earth diameter,
So
like a unit circle.
I know that this Discord server is not home to flat Earth, but many people believe in a flat Earth. It is
Can I ask a
disc-shaped. That the moon is
Your flat Earth
orbiting above.
mathematics.
That the moon is a small object
Strange that
orbiting
you're
above the
bringing
Earth.
that in. So
I'm just
these
saying.
people
I
are
know that's
you,
not this
right?
Discord server, but the moon is
you-
local.
Flat Earth
Most
math. Do
flat Earth
you
models.
believe in a flat Earth?
Of course not.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, please? Right. Flat Earth mass. He said it disproves models. What models are you talking about?
So, by far and away, the most popular flat Earth model shows that the Earth is
you said
approximately disc-shaped.
You said models, but I want to know what models you are talking about. Not just one. I want to know all models you are talking about.
Okay. So you could hypothesize the shape of the Earth and the orientation
Right?
of the sun and the moon and the
Don't tell me
locations.
what to do. I'm asking you, what models are you talking about?
Most common flat Earth model out there.
So you say a model, not you. You stated models. So you only stated one model now.
There are several common flat Earth models. One of them is called infinite plane. Another one is a disc-shaped world. Whether there's a firmament that's a dome, whether there's a firmament which is a flat plane above us. But they're all variations on a theme where
So
the
what
Earth,
were the
as we
models
know
are
it,
then? So what were
is
the models
approximately
are?
disc-shaped.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
So what other models besides flat Earth models are there?
Oh, well, of course, there's the spherical model, and then there's a concave Earth model. There's a number of models, but those are the top 3: spherical, concave, and approximately disc-shaped. There's a bunch of it all comes down to particulars, but those are the top 3.
So spherical. So that's a ball.
A globe. I'll call it a globe Earth, but yeah, approximately.
That's a model. Then there's the flat Earth model. So what does a flat Earth model mean?
I'm sorry, what's a what?
A flat Earth model mean to you?
What it means to me is where sea level is approximating a plane. Of course, there's going to be local tides and local waves, but so all the oceans of the Earth are approximately in a flat plane. Which the most popular flat Earth models have the North Pole in the center of a disk, and the Antarctica is out there around the outside. But there's a lot of disagreement with this.
What does concave then mean to you?
Oh, concave is that basically what we call the sky is actually the center of a sphere, and so the Earth, the Earth concaves up, and that we live inside of a ball.
Okay. So what proof do you have that we live in any of these so-called models?
So by carefully observing the heavens.
No, you can't. Oh, looking up at the sky. No. Yes. On Earth, what do you know about the Earth? Not the skies, the Earth.
Okay, so you cut me off when I was just getting started. By carefully observing the heavens, you can determine the geometry of the land that we are standing on. It's amazing. You're just cutting me off 2 sentences in. Really don't want to hear what I have to say.
I asked you a specific question about living on this Earth. What can you determine about the Earth?
By carefully observing the heavens, you could determine the shape of the Earth.
No.
Notice it's like you have this tick. You ask me a question, but you refuse to allow me to answer.
Because
that means you don't want the answer to the question.
What do you know about the Earth, and then you go about the sky? I don't want to know about the sky. I want to know about the Earth.
So,
which we're
standing on. How about Euclidean geometry? Do you want to use Euclidean geometry?
Go on then. Go.
Okay. So if you use Euclidean geometry and you make observations about something, you could determine conclusions based on those observations, right? So, for example, if somebody locked you in a house, and they all you could see, I mean, you could look out the windows, but you couldn't open the windows, you couldn't open the front door. They locked you in the house. You would be able to figure out on your own the shape of that house, only knowing by what you can see out of those windows. Okay, and so using Euclidean geometry, standing on the surface of Earth but looking at the heavens, we can determine the shape of the Earth.
Right.
Didn't
Hold
say
on,
the
wait a minute.
size of the Earth. I
Can
didn't
I-
say the
can I-
distance, but you could determine the shape.
Can I just interject a minute? Right, you said looking out of your house, you can determine the shape of your house. No, you determine the shape of your house by looking inside your house. Correct?
Oh.
You can't determine the shape of your house by looking outside.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. If you're looking outside your house, how the hell do you know what room you're living in?
So
how do you know the walls are square or round or whatever? Because you're looking outside your house. That's an illogical argument.
Okay. So if I gave you pictures taken from all the windows in my house, and then I had a different shaped house, maybe a house that was shaped like a cylinder, right? And I took pictures out of all those windows, and I handed you, and all I handed you was the pictures. You would be able to tell me the difference between the square shaped house and the cylinder shaped house just by looking at the photos.
You said you could determine the shape of your house by looking outside through a window.
Through
So
all
yes,
the windows.
like
If
your
you,
house-
if you were able to look at all the windows of your house.
Panorama. You make a panorama.
So
Are you
the
saying
thing is,
you
when
can
we're looking at
determine
the
the
sky,
shape of
it
the
is-
thing that you're taking the panorama from? Is
Yes,
that
using
what you're
Euclidean
saying,
geometry.
Charles?
Using Euclidean
make a
geometry,
comment?
you could draw these conclusions.
Sounds fucking ridiculous, mate.
That's because you don't understand it. You
Can I
use
make a
that
comment?
phrase a lot. But,
Hello?
sorry, say it again.
I was just asking if I could make a comment.
Sure, sure, sure.
This is my first
Free
time
for all
here.
Friday.
Yeah, I don't know any of you guys, but Charles, you kind of mentioned that Bev was guilty of simplifying earlier, and I think you're doing the same thing here. I think this is false equivalence. You're saying the Earth is a house, and I think the Earth is incredibly, like by orders of magnitude, by millions, more complex than a house. And so you can't just look out the window in the same way in your analogy. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, and I never said the Earth was a house.
Your
What I said
analogy
was,
You inferred it.
what
You
I
inferred
said
it.
was, if all you had was the view out your windows, you would be able to determine the shape of your house. In fact, you could take pictures and hand them
You'd
to
be
somebody
in
else
the
who's never
house,
set
you
foot in
could
your house.
measure the fucking
They would be able to tell the
house
shape of your house.
from inside
Okay?
it.
Yes.
That's my point.
So
if you're inside the house, you can actually tell what shape the house is. If you're looking outside the house, how do you know what's behind you? Because you're not looking behind you. You're looking
Because
forwards
you would
through
you would
a window
you would
outside
locate
the house.
would find the orientation of the windows you're looking through. That's the point.
How would you find that? You're looking. What?
So
The windows will be orientated vertically, surely.
So let's say you take a wide angle lens, a lens that's greater than 90 degrees, say. And
so
let's
now
say
what
you
time?
take the world's simplest house. It has 4 walls and it has 4 windows. The world's simplest house, right? And if you and
Have you got a bathroom?
assuming there's interesting things outside of your house. Maybe there's a swing set on one side, maybe there's a backyard, maybe there's a driveway on the other side, and maybe there's a street in front of your house. Okay?
Right.
So there's
It's
interesting things around your house.
It's my
It's
basic
just
little house.
4 walls and
Has it
4
got a-
windows.
Has it got a kitchen?
I'm just saying the world's simplest house, 4 walls and 4 windows.
Okay. Has it got a kitchen? Because if
matter.
it's a house, then
Doesn't matter.
Well, because if it's a house, then it's got to actually sustain people in it. So has it got a kitchen?
I'm trying to simplify the problem so that we won't
So
get
am I,
bogged down.
so am I. I want to know: is my house got a kitchen?
Okay, so yes, it does have a kitchen.
Right? Does it have a bathroom?
Yes.
Because if people eat, then they're going to poop, aren't they?
Yes.
Right.
May
Okay.
I point out
But we're not talking about looking out the windows. My point was, if you took 4 photos out of 4 windows, using a wide-angle lens, you could hand those 4 photos to somebody and say, "Can you tell me the shape of this house?" And they would be able to say yes. If you tried the same thing with
How
a
could they?
cylindrical
Because
shaped house,
hold on, wait a minute. You're pointing. You've got a camera going outside, and you've got a zoom lens or a wide lens or whatever it is.
wide angle,
Wide
like
angle.
a you know,
How,
you can even go
the hell
fisheye.
can you see what's behind them?
You won't see what's behind you, but you will see the orientation of the picture, and that's the point. So, for example, if you're looking at your backyard, you will see a little teeny piece of your side yard. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Break up.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So I'm pointing a camera outside my window, and I take a picture of all 4 sides, so they're all pointing outwards. And for somebody can say that they know the orientation, they know the shape and the size of my house. Is that what you're saying?
Not the size, only the shape.
Yeah. It's like as if you could take 4 pictures outside a cylindrical house, then of course they'll be able to tell that one of them was taken around a square house and the other one was taken around a cylindrical house. I mean, why would they be any different? I mean, they'd definitely be able to do that, right, Charles?
Let's say 8 pictures. Let's say there was a square-shaped house with 2 windows in each side, right? And then you have a cylindrical house with 8 evenly spaced windows. Okay?
How is that equal?
The point that I'm trying.
Only like there's 8 pictures or 2 pictures.
So,
yeah.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that
they can't
carefully looking at these
Charles.
pictures.
You're just imagining shit.
All right, so I guess this actually was an analogy, but you guys are
very
terrible. It was
Why don't you
just
very
How
combative.
determine the shape of the person taking the pictures, let alone what he's inside of?
So getting back to my original point, though.
Right. I live in a lighthouse.
Getting back to my original point.
Charles, I live in a lighthouse, right? So somebody goes outside and takes pictures outside a lighthouse. Can they tell whether I live in a lighthouse or not?
No.
So how the hell can they tell whether I live in a square, rectangular, or whatever house?
Okay.
His
It was a bad
analogy
analogy,
was fucking
but
awful.
it's
like,
most
forget
people
it, scrap
get
that.
most
Let's
people
try
get
it
the
again.
analogy.
Mulligan, that one.
So let me go back to my original statement about the 3 things you can determine by carefully examining the heavenly bodies. You can determine whether the heavens are near, local or not, near or
By
far.
measuring an angle.
Well, if you measure the angular size of the full moon when it's rising and when it's at its meridian, and the angular size doesn't change, and perspective is a thing, then you can eliminate a local moon.
Okay,
Because the moon
so
is
what
not getting
distance-
closer to you, further away from you.
Charles,
moving away from you.
this is why I struggle to believe that you're actually a mathematics teacher. Because this is like practical mathematics, isn't it?
This is all Euclidean.
Yeah, you're just measuring an angle and you're saying you can tell that something isn't getting further away by measuring the
Perspective.
same angle.
Yeah. If perspective is a thing, and I hope everybody in this room agrees that the laws of perspective work.
That's your
Right?
flat earth stuff.
Oh, no, perspective. Actual
Perspective.
factual
That's what I've
perspective.
heard about it, yeah.
Actual perspective.
Yeah, trying to do things with perspective.
Perspective. Actual perspective is a thing. One of the laws of perspective says that when someone gets twice as far away, it will get twice as small, right? Approximately. I mean, it's not exactly, but when something gets further away,
it's an approximate law, is it?
But no.
It's one of those.
It's actually a trigonometric
perspective. Exactly, Charles.
It's a trig thing. If you have something that's very small in angular size, if it gets twice as far away, it'll get twice as small. But it doesn't work for larger items.
You're presupposing you know what the moon is and how it should behave.
So, we could tell from
an
observation
otherworldly
that it
body,
appears
like the
to
perspective
be
might.
a
Sorry.
solid
Go ahead,
object.
Charles.
Appears to be a solid object by all
Appears.
observations.
We
I've
assume.
never seen an
Okay.
observation of the moon that shows that it's not a solid object.
Like
the way
the P
craters
at
have
the arm's
shadows in
length
them.
is a solid object.
Same
So-
angular size, right?
So
It's a
it does
P.
seem
Yeah.
it does seem that the
Same
argument now
distance away
stems
then,
that the
of course.
moon is not actually a thing. That seems to be a poor
Angular
argument.
P size.
Yes, the moon is a P.
I didn't say that.
Said that.
Yeah, and I'm not
Moon
saying
is
it isn't a
another
thing,
big
Charles,
garden,
but
then you can hold a P up and say, yes, the moon is a P.
Right, I'm gonna give you guys a link. I've given you guys this link before. Open image. And,
I'm just trying to figure out why you couldn't just put your camera on the edge of a stick and stick it up your chimney and swing it around 360.
You could do that.
Oh,
But
okay.
that wouldn't tell you the size of or the shape of your house.
No, of
You'd
course
be
not.
getting a panorama, and the panorama would not tell you shape. That's why you have to look out one window, and then you have to go over to another window, look out that window, and you notice how your perspective changes. That was
but if
the
you
point I was
angled
trying
the
to make.
camera downwards as you stuck it out the chimney, maybe you could.
Maybe that.
Oh, sure.
Maybe
But
if
that's
the stick
cheating.
was long enough
That's
so you could
cheating.
take a
That's
picture
putting the
of your
camera
actual
outside the house.
from
That's
it.
cheating.
I think we need a space ladder with a little camera attachment on top.
This gets back to the question. I forget who raised it, whether it was Warden.
No,
Warden
but
Clough
Charles,
or
you already
Blind Spot.
conceded that you have no actual formal training in large checks, so that you actually have no clue how to prove anything.
Yes. You go with your concessions that you think I made. But if you do measure the angular size
Well,
of
that
things
was
and
a
you determine
concession that you
them
did make.
to not be getting closer to you or further from you, you could do the same thing with a constellation, any of the named constellations, but I like Orion. I mean, my son's name is Orion. If you measure the angular size of Orion,
You could do it with any angle, really, couldn't you? You could measure
Angular
the angle a
size,
couple of times and then say,
Angular
well, it's not
size,
got
Bev.
any further away.
angular size, Bev. I know you don't.
Yeah,
like
the size of an
angular size.
angle. Yeah, of any
So
angle.
angular size of something you're observing.
Yeah, like the triangle, an actual angle.
I'm not observing a triangle. I'm
Well, you
observing a
can do, though,
constellation.
can't you? I mean, you could
You keep
measure
changing the
an
subject.
angle of a triangle and then come
It's 'cause
back
you don't
to it
wanna
a bit
measure-
later and measure the same angle and determine that it's not got any further away from you, like by your logic, right?
This
Flat
is
Earth
true.
mathematics logic.
If you
that
measured a
would work.
triangle in different 6 hours apart,
Mm-hmm.
yes, you could determine that triangle has not gotten further away or closer to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But I'm talking about heavenly objects, like the constellation Orion or the moon, or if you have a solar filter, you could do it with the sun. Okay? And if you determine that all heavenly objects do not appear to get closer to you or further away from you in 6 hours, that violates significant models for the shape of the Earth. Okay, that's what somebody was asking me about. How would I tell the shape of the Earth by looking at the heavens? Well, you could definitely eliminate the most popular flat Earth model. And again, I know this is not a flat Earth server, but the question was asked, and I'm trying to answer it.
I know you are flat Earth mathematics, right? You have to
My
keep
channel
I know
name.
You have to keep
I'm
mentioning
Charles.
it. We know.
I'm Charles. My channel name is
Wouldn't
Flat Earth
objects
Math.
in heaven, wouldn't they fall down unless you put an engine or something on it?
Yes, that's exactly what would happen.
To give him a center, I think.
Yeah, you just give it a center. I forgot. Bebby, yeah, he cleared it up.
Well, somebody raised the point about how do you know the Earth isn't cube shape? A cube has a center. The problem with a cube shape is that if you're closer to one of the vertices, then down is at a significant angle to the angle of the quote unquote ground. Like, let's say you're living in a flat place like Kansas, right? You're like, hey, I'm living at Kansas, but for some reason my plumb bob is at a 30-degree angle to the ground. Well, then that's what would happen if you were on a cube-shaped planet, if things were falling towards the center.
Did you
That's
say
what you
your
realize.
bob was at 30-degree angle?
Only in Kansas.
Wow. Well,
No, if you were living in a
place.
flat place like Kansas, where you look miles and miles, the Earth looks flat, right? Flatter than a pancake. Right? Well, that wouldn't work on a cube-shaped Earth, because on a cube-shaped Earth, if you got close to one of the vertices, quote unquote, towards the center, is going to be at an angle. I mean, if you got really close to the vertex, your plumb bob would hang at a 45-degree angle. Okay. And being that our plumb bobs don't hang at a 45-degree angle to the ground in a flat place like Kansas, we can eliminate cube for the shape of the Earth. Because that was what somebody said yesterday.
Or Kansas is just in the dead center of one of the squares, right?
Right. So this presumes that people talk to each other and that people can travel around and, like, we have explored.
If my plumb bob were at
most of the Earth's
45-degree
surface.
angle, I think I would wake up from my dream at that point.
Yes. Or you could say the Earth is not a cube. Okay. I think that's a much easier statement.
I don't think anybody argued for the cube, so I'm just.
Well, no, it was mentioned last night about somebody, Aristotle saying, "Oh, it's falling towards the center." Well, a cube has a center, so why couldn't the Earth be cube shaped?
Yeah, that was
And the
Betty's argument, right? Part of the question argument was things fall because they don't have a center. If things with a center don't fall.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crude way before they had an understanding of gravity.
No, this was yesterday. This isn't a long time ago. This was last night.
Aristotle was not talking yesterday.
No,
Okay?
that was
People were
Bebby.
quoting
Exactly.
Aristotle.
Yeah, it
yesterday.
wasn't Aristotle. It was Bebby last night.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
think Aristotle made
Quoting,
that argument. That was Betty
quoting
part of the
Aristotle.
question argument.
Yeah,
Aristotle.
definitely Bebby yesterday.
People in the time of Aristotle did not have a good understanding of gravity, so they would use words like falling towards the center. Okay.
But this
that
was
would
not
indicate-
Aristotle. This was yesterday. Bebby, with his so-called question argument, which we already went over as being ridiculous in the first place.
You really
So
have trouble
because
listening.
it was ridiculous in the first place, by logical standards, since anything follows from a contradiction, you can show further absurdities, like the ones we're pointing out now and laughing at, because it's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, I did take a close look at the that proof diagram. It was really small in Discord, which is why I didn't understand. It was the circle with the 6 lines, and so at some point I'll be making a response to that. But talking about absurdities, that was taking it to the next level.
Yeah, absurdities can be taken to any level you want, and they're just equally absurd all the time and hilarious. Humor is based on absurdity,
frequently-
right, Charles?
Frequently, absurdity is not the first line of a proof, though. That was unusual about that document.
It's
But
very,
anyway.
very basic. Yeah, absurdity is used to prove things. Yeah, even within Euclid. I thought you were a math teacher. Well, I didn't
there's this
actually.
thing
I'm
called
just lending you
proof
some
by
credence to
contradiction,
make the
and
point
it
that
looks
you're
like-
obviously not.
You say proof by
It looks like that's what you were
contradiction.
going for. Proof by contradiction, which is definitely a valid
Reductio
method
ad
of proof.
absurdum. You reduce the statement to its logical conclusion, which would be absurd because it's an inherent contradiction involved, showing you
Right.
that the original premise or proposition in this case must be false. Yeah,
Right, but
that's
you
an
don't
absurdity,
start
Charles,
with
and
an
you use
absurd.
that within Euclid, and that's called the reductio ad absurdum. Reducing it to absurdity to show how ridiculous it is, and you're
Right.
allowed to laugh
But
at it,
you're-
Charles.
But
It's
you're
okay.
but you're eliminating the word reduction.
I'm
It's
not.
not. It's not. Yes, you are, because the
I said
first
reductio ad
statement-
absurdum, reducing
Yes,
to
but
absurdity. Yeah.
there was no reduction. It started with absurdity. That's the problem. Anyway, I'm gonna respond to that maybe in video form. I'm not quite sure how I'm
Oh,
gonna.
that'd be
I'm
great,
gonna do it.
Charles. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Do a proof by contradiction.
That's what
Please.
it looks like Saragaki was trying to do, where you say something that's the opposite of what you're trying to prove, and then when several steps later you come up with a contradiction, you say, well,
I actually
therefore
explained
the
what a
thing
reductio
that
ad
I was
absurdum
trying to
is,
do
Charles.
was absurd. Okay, but
I actually explained what it is. I'm not sure you understood. You take a
I understood it
proposition and you go.
exactly correctly. Yes.
Yeah, okay, you
I
can go
understood every
play
line.
back later then.
But anyway, so people were asking, how I determine the shape of the Earth, and
No,
and
the
that's-
question was specifically mentioning proof.
Well, maybe somebody else was asking, not you, but one of the other guys. in
Yeah,
this
answer
room.
the other question, which was almost the same, which you just made up. No, the question was proof specifically. But go on.
Okay, what's your question?
That was Wardenclyffe asking you how you prove either or, but you've already conceded that you have no formal logical training, so therefore you have no ability to prove anything.
Whatever, Saragaki. I had this example where somebody was saying you don't, talking about proof, and people were talking about a bathroom in a building. And it's like if you walk in my house, you're not going to find sewage streaming down the walls, and you're like, well, wait a minute, I thought there was a bathroom upstairs. And it's like, yes, there is a bathroom upstairs, but well, wait a minute, I don't see sewage streaming down the walls. Well, you might be able to conclude that there are pipes within the walls that carry the sewage, even though you can't see the pipes. You just using logical, just A plus B equals C, just logical conclusions. You might conclude that there's pipes that are hidden within the walls.
So even though you have no formal logical training, as you called it, you still have the ability to use logic.
Absolutely.
Wow.
But I'm not going to name the things using vocabulary that I have not learned. That's what I think you guys were misunderstanding with Bevy. But the thing is that you could use logic to make conclusions. So if you observe
that's the only thing you can use to make conclusions.
Yes. If you observe the moon not changing angular size from moonrise to zenith, or not zenith, to meridian to moonset, and one of the logical things you can conclude is that the moon has not gotten closer to you or further away from you. You can do the same thing with constellations. You could do the same thing with the sun if you have a solar filter. That is just one of the many, many things. Well, 3 if you include stars. But 3 of the many, many things you can do to help determine the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what Copernicus said they were attached to a firmament. So do you believe Copernicus is wrong?
Well, find firmament, because some people call firmament the expanse. In other words, the universe.
He drew a model, and he said the sun is the center. Everything rotates around the sun. If you go past, I think his furthest planet was Jupiter or Saturn. If you go past that, there's a firmament.
That's very different from the use of the word firmament in other circles. But the ancients did not have the means of examining like distances to stars. So they perceived a celestial sphere that was extremely far away. But one way you could visualize it is an actual sphere. It's stars painted on the inside, but they didn't really have that technology. But yes, the heliocentric model with the stars at a great distance does work. And Copernicus, I mean, I haven't studied the ancient astronomers, so I'm not sure what Copernicus, what part of the model, he exactly had right. But I know Copernicus,
well, that would be interesting to have you debate him and your ideas.
Could you set that up?
He's saying.
Does he have a Discord channel?
No, he's long gone.
But I mean, have you studied Copernicus? I mean, I have not. I mean, I have a glancing, have you studied what he concluded and why he concluded it?
Yeah, he said if you use the sky to make any claim about the ground, you're going to come out a greater fool than what you entered.
Really? You got a quote for that? Was that in one of his books? Because I don't think he ever said any such thing.
All right, well, that's what I'm saying. Look it up. Look what he says about how astronomy can provide the hypothesis.
Yeah, look at it this way, I think he said, didn't he? Just, I know you've all been looking at it like that, but what about looking at it like this? And then everyone went, well, you can't really tell the difference, can you?
Can I also point out, on top of this, that Charles literally just said that he has barely a glancing knowledge of Copernicus, but he definitely thinks he did not say that thing.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yes,
Here's a direct quote right here. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as the truth ideas conceived for another purpose, like you want to hide God or give some sort of person an idea that their space tells you what the ground is. Looking at the moon is telling you what the ground is. You got a secondary
He doesn't say
purpose.
anything about that.
You depart from this study an even greater fool than which you entered it.
So
See, like what
I'm
he's
not
saying is you're using
to
astronomy
disprove God.
and you're talking about astrology. The moon's not going to tell you what the ground is. That's astrology,
The
not astronomy.
moon can tell you whether it is getting closer to you or further from you in 6 hours. That's what the moon can tell you.
Yeah, which has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
But you have
Can we get to the
you have
point
to
where
acknowledge
you-
that if you measure the angular size of the moon over 6 hours from moonrise to meridian, it did not change angular size, that you could conclude that it did not get closer to you or further from you.
Can
Okay?
you acknowledge that you just denied the quote? Sorry.
What does that
Didn't
tell you
deny
about
that
the
quote. It didn't say anything about the moon not telling you the shape of the Earth. Copernicus knew the Earth was a globe, so I'm not really sure what the problem is.
No. How do you know the shape of the Earth then?
How do I know, or how do I know that Copernicus knew?
No. How do you know the shape of the Earth?
Because I've performed all the tests that I describe on my channel.
Which tests have you done then?
The tests that I describe on my channel, there are at least 20 of them. In fact, I've even done more tests that haven't been
Calibrating
documented on my
cameras
channel.
and measuring angles, counting.
Yeah, and
pixels.
Copernicus would tell you came out a greater fool than what you entered.
Yeah,
You've come
says
out
the
of
guy who
you've
knew
come
the
out
Earth
of
was a
this
globe,
Discord.
right?
Hold on, wait a minute. You come out of this Discord to state that you know the shape of the Earth. So please demonstrate how you know the shape of the Earth.
Well, what's funny for me is that I can't get like 3 words in before being attacked, on all sides by using ridiculous arguments. Like for example, that I can't measure angles with a zoom lens. Yes, you absolutely can measure angles with a zoom lens if you calibrate it. So we can't even get to square one because people reject even the simplest things. You can't take a photo of the full moon. You can't do anything you can't count pixels on a
You've
photo
just
of the full
said
moon.
attacked.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can count pixels on a photo of the full moon. And you could take another picture 6 hours later, count pixels there. Boom. The moon did not change appreciably in size. So that eliminates the biggest alternative to the globe, which is the flat Earth model. And I know this is not a flat Earth channel, but you asked, how do I know the shape of the Earth? That is just one of the many, many things you could do. Now, that doesn't tell me the Earth is a globe, but it tells me that it 100% is not flat. Meaning, when I say flat, I mean a level. Sea level is a planar in nature.
We all know this, Charles.
Now the quote is gone. Can we please get to this one? Just to have it said out loud that you denied this being a quote by Copernicus before having the actual quote given to you. And now that it has been given to you, are you denying that this quote is from Copernicus, please?
Stop lying, Saragaki.
Yeah, okay. So you said that you don't think. So you were willing to deny that it was the case. But can you agree that this quote is now linked to you in the chat? The quote that you said that you don't think he said. But there it is in the chat. Can you agree?
Okay.
Or are you going to deny that this is a quote by Copernicus?
So, first off, stop lying.
I'm
This
not.
quote appears to be an accurate quote by Copernicus. And before it was displayed in the chat, no one said any such thing. Somebody said to me that you can't use the moon to determine the shape of the Earth, and there is no reference to moon or shape of the Earth in this quote. So, not using the moon to determine the shape of the Earth was the thing that I was denying that Copernicus said.
Okay, Blindspot literally said about how the last part of this quote, departing from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. You said you don't think he said anything like that.
That wasn't me. I don't know who said it wasn't me though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
That's
Was
all
it Mika Crit? I'm sorry. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I'm the one who said that because his ideas are directly in conflict with what Copernicus said. The experts in the globe model are in rapid disagreement with what Flat Earth math is saying. They're saying you cannot use the sky to tell you what the ground is unless you're from another world. If you're from Mars and you're observing Earth from Mars, then you can use the sky to find out what Earth is because you're observing it. Copernicus.
Oh, where did he say that?
Yeah, I linked it twice, like a meme version in the
He
brain
doesn't say anything about using you can't use the sky to determine the shape of the Earth. I would love to find some quote from anybody who says that. That is not true, and Copernicus knew that was not true.
He's saying you can't even come up with a hypothesis using the sky.
Where is he saying that?
For fuck's sake,
This is
dude.
painful, Charles.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
I'm
where to go
looking at
from
the
here.
quote. The quote is right in front of me, and
Let no one expect anything certain from astronomy. Do you not know what that means? Do you not know how to infer stuff from quotes?
okay. So first off, that's the middle of a sentence that's like 20 words long. It's actually that's the middle of the first third of a 20-word sentence.
Point being, you are certain of your conclusion of globe. However, here is the actual quote saying, "Let no one expect anything certain from astronomy."
That's
Do you
not what he
not
said.
understand this, Charles? I mean, seriously.
No, you're not understanding, because you're literally pulling out a piece from the first third of that entire sentence. Why are you not quoting the whole thing? Why are you just pulling out a piece of it? Is it because you disagree with the whole quote? Because it sounds like you're selectively editing quote to suit your own purposes, and that's dishonest. Right?
No, Charles. Mechacrit made
I'm
a
staring at the
claim
quote.
that you instantly disagreed with, and here is the actual quote that is backing up what he said.
No, it's not backing up what he said. There's no mention
No,
of
of course
the moon
it's
or the
not,
shape of the
Charles.
Earth.
Everybody's wrong. My name is
The shape
Charles.
of the Earth.
This is why I generally don't do fetch quests for globalists. They just play these little semantic games. Like, he wasn't talking about hypothesis. He wasn't talking about astronomy. He wasn't talking about the sky. Like, somehow Charles has it all figured out. Like, he wasn't talking about the firmament. See, all I'm saying is I disagree with Copernicus's model, and so do you.
No, I agree. I mean, to the degree that Copernicus was correct. I mean, the whole heliocentric model, but he didn't know about galaxies and black holes and things like that.
Yeah, he did. He called them firmament.
He did not know about galaxies and
Yes,
black
he
holes.
did. He called them the firmament. See, how are you not understanding
You're saying that
this?
Copernicus knew about black holes.
Yeah, he called it anything beyond Saturn was the firmament.
Okay, so he did not know about black holes.
And
Okay,
then
you
he
keep
said,
saying the firmament.
if you make a hypothesis about any of it, you'll exit a greater fool than what you entered.
That's not the whole quote. That's a selective reading of it. So if you look at the
Can you
if you look at the
interpret
quote,
this quote live for us, please, Charles?
so far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it. Get it? Let no one expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it. Astronomy can furnish a lot of things. And he's saying,
not certainty.
Don't let anyone expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it. So, for
Which
example,
means
if
what,
you
Charles?
study the
An hypothesis.
geometry of astronomy, you can make geometry conclusions from astronomy.
Conclusion
what you
is
probably
certain,
cannot
Charles.
do is maybe draw conclusions about somebody's horoscope or somebody's future, or whether someone's going to be unlucky,
That's
or whether someone's going to get
astrology.
married. That's astrology, even though that uses astronomical measurements, right? So what he's saying is, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it. If you make astronomical observations, you can make astronomical conclusions. That is logical.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, so now look what astronomy is: a study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. So you're saying that you're going to study beyond Earth's atmosphere and then make a hypothesis about Earth's atmosphere.
Just using Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, and you're exiting a greater fool than which you entered.
This is pretty funny.
According to
You guys
Copernicus.
just want to get away from the fact that the moon does not change angular size, and that's
You could
very
block the
problematic.
sky out completely. Just put a blanket over the sky, and it
Okay.
wouldn't change Bo Diddley about the Earth. There is no cause and effect relationship between the sky and the ground. You can
Never
do
said
this
there was.
easy. Just go into a planetarium. They'll
Right. I never
project
said
the
there was a
sky
cause and
onto a
effect
dome.
relationship. Yes. Yeah, and I have a whole video on that. The sky is a dome regardless of the shape of the earth. I posted it in chat. All right. So yes, there is no cause and effect relationship between the sky and the earth. Okay. I don't know how many times I could say that.
Okay,
The
so
sky
what
is a
happens
dome
if you
regardless
try
of the
to do
shape of
that?
the earth. So
If
you're
you try to make a cause and effect relationship, what do you exit? You exit
all
as
right.
a.
Oh my goodness. You
Just
were
say
really
it.
funny. You're
Say,
really, really funny.
you exit a greater fool than you entered.
That's not what he said.
Literally.
That's not what he said. But no one
I
expects
think
anything
you are
certain from
absolutely
astronomy that cannot
ridiculous,
furnish it.
Charles.
Right? I'm using astronomy to make astronomical geometric conclusions.
Conclusions are certain, and this guy is saying that astronomy cannot furnish certainty.
Which cannot furnish it. Let no one expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it.
Yep.
Okay?
Yes, very
don't
okay.
try to draw conclusions outside of astronomy. Don't use astronomy to draw conclusions outside of astronomy. Because astronomy cannot furnish those. Right?
But you're drawing conclusions within Euclidean geometry based on astronomy. That's absolutely ridiculous,
The
Charles.
Earth is a planet among many planets. Okay?
Nice
So I'm
claim,
including
Charles.
the planet Earth in astronomy. Right?
No, they're not.
It's
They
all
actually
Euclidean
factor
geometry.
Earth out. There's one. I mean, it's
So
in
now who's
modern
playing
day.
the word games?
One modern day hypothesis in astronomy is called the rare Earth hypothesis.
Yes.
What they do is they say Earth is so unique, so outside the mold, doesn't match anything observable. They factor Earth out and they replace it with a placeholder called Terra. There's no life on Terra. The Terra in the Earth and the Moon are one body. It's not even two separate things. So Earth in the heliocentric model doesn't even exist.
No.
It's,
And you
yes,
completely
they call it the
misquoted.
rare Earth.
You completely misquoted the rare Earth hypothesis. I'm very familiar with the rare Earth hypothesis, and you did a butchery of it. I mean, the first part of what you said is correct. Is that the Earth is rare. The circumstances
Unique.
behind the Earth are pretty rare, and so hence the rare Earth hypothesis.
Yeah, Bill
not say
Nye
that it's
explained this
lifeless.
to kids. He says there's nothing special about the Earth. It's unremarkable. The sun is unremarkable. The solar system is unremarkable. There should literally be millions of Earths out there, but there's none. There's zero. So what
No,
happened? What's going on?
planets. We've found many extrasolar planets. Okay, but the particular conditions when people are talking about the rare Earth hypothesis, they're talking specifically about the formation of life, right? And there are very, very special characteristics of Earth that are quite remarkable. For example, the size of our moon, the distance from the Earth to the sun. We're in the Goldilocks zone. The tilt of the Earth's axis to provide seasonal change. There are many, many, many attributes of our Earth. I think probably the size of the moon is probably the biggest.
Tilt to what?
Tilt to the Earth's axis with respect to the orbital plane.
Right. So
Okay,
where
so that's
do
what the
you
that's what the
establish
rare
a
Earth.
baseline, something to measure a tilt?
So yes, if you
What's
put
it- what's
the
the tilt
orbit of
reference
Earth,
to?
you put the orbit of the Earth in a plane. It is an ellipse that is in a plane, right? Then you can measure the Earth's axis, the axial tilt with respect to the plane of the Earth's orbit. Okay, you can actually measure the, we just passed the solstice. You can actually measure the tilt of the Earth every solstice if you were so inclined.
How do you measure the plane?
Well, that's basically it's the path that the sun takes in the sky according to our perspective. That's what establishes that
Like a
that
geometric plane.
Yes, it is a geometric plane. The Earth orbits the sun in a geometric plane, in an ellipse.
Like a Euclidean plane.
A Euclidean plane, yes, absolutely.
No curving
Right, and
of
you can
that
use
space,
all
then.
the principles of Euclidean geometry to make
No
very
curving
careful
of that
observations.
space then. Just that's a traditional Euclidean plane.
Yes, for the fourth time, it's the Earth orbits the sun in an ellipse that is in a Euclidean plane. Yes, and the north-south axis of the Earth is at a tilt to this plane. Okay, and you can measure that. You can measure that in your own backyard every solstice. I did it a couple solstices ago, but I didn't do it this past solstice because we were having really bad weather. But,
Can
yeah.
I ask Crit while you don't interrupt us, Charles? Thank you. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Crit, don't you find it really fascinating that when you state something like within this rare Earth hypothesis and what Bill Nye was explaining, and you said that we have found zero of what Earth anywhere else than here, that he goes to exoplanets, which would mean that in his mind he's equating the Earth to all of these other things within whatever model he's coming from, which they're obviously not the Earth, so he's making a false equivalent right off the bat instantly when you said that. Don't you find that very strange?
No, I think it's predicted by the experts in the globe. Copernicus said, if you do that, you'll come out a greater fool than what you entered. So that's kind of what he's doing. He says that exoplanet means Earth is a ball. That moon over there, that comet, that galaxy, that black hole, all these things cause him to make a hypothesis about the Earth. And he's just coming out a greater fool than what he entered. The only real thing Copernicus or Newton or these guys said is that the model was made by God. God did it. That's kind of what they were coming to, which is why he loaded. My personal take on the quote is that when he said this for a purpose, for a different purpose, other than what he's doing it for, which is why he came up in conflict with the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church said, do not say these things, because if you attach the church to your comments, people will see them they'll see it so ridiculous that it'll weaken the power of the church. Like, people like to go back and say, like, oh, Copernicus was censured because he was talking about science. No, he was censured because the Pope told him to shut up, and he refused to. And then after he disobeyed the Pope, they just said, hey, okay, we'll spend the rest of your life on your mansion compound and don't bother anyone anymore, or we'll execute you. This was at the height of the Inquisition. People were getting burned to the stake if they had a lazy eye. And yet this guy directly opposed the Pope and got to live out his rest of his life in complete luxury. That's what I'm saying. Just a little bit of history will fix a lot of these anti-flat earthers or globe heads or whatever you want to call them. Or people just obsessed with that space has all the answers.
No, I'm not gonna disagree or agree with that. I just want to get back to my point, which I probably didn't elaborate.
Oh, yeah.
My point is that the Earth is the Earth, like the law of identity within logic. The Earth is the Earth. None of these so-called exoplanets, which he referenced, are actually the Earth. So that is a false equivalency when you want to draw up exoplanets as an example, when you specifically said that we have not found, the Earth anywhere else. We found zero. Because the Earth is the Earth, and only the Earth is the Earth. None of these exoplanets are the Earth, right? That's my point.
Yeah.
So isn't it very strange that when you say that, he goes straight to so-called exoplanets when none of them are actually the Earth? I think that's very strange, but I do understand what the model dictates and what you're saying. But my point is only about the law of identity within logic, that the Earth is the Earth, and none of these other things, which he instantly went to, none of those are actually the Earth.
Yeah, that's how I got this idea where they said the heliocentric model is so massive that anything's possible, that there should be many Earths out there, that it's so endless. It's beyond imagination. Just imagine it, and it's true, which is what they tried to say for nuclear disarmament. Give peace a try, because somewhere there's an Earth out there that was able to achieve nuclear disarmament. But the problem they've come across is that it seems to be possible and not possible. Using Charles's framework, proof by contradiction. If the model predicts possibilities, but there is no possible outcome, that would be a breaking the model because the model made a prediction. And then what they do to fix it, to patchwork it, they just say, well, Earth is unique. Nothing to see here. And that fits your framework too, because all these things are not Earth anyway. So it's kind of like an area of agreement. Yeah, there's no Earths out there because Earth is the Earth.
Yeah, and if you want to equate all of these so-called, I put it in quotes, exoplanets, if you want to equate all of those to being the Earth, then that's what we call including the middle. Now you have all of these Earths, right? But only the Earth is the Earth, so it's ridiculous on the face of it. It's just the basic principles of logic I'm talking about, like not the model itself, I don't really care, but just the violation of logic that's on the forefront here, which including the middle, which in this sense is all of these other so-called, in quotes, exoplanets are equated to the Earth, which is ridiculous because the law of identity would hold where the Earth is the Earth. Only the Earth is the Earth.
My problem is that people say we live on this Earth, but to prove we live on this Earth, you've got to look up in the sky. No, wait a minute. We live on this Earth, so look down. Look at us living on this Earth instead of looking up at the skies, because we know we live on this Earth. We don't have to look up to the skies to prove we live on this Earth.
I guess you could prove that we do not live up in the sky.
I jump back. Again, I totally get the point about you can't tell the shape of the Earth by looking in the sky. I 100%, that's why I literally made an entire video on it called the Sky is a Dome regardless of the shape of the Earth. And a lot of people, they misunderstand the argument. So I am not saying that the Earth is a globe because the sky is dome shaped. There is precisely zero that I've said that agrees with that. We do not know the Earth is a sphere because the sky is dome shaped, because the sky is always dome shaped if you have clear horizons. It tells us nothing about the shape of the Earth. What you can do to determine the shape of the Earth.
Dome shaped.
Yes, if you have clear horizons, the sky is shaped like a dome. Absolutely. Right.
I don't know. I'm not with you. I don't understand. How do you tell
what
the shape
what I
of
mean? What I mean is
sky?
360 degrees of azimuth and 180 degrees of elevation, or 90 degrees of elevation to your zenith. If you have clear horizons, and you can point to 360 degrees of azimuth and 90 degrees of elevation, makes a hemisphere. Okay, so your personal sky is they call it a personal dome. Okay, that says nothing about the shape of the Earth.
Well, yeah, I'm saying I don't look up at the sky and say that's shaped like a dome. It's not something that I do.
Not physically shaped like a dome.
Not at all. Like literally, I don't say that. You do though. You've made a video about it.
The point I'm trying to make, for example, if you go out, and I don't know if you live close to, I mean, I know you're in the UK, and I don't know if you live close to London, but if you go out into the countryside, far away from light pollution, and then you go out on a black night where the moon is not in the sky, and you could see this whole million stars, right? You could point to every single one of those stars, and it forms a hemisphere. Okay, if you have clear horizons and a nice night seeing conditions, that's what I meant by a dome. It's not an actual dome, but you could point to stars 360 degrees of azimuth, 90 degrees of elevation. Okay, that's what I meant. But that doesn't say what the shape of the Earth is.
Yeah, but do you think that is pointing to lights in the sky? Do you think that's a hemisphere?
Yeah, well, it's a virtual, like you could name the location of all these stars with an azimuth and an angle of elevation. Okay?
You could measure an angle, yeah. But that doesn't give you a shape of anything, does it?
That's correct. That is absolutely correct. That does not tell you the shape of the Earth. Absolutely.
No.
So
I'm not saying. I'm saying the shape. You said dome. A dome is a shape.
Yeah. Okay. No. 360 degrees of azimuth is a circle. Then 100 degrees of elevation to your zenith. That's that's a right angle.
360 degrees is an angle.
An azimuth.
It's not a circle.
360 degrees of azimuth is a circle.
No. You've
Horizon,
just turned
your horizon
around
makes a
in a
circle.
circle, but it's not a circle because a circle is defined by a radius and a distance from the center. You don't have that.
Okay. If you were in the middle of the ocean, midnight, and there's no moon in the sky, and you see all the stars, your horizon will make a circle around you. Okay? And all the stars are above it. That makes a hemisphere. It's not an actual physical hemisphere. Just you could locate all these stars using a degree of azimuth and an angle of elevation, comprising a hemisphere. Okay? And then all astronomy is built upon, you can set up your telescope to track any star just by punching in its coordinates. Right? The point that I'm trying to make is that people misunderstand me saying, look up at the heavens. They're like, oh, well, you can't tell the shape of the Earth by looking at the shape of the sky. And that's never been
Charles,
my point.
You said you look up at the sky and see a dome.
Most people do.
I don't. That's
not a physical dome.
Saying. I don't.
Yeah, it's not a physical dome. It's just the locations of everything within a 360 degree field of view all the way through to your zenith. Right? That makes a hemisphere. Right? But that's the big misunderstanding people have when I say look at the sky.
It doesn't. Not for me, it doesn't.
Okay. And fair enough. I mean, but people do visualize the hemisphere.
I don't.
The point is that when people say, oh, there's just lights in the sky, you can't tell the shape of the Earth by looking at the shape of the sky. And it's like, of course, you cannot tell the shape of the Earth by looking at the shape of the sky. And there's all these pictures of planetariums.
You can look at the shape of the sky and imagine it's a dome.
Well, it's because
that doesn't surprise you that somebody thinks that you can tell the shape of the Earth if you can tell the shape of the sky by looking at it. Like, why can't you imagine the shape of the Earth also being like that?
It has nothing to do with the shape of the sky. Okay? If you were standing on the deck,
you saying that the shape of the sky is a dome has everything to do with the shape of the sky for you.
No,
just
factually it is.
I don't do that.
I know you don't visualize it like that, but literally 360 degrees of azimuth, 90 degrees of angle of elevation forms a hemisphere conclusively. There's no perception involved. It does.
No, you need the length of the radius to form a sphere. You don't
to know the size of the sphere.
That
right. To know the size of the sphere, but you can still say it's a sphere. You can still say you have a hemisphere
because you do not have a length of that radius.
We're not looking at the size.
Just
We're not looking at the size of the sphere.
You're turning around in a circle. Just because you're turning around doesn't mean you're making a sphere.
It's a virtual hemisphere. Okay, it's a virtual hemisphere.
In your mind.
360. You could do it with a theodolite.
Do that.
You could plant a theodolite in a field, turn it 360. You've got your 360 degrees of azimuth, and then you tilt your telescope up and you can measure your angles of elevation. That comprises a hemisphere. You could name everything
in a circle.
in your visual field.
Do you imagine that from like horizon in front of you to horizon behind you?
Horizon in all directions. The horizon in all directions. If you have clear horizons, it makes a circle around you.
Okay, so if I'm following your logic, even though it's of course ridiculous because you don't actually have the length of the radius, as Bev is pointing out, but if I'm following your logic, that would be like a teeny little tiny hemisphere, as far as I can tell.
It is. Your virtual hemisphere is like, you know, your
Not,
horizon
not
may
an
be
actual, just a
3 miles away. Right? Like if you were on a small boat in the middle of the ocean, and your eyes were 6 feet above the water, your horizon's only 3 miles away, right? So yeah.
Wait, how do you know that? Didn't we just agree that you actually don't have the radius?
So I'm not going to change the subject. I know you desperately want to, but you're correct. So we're not talking about the size of the hemisphere. We are talking about that it is a hemisphere. Everything in it
with you
can be
everywhere you
named.
go, are you?
Everything can be named with an azimuth and an angle of elevation. It comprises a hemisphere if you have clear horizons. That's my point. And a lot of people say you can't tell the shape of the earth by the shape of the sky, and I agree. And that's how they misunderstand why I'm asking people to look up at the sky. It's not to see the shape of the sky, because the shape of the sky is a hemisphere, regardless of the shape of the earth. I'm saying make observations, make careful observations, draw conclusions, right? All sorts of observations you can make of the sky.
The only angle involved in what you're saying, right, is, of course, the vertical, the 90 degree.
That's one angle you can do, but you also have your angle of azimuth, if you know your north and south. You have angle of azimuth.
Angle of azimuth. The azimuthal plane is horizontal, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And neither of the two arms in the angle you're measuring, you can't know the length of either two arm, right?
We're talking about length. We're talking about angles.
No, but I'm asking a direct question. You can't actually know the length of any of the two arms. Question mark.
Two arms of what? But I'm assuming
the angle that you're measuring. One is vertical, one is horizontal.
Okay, so like, are we pointing it to like a star? All right. Are we
no,
pointing
it's
to, like,
vertical. It doesn't matter if there's a star above or not. It's just the vertical and the horizontal.
So just help me out, Saragaki. What are we measuring this angle to?
It doesn't matter. The point is we cannot know the length of either of the two straight lines which form the vertex, which is where the angle is formed.
Well, the angle is formed at the vertex. You don't need to know the lengths of any of these.
No, I'm not saying you need to know. I'm telling you to either agree or disagree that it's literally impossible to know the length of either of those two arms.
Yes,
one is horizontal, one is vertical.
Impossible and irrelevant. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I needed, Charles. You don't have to be so difficult.
So I'm gonna walk away with another one of your famous concessions. Glad, Charles, you've conceded that you're an idiot. Blah blah blah.
No. You've just conceded that you can't actually know the length of the radius that you're using to form a sphere around yourself.
I never said anything about the size of the sphere.
I didn't say that you did, Charles.
Oh my goodness.
You don't know the radius. You don't even know if it's equal in every direction. That's the point. You have no clue of telling. That's why you can't just make up a sphere.
I'm not making up a sphere.
No, half a sphere. Sorry, my bad.
Hemisphere. And it's a virtual hemisphere, right? The virtual hemisphere, you could say it has infinite radius.
You could say it's
but
imaginary.
It does comprise a hemisphere
you
around
say
your
it's
location.
an imaginary hemisphere in your mind.
Well, you go outside and you can figure it out yourself, and you'll comprise it yourself. If you go through enough days of the year, you'll get a good portion of the celestial sphere. If you can travel to the equator, you can get the entire celestial sphere. Right? That's another way you can tell the shape of the Earth is by making careful observations of the celestial sphere, and then eliminating possibilities for the shape of the Earth, which people don't like to talk about. But I'm all about Euclidean observations. Make Euclidean observations, and then do a Euclidean analysis. That'll tell you a lot.
Is there anything else, Charles? I mean, you're overusing Euclidean. Is
that's
there
'cause
something
people are all
else that
obsessed.
you could be using in place of that?
If you wanted to talk about latitude and longitude, that would be using spherical trigonometry or spherical geometry.
So non-Euclidean observations.
Oh no, not observations, not non-Euclidean observations. No, all my observations, all through my channel, are all Euclidean.
Yeah, all
However,
observations
talking about the
anyone
location
ever makes
Okay.
are Euclidean, aren't they?
Talking about latitude and longitude is describing locations on the surface of a sphere, okay? Using two-dimensional surface of the sphere. That's non-Euclidean.
no
But all
such
the
thing as a
observations that I describe in my channel
two-dimensional surface
are
of the sphere,
Euclidean.
Charles.
Simple angles, things like that.
Spheres are 3D.
Yeah, Paige, I said the shape of the sky doesn't tell you the shape of the Earth. The
There is
shape
no
of the sky
shape
doesn't
of
tell you the shape of the
sky
Earth.
either, Charles.
But you can very carefully study the geometry of the sky
You
to determine
can't.
the shape of the Earth.
You can, no.
Yes, you can.
No, there's no geometry because, like we've just said, there is no length of radius or anything, so you've got nothing.
No, you don't have nothing. You have an angle.
Okay, exactly. Yeah. And you can do fuck all with an angle.
I know, but you have an angle in context. So, yeah. But, I find it fascinating that people they have this conception of in their mind, and it is so closely held. They're not even willing to, like, take nice outdoor exploration and point their camera at things in the sky, make careful observations, because it's very upsetting, because it may upset the apple cart.
What may upset the
All of Euclidean geometry is based on relations to the length of the radius of the circle, Charles. So if you don't have the length of the radius, you've got nothing. Except the angle, which you can do fuck all with, of course.
You are dead wrong on that. All of Euclidean geometry is not dependent on the length of the radius. That is absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect.
Please back that up, because the length of the radius is absolutely fundamental to Euclidean geometry.
According to my copy of Elements, circles aren't even introduced until book. What is it?
Oh,
book 3?
come on, Charles.
Right?
Proposition 1.
Proposition 1. Thank you.
Well, try the definitions,
geometry.
Charles. Start with the definitions.
Oh, here we go.
Start at 15,
okay.
16, 17.
All right. So most of book, thank you for the correction. I stand corrected. Most of book 1 and book 2 do not involve circles. Okay.
They all do.
You are correct that the first initial propositions.
Definition of a circle is in book 1.
Definition of a circle is, what is it? Proposition, what is that, 22?
No.
Definition 15, 16, 17.
Definition, I don't know. They're Roman numerals, and I don't know whether they're definitions or... It says definitions. So definition of... It's 32. Definition 32 in my book. Defines a circle.
What?
Definition 32, book 1, defines a circle. A plane figure formed by a curved line called the circumference. Right? If you keep going through the rest of book 1, we have proposition 1, proposition 2 are about circles. Proposition 3 has a circle. And then the rest of the propositions in book 1 do not have circles.
They all have circles, Charles.
No, proposition, what is this? 22 has a circle.
Yeah, they all have circles, Charles.
17.
You have
they
15.
don't all have
Definition
circles.
15, Charles. You saying it's 32? What copy of
it could be a different translation. Could be a different translation. I'm using the translation by Casey.
Casey? The Canadian woman.
1885, John Casey. Member of the Royal University of Ireland.
Can we clarify this, Charles, please, about the radius? This is actually important, Charles.
Okay.
The first 3 propositions definitely use a circle, because the length of the radius of the circle used is absolutely, fundamental to the proposition itself. And you have two different kinds of propositions in the books. They're theorems and problems. And all the problems, which there may not actually be a circle in the diagram that you see, but they are problems. That means you have to do a construction. And to do that construction, you need to draw the circle. The circle is absolutely fundamental to everything you do in Euclidean geometry.
No, absolutely not. You're mistaken. When you do a construction, you are dealing with a fixed length. If you have
That's the radius of the circle, yes.
Okay, that's one application for a fixed length. You do not have to draw a circle. For example,
You
when I
don't
was
have a
teaching
marked
constructions,
straight edge. You,
when I
you
was
just have the compass
So-
to draw the circle.
okay. So when you keep interrupting me, you can't actually hear what I'm actually saying. You
You're
can use
about to waffle, that's why.
Gonna interrupt me again, or could I just get 3 words into a sentence?
I don't know, we'll see.
Okay. So you can use a compass to draw a circle. Another use of the
Only thing
compass.
you use. That's the only thing you can use to draw a circle. Yeah, you always use a compass to draw a circle, yes.
Done?
I'm just, correcting you, because
No, you're not correcting me. You're saying something that is absolutely ridiculous.
Crucial.
We're
that
proposing a straw man.
No,
We're
you're
proposing
the
that
one
I was
saying
saying
you can use a
that
compass
you
to
can draw
a
circles with
circle.
other tools other than a compass. And that is not what I was saying. I was saying the compass is a tool. One use of the tool is to draw a circle. Another use of the tool, known as a compass, is to produce equidistant lengths. That is what you do a lot of in constructions.
Yes,
You do not
that's the
have to
radius of the
construct-
circle.
You do not have to construct circles with every construction.
No,
You can,
okay,
but
fine.
you don't have to.
No, you
The
don't
point
have
is
to
you need
finish
to
the
use the
circumference,
compass
but the radius
for
of the circle is the
equidistant
point.
lengths. So you can measure a length with a compass, then you can pick your compass up and put the pin down someplace else, and you can use that length to have an equidistant line. For example, you draw a segment, and you can have equidistant segments using your compass. No circles
The
involved.
radius of the circle.
Okay, there's no circle, so you can't have a radius.
No, it's
unless
the
you've drawn a
radius
circle.
of the circle, Charles.
There's no circle, so there's no radius. Using a compass as a length measuring device. Okay,
You're
not
ridiculous,
actually measuring,
Charles.
but a length.
I'm done with you.
length
You are absolutely
affirming.
ridiculous. You're not a math teacher for
So I don't think you've ever done
Absolutely certain
constructions.
You're not a math teacher at this point.
I don't think you've ever done constructions with a compass and straight edge. But
Wow.
How
Okay.
how do you measure a length with a compass? Because you can't.
sorry, say it again.
How do you measure a distance with a compass? Because you cannot.
You could repeat distances. That's why I corrected myself. You're not actually measuring it in inches. You can repeat a distance. In other words, you can form equidistant lengths using your compass.
Right. Okay. So,
Okay.
so you cannot
So
measure.
that's why I corrected myself.
Right.
right?
Okay. Right. Lovely. I misheard because you said you measured and.
Yeah. What I
no,
meant
you
was you could take, for example, let's say you draw a triangle. You could adjust your compass so that it is the length of one side of the triangle, and then you can pick your compass up and place it someplace else, and you are duplicating that length. I used the word measure, but I walked that
Yeah.
back. You're not measuring
Okay,
the length in inches. You can duplicate that length, picking up the compass and moving it elsewhere. But that doesn't mean you have to draw circles every time you use the compass, which is what Saragaki is saying. That makes him
No,
ridiculous.
I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I said the
Every
radius.
time
of
you use a
the
compass, you
circle-
have to draw a complete circle.
I did not say
Makes it
that.
a radius.
No, ridiculous. I said that the radius of the circle is absolutely fundamental
Radius
to
of what?
Euclidean geometry.
Radius of
and
what?
since you don't have the length of the radius in your ridiculous statement from before, then you can't actually do the things that you claim to be able to do because you don't actually
Radius
have
of
the
what?
length of your radius.
Radius of what? I could have sworn you said the radius of circle. And
Yes.
that means you have to draw a circle.
Do you have any other things which have radii than a circle? Can you point to
Well,
the definition?
Yes, that's why whenever you say radius,
And you
we're
point to
talking
the
about a
definition.
circle. about making a construction that has no
So we are
circles in
talking
it?
about a circle when we use the word
No.
radius. It's inherent
Sure,
in the
absolutely.
word that it's a
So
circle, right?
take the word radius out of all the constructions that don't
Why?
involve like a construction with a parallelogram. There's no circles there.
Of
that you can
course, you're
use a
gonna have
compass.
to use the radius of the circle to construct the parallelogram. Are you dense, Charles? I'm sorry. Are you dense?
I'm only responding to denseness. So
Wow.
it's kind of
Okay,
hard to
well,
keep up.
keep staying completely ridiculous, Charles. I'm gonna go to bed.
I do sense that you've never done a construction. So anyway, I've been monopolizing the conversation, so I am going to head out yet. Head out. I do appreciate the conversation, Bev. I thank you for hosting as always. And yeah, thank you for your hospitality. Got a sump pump.
Anytime.
Hey, Bev. Yeah, and I'm going to be making a just a math response. They call it rebuttal 2.1. It literally is just talking about the mathematical challenge that I had in my
another one.
You're
going to do number 4.
No, it's not 4. It's 2.1. It's just covering the mathematical challenge because you get 3.1. I'm sorry, 3.1.
3.1.
Yeah, because you guys complain that I give these math challenges and then I don't give the answer, so I'm going to give the answer. And I'll do it without
we were just pointing out the way that you like to put mathematical tricks in your thing. There's some sort of an analogy that people. A metaphor.
Yeah,
a metaphor that you didn't let your viewers into at all.
Well,
you kept them in the dark.
My guys all know calculus, so it's a trivial answer using calculus.
All of your tricks, your mathematical tricks that you didn't give them the answer to, were they all to do with calculus?
No, just finding the angle to a curve. I'm sorry, finding the slope of a curve.
Okay, right. So all of the other ones that we were commenting to, that we said that you never gave the answers to, those are the ones that when we said you don't give the answers, that's the one that you're going to do the rebuttal to, of all of the ones that you didn't give the answers to.
No, I already gave the answer in video 3. I gave the answer to the math challenges that were in videos 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I also posed a new challenge in video 3, which was how to find the slope of a curve, specifically y equals x squared. Anywhere you want. Find the slope.
It was a parabola.
2x. Yes, 2 is a parabola.
So
y equals x squared.
Differing slopes of the curve.
Will have differing slopes, absolutely. But the question was, why? Askett says he almost made it out. The question was, what's the slope? And you could answer the slope in just a few syllables, even though you can find the slope multiple places on that parabola. You can give the answer very quickly, and I already gave it away in the discussion with Spaghetti Guy. And it's 2x, and it's a calculus answer. That's the first derivative of the function. But I'm going to give the answer without using it.
Did you just call him Spaghetti Guy?
That's what you guys refer to him as. Yeah. So because he puts spaghetti on a phone or something. But anyway.
Okay.
Alrighty. So I'll let you guys go, and thanks, Paige, for all the comments. I'm sorry, I was when I'm talking to somebody, I can't really.
We'll let you guys go. The right way around.
Yes. You have my permission to leave. No, Bev, I really appreciate the hospitality. Thank you so much. I hope you guys have a great weekend, and I will be posting a video in the next day or so.
Okay.
So, all right. Take care. Bye-bye.
See you later. Wow. Anyone want to take that on? Any comments?
I had lots of comments in the car. Most of them obscene, but I'm with Saragaki, man. Just like Betty, right? Like, if that guy's a math teacher, I feel I feel badly for the parents of the children that he teaches.
Yeah, I'm much the same.
Because
I mean,
bad.
Is that what teachers are like, though, right? You've got Matthew Learns, you've got Betty, you've got flat earth mathematics. They're the only experience I've got of teachers, and it's not looking
It's
good.
sad. No, it is not looking good at all. But I did find it interesting. I mean, we were commenting because in the discussion with Blue, right? Charles did bring up his faith, and I find it very interesting that on a Friday night he decides to spend literally 4 hours in a Discord with a bunch of strangers that he disagrees with instead of with his children. I just find that strange. I mean, maybe it's just me and I'm kind of old school, but when my kids were young, I would have never dreamed of doing that. And for a man of faith to do that, it's just too many weird things like that make me feel like I've got hangnails all over me when I listen to Charles. I don't, again, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm being unfair. I don't know.
Don't know. I am like you guys. I'm rapidly getting to the point that I'm not so sure whether giving him air time is a good thing or a bad thing. Because it seems like nonsense to me. And I'm not keen on talking to people about nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I have my opinion. Maybe we should do a poll on a future show.
Again, yeah.
Maybe we should do a poll about 4 hours with flat Earth math. And I think we're right to continue to challenge him again. I'll say, because he's already confessed that he's a man of faith, quote unquote, right? That he continues to use this moniker of flat Earth math when he claims he's not a flat earther.
Yeah.
So I find that very deceptive. I wonder if Charles would like to address that given his faith. I know quite a bit about his faith, by the way. I'd like him to address deception as part of his faith, because that's what it is. He's just deceiving everybody just with his name.
Yeah.
I would say I would vote, no on the Charles thing. But that's me.
Yeah. I think I would as well, but I mean, like I say, mainly it's the people that are listening, right? Who wants to listen to that sort of stuff? I know some people do quite like it. Oh, look, somebody's most teachers would have given up on you guys. Sorry. Mathematics is a logical understanding of reality, right? It seems like this sort of maths is...
I would take that as the... I was just going to say, I'd take that as a compliment. These are the teachers, quite honestly.
Yeah.
I'd take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Well, I mean, I would love to have a chat with any more teachers. If there's any teachers out there, like, doesn't have to be live, but I think I need to go and have a word with some teachers just to find out how common this sort of understanding is. I'm pretty sure he told me that he wasn't actually a mathematics teacher, but I mean, turned into a not teaching flat earth mathematics. Which obviously, yeah, too much deception. Right, well, what time is it? It's 1:30. Been going for 5.5 hours. And that's because Charles came in, and I don't know what he came in for. I really don't. Does anybody know what was the aim of that? I think he did anything. Yeah, he was watching his 4 kids for a time. His missus probably came back. Okay. Right. Bust a song. Anyone got any? I haven't got a flat Earth math one yet. Probably could do one, but I'm not too sure. Pop in the into Discord if anybody, you know, it is the weekend. It's UFC. It's my birthday weekend. In fact, it's my birthday now. Right. So let's get this party started. Greatest speech. Okay. Thank you very much for watching. Although it's probably a nightmare listening to that. Sorry about that. We'll try and do better. We might be back at the weekend. Who knows? We're going to be going over some stuff. We do have an interesting philosophy sort of chat going on in the background. So please come into Discord, get involved in all of that sort of stuff, and we'll see you on Monday, if not at the weekend sometime. Thanks for watching.
You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. Let us fight to free the world. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You are men. Let us fight to free the world. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. You, the people, have the power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all